Jagged peaks of ice pierced the sky, monuments to a frozen world. A colossal white serpent coiled around a glacial spire, its scales shimmering like 1,000 frozen stars. A white bear, its fur edged with frost, roared into the frigid air. But an emperor who returned alive from the white snowfield once said, armored figures stood silhouetted against the blinding snow, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. The harsh, snow-covered mountains stood tall against the frigid sky. He descended, a blur of motion against the white landscape. A monstrous form lurked below, its eyes glowing menacingly. A surge of energy erupted, the air crackling with power. The light intensified, illuminating the battlefield. Ketil braced himself, ready to face the looming threat. His grip tightened, knuckles white against the dark weapon. The monster roared, its massive form crashing through the snow. The scorpion-like creature lunged, claws extended. The monster's attack came swiftly, a blur of chitin and fury. He met the charge head-on, his weapon a streak of deadly light. The monster recoiled, defeated, as Ketil stood victorious. He stood victorious, as always showing off his stupidity. The bald man with a beard wondered how long he had to mingle with these brainless idiots. Greta asked if what was brainless was also tasty. She seemed to forget what she was doing. She made a strange face. She chewed. The effects began to take hold. The bald man reminded her that he warned her she'd die if she ate that. He exclaimed that it hadn't even been a week, and she'd already eaten it all. She tried to explain herself. The bald man asked if she was serious. Her face contorted. Greta began to choke. She writhed on the ground, her body convulsing as the muscular man looked on. The man yelled at Greta, trying to snap her out of whatever was afflicting her. He urged her to get up, but she remained unresponsive, lost in her suffering. Ketil continued to shout, desperate to wake Greta from her nightmare. Meanwhile, a figure hurried through a snowy landscape, seemingly on a mission. The figure trudged through the snow, lamenting that this wasn't what they wished for. The traveler quit their job and set out on a journey, seeking something more. They conquered the highest mountain in the world, pushing their limits. The figure traveled to the center of the earth, seeking adventure and knowledge. They even went to the southernmost point, driven by an insatiable wanderlust. But of course, nothing happened. Reality remained as far from fantasy as possible. Every night, he prayed, hoping for a different world. That when he woke up, he'd be at the heart of a fantasy. And finally, that prayer was answered. A surge of light filled the void, a promise of something new. Meanwhile, a horse-drawn carriage trudged through the snow, its occupants bundled against the biting wind. The cold was relentless. One of the travelers grumbled, complaining about the freezing temperature. Captain, clutching his axe, told the blond man to wrap himself tighter to avoid freezing to death. The blond man retorted that he was doing exactly that, already bundled up. Captain admitted that crossing the white snowfield was still a foolish thing to do. The blond man, face reddened by the cold, told him to shut it. Another man, shivering, complained that they all agreed to this, but didn't expect it to be this bad. The room's occupant clearly feels the cold, a shiver running down their spine. A distinguished butler stands with his arms crossed, seemingly unbothered by the temperature. The butler inquires, asking if the young miss is all right in the cold. The young woman, Akasha household Mylina, insists that she is fine, though she seems less than convinced. Outside, a hooded figure complains bitterly about the freezing conditions, directing their ire at those inside. Mylina hopes that the butler won't mention that they are the only ones willing to escort her across the white snowfield. She wonders if they shouldn't bring the freezing travelers inside now. The hooded figure struggles against the cold, while Mylina observes that they look like they're freezing. The butler responds that she knows very well what resides in the snowfield. Mylina wonders if it's monsters that reside in the snowfield. Mylina sits pensively, considering the dangers that lie ahead. A long time ago, an emperor who wished to grasp the entire world sought to conquer the white snowfield. He brought along countless warriors and soldiers, a grand expedition into the white snowfield. Even Ketil ventured into the snowfield himself. Several years later, the empire had fallen leaderless and been forgotten by all. The emperor returned, but he returned alone, having lost countless warriors and soldiers in the snow. Appearing decades older, Ketil spoke as if he had lost his mind, forever changed by what he saw. Monsters live in the white snowfield, he had said, and the most dangerous among them weren't monsters. But barbarians, the most dangerous of all, were said to roam the snowfield. A hellish land from which no one returns alive, or so the stories claimed. Here they dwell, in the frozen wastes beyond civilization. Meanwhile, the butler dismissed the tales. Probably just a legend, he thought, trying to reassure his charge. Yet the emperor's words held truth, she thought, gazing out the window at the falling snow. Considering most monsters he described were later found, the butler conceded, but no one's ever confirmed seeing a barbarian. That is true, Mylina admitted, a hint of worry in her eyes as she considered the implications. The wind howled, whipping snow across the desolate, frozen landscape. Despite countless expeditions, no reliable information about the barbarians had ever surfaced. The group trudged through the snow, their breath misting in the frigid air. Everyone stopped. The man with the undercut paused, panting slightly. There's something ahead. The blond man squinted. What is it? The figure in the distance was hard to see clearly through the swirling snow. The man with the beard watched, his expression unreadable as he stared into the blizzard. The man with the undercut's eyes narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The blond man spoke, his voice low. I have good news and bad news. The good news, it's small. The figure grew larger, now looming over the horizon. It's coming toward us. The man with the beard's eyes widened in alarm. Mylina gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. The man with the monocle looked concerned. The man with the undercut gripped the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white. The figure approached, now clearly visible. A human. He emerges into the snowy landscape, his white hair catching the light. The muscular figure continues his trek through the snow. The man pauses, his expression unreadable against the harsh backdrop. Elsewhere, a woman with black hair looks on, surprised. A barbarian? She asks. The man's eyes glow with an unnatural light. He admits to himself that he came out for a walk because he was tired of looking at barbarians. The man stands in the snowfield, a group of figures behind him. He reflects on meeting outsiders here. A smirk plays on his lips. How fortunate, he thinks. The man smiles, revealing his name, Ketel, the Ashen Barbarian. A stylized text bubble appears, stating, Pleased to meet you. Ketel stands near a caravan of wagons, his expression thoughtful. The blond-haired man confirms that he is a merchant, and the woman with black hair states that they must be mercenaries protecting the merchant. He offered a soft agreement, his expression unreadable as he considered the situation. The Ashen Barbarian advised them to turn back, though he doubted they would heed his warning. One of the men, face contorted in anger, seemed ready to challenge Ketel's words. He paused, glancing at the carriage, wondering if their employer was inside. A woman with blue hair watched the exchange, while the man with the red scarf exclaimed in disbelief. Ketel smiled, thinking that the men would be hired as well. The man with the red scarf demanded to know what Ketel had said, his companion gripping his spear tightly. The Ashen Barbarian's smile widened, asking if his meaning was unclear. He offered to help them cross, his hands glowing with an unknown power. The man wondered why a legendary barbarian would request a job. The man with the red scarf questioned if that was all Ketel really wanted, wondering if they planned to harm them. Ketel stated that if he wanted them dead, they would already be. The biting wind howled as the two men trudged through the snow-covered landscape. One of the men, seemingly younger, called out to the other, addressing him as captain. A gloved hand remained still, as if listening intently to something beyond the immediate surroundings. Support Mylina tilted her head slightly, her expression thoughtful. Did you hear that? She asked. Support Mylina confirmed, her gaze steady. Yes. The captain's companion was clearly confused by the situation. He wondered what the hell was going on and what they planned to do. Support Mylina's expression remained unreadable, her gaze fixed on something unseen. A voice echoed, questioning the potential outcome of a fight. What would happen if we fought him? An unseen speaker advised against a particular course of action. I wouldn't recommend it. Support Mylina's face was cast in shadow, her expression unreadable as she listened to the unseen counsel. Support Mylina made her decision, her voice firm and resolute. Understood. Tell him I accept. She gazes forward, her expression unreadable as the snowflakes fall around her. The muscular man stands firm in the snow, his gaze unwavering. He confirms the agreement. Two figures trudge through the heavy snow, their destination unknown, their purpose hidden. A figure lies prone in the snow, unmoving. A voice declares, Your request has been accepted. A sinister smile plays across the man's lips, hinting at the darkness within. The man with purple eyes acknowledges the news. That's certainly great news. Captain's brow furrows with concern, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A figure looms over another, the scene obscured by snow and shadow, the outcome uncertain. The silver-haired man smirks, his words laced with a veiled threat. Don't be afraid. You're just employees. A demand echoes, a desire for direct confrontation. I need to speak face-to-face with your employer. Captain's eyes narrow, his warning sharp and clear. Don't you try anything strange. Ketel's smile widens, a promise of compliance masking his true intentions. I'll keep that in mind. He walked alongside Captain through the snow-covered landscape, a faint smile playing on his lips. The legendary barbarian remained stoic, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. The intricate details of the fur collar around Captain's neck were visible, a testament to the harsh environment they traversed. Captain's brow furrowed with concern. He wondered aloud if it was truly all right to let them meet under these circumstances, his anxiety palpable. A disembodied message appeared. The employer had approved the meeting, regardless of the potential risks. The barbarian insisted that, as mercenaries, they should at least try to stop whatever was about to happen, his expression grim. Keatle scoffed, finding the suggestion laughable. His smugness was evident as he dismissed the potential danger. A hand rested on the hilt of a sword, a silent promise of violence if the situation escalated beyond control. Meanwhile, an older man with white hair and glasses berated Mylina, exclaiming that the situation was far too dangerous for her. The older man urged someone to calm themselves, his voice laced with a mixture of concern and exasperation. Mylina's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and apprehension etched on her face as she asked if she might come in. The older man's voice boomed, his words lost in a surge of emotion as he continued to protest whatever was happening. With a resolute expression, Mylina responded, asking them to please allow her to enter, her voice firm despite the tension. He smirked, his purple eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The man with glasses seemed displeased, his expression unreadable behind the lenses. The legendary barbarian stood tall, his fur armor prominent. The man with glasses suggested that he calm down. The man with glasses insisted he had no intention of harming him. Captain warned him not to lie. Mylina looked on, her expression thoughtful. Mylina greeted Captain, who returned the sentiment. Mylina realized that, even indoors, it was hard to achieve this much warmth in a snowy field. The explanation was because of the magic. The warmth emanated from Mylina. Captain understood, but it was very dangerous there, and the chances to pass through those mercenaries safely were very slim. He peered through the window, the snowfield a stark backdrop. Behind him, Greta remained ever vigilant. A voice echoed, promising protection. The offer hung in the air, heavy with unspoken conditions. Mylina, standing beside an older gentleman, declared that she had a condition. Her expression was serious. Keatle turned towards Mylina, his brow furrowed in question. What did she possibly want? A plea hung in the air, a desperate request for knowledge. Specifically, knowledge of things outside the snowfield. A subtle smile played on his lips. Keatle seemed to know something the others did not. The Ashen Barbarian's demand was simple. He wanted all the information she possessed. His eyes narrowed. Mylina's expression softened, a hint of resignation in her eyes. So, that was what he wished to know. The smile widened, revealing a hint of something predatory. Keatle's intentions remained obscured. Mylina admitted, with a sigh, that she didn't even have a choice in the first place. Her fate was sealed. The supporting character stood silently, her gaze averted. The weight of the situation pressed down on her. The smile remained, unwavering and enigmatic. What was Keatle planning? He seemed satisfied with her answer, but pressed further. What was her name exactly? Mylina offered her full name, identifying herself as being from the Akasha household. Keatle smiled, seemingly pleased with the information he had extracted from her. Meanwhile, a longing for a fantasy world filled the speaker's thoughts, a stark contrast to their current reality. One day, opening their eyes, the speaker found themselves reborn as a barbarian, stranded in a desolate, snowy field. There was no time to understand what had happened. All that existed was the terrible cold and the insanely strong monsters. The barbarian led their tribe through the snowy plains, hunting for survival and desperately abandoning those who could not keep up. Without knowing how much time had passed, the barbarian continued to fight for survival. For countless years, the barbarian had been trying to escape the terrible snowfield. However, a fist clenches, the power thrumming around it like a palpable force. A quest notification appeared before him, a digital reminder of his constraints. He couldn't leave the snowfield, held back by some unknown force. When he felt like giving up completely, he decided to search for others from another world. And it made him realize, outside of this terrible snowfield, there was the world of fantasy and magic he had longed for. It was a fantasy world. From then on, he went beyond survival and began to move in earnest. A quest appeared, hunt the lizard within the given time. Outside of the terrible snowfield, the quest was completed and another was given. With the single thought that someday he'd get to leave. As much as he wanted to leave the snowfield, the knowledge of things outside this field were also very important to him. He trampled the monsters and solved the quests given to him one by one to leave, but most of the people he met so far panic and either pull out their swords or lose half of their brain cells. He found the conversation to be more coherent than usual, having been some time since he last spoke with someone civilized. The thought of the mind drifted through the air as the sound of moving weapons echoed nearby. The sound grew louder as he wondered if they were moving weapons. Mylina confirmed his suspicions, inquiring how he knew of the war. The sharp sound of iron from the carriage could not be unheard. That's how Keatle knew. Mylina asked if there was a war going on outside. The blue-haired woman confirmed that the Empire and the Kingdom were currently at war. She explained that the Great Empire was pushing forward with overwhelming quantity and numbers, but the Kingdom was not easily pushed back. Meanwhile, the Swordmaster and the hero were guarding the border. Mylina understood. That's why they were wreaking havoc outside. Keatle wondered what kind of strength the hero and Swordmaster possessed. Mylina asked Keatle if he did not know about mystery. She admits she doesn't know all the details, but there is a power called mystery in the world. Only a very few people can sense or use this power, and they're given one. Of the 5 grades of strength, the first is third rate, referring to those who can sense the power of mystery. The second rate and above are the ones who can use mystical powers. Next is first class, those who can embody the power of mystery into mana or aura. From then on, the rankings are meaningless because they are beyond human perception. Nevertheless, you should know. They are the ones who can control and manipulate the mysteries and who can split and divide heaven and earth. Sword masters belong to this class. And heroes are monsters that influence the world beyond the rule of mystery. A hero is a legendary being in his own right. The fact that the strength is quantified and given a name is itself proof of the strength. Mylina thinks to herself that she wishes to see him. She seems surprised by her own thought. Mylina suddenly remembers Sir Keatle, realizing she can't even remember how long it's been since she was trapped here. She remembered Keatle, the Ashen Barbarian, as he reflected on his desperation to survive. He knew only that he was in a snowy field in the middle of a fictional world, and he couldn't run away. The Ashen Barbarian truly wanted to get out of this fictional world, his expression grim. He steeled his resolve, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he thought, no. The Ashen Barbarian vowed that he would get out of here, no matter the cost, his eyes gleaming with determination. His muscular arm tensed, a testament to his strength and resolve. The sound of a horse-drawn carriage echoed through the snowy landscape, its arrival marked by the crunching of snow under its wheels. Sir Keatle was asked if he was a barbarian, and he acknowledged that it was good that they asked. Judging by their expressions, Keatle noted that they were aware of his presence, as Mylina listened intently. The Ashen Barbarian seemed surprised, wondering if there was a legend about him. Mylina reacted with surprise, realizing that they didn't know. A memory surfaces, depicting a figure in shining armor. The armored figure's laughter echoes as someone recalls the legend, identifying him as the Emperor. Mylina's expression shifts, a hint of surprise flickering across her face as she listens to the tale. She reconsiders, thinking that maybe the legend is true, because things like that have happened before. Keatle's lips curve into a knowing smile, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he responds, "Is that so?" Mylina changes the subject, noting the number of carriages and implying that they are transporting a lot of weapons. She asks if there is any particular reason to go through this snowy field. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her features as she awaits his response. Mylina's expression darkens, her gaze lowered as she contemplates the situation. A simple question hangs in the air: why? Elsewhere, a group of figures discusses their accumulated wealth, revealing that they have been sabotaged by surrounding nobles out of jealousy and are currently in a lot of debt. Mylina explains that this peddling is to prevent the downfall of the family. She had revealed their family's debt, and now Keatle considered their options. Mylina guessed he was thinking of selling weapons to the kingdom at war with the Empire and asked how she knew. She stated that the Empire was the destination. If not the Empire, then the kingdom needed weapons, and when supply was short and demand was high, prices tended to rise. Keatle admitted he didn't know the exact value, but the amount was worth risking one's life crossing the snowy fields. Since they were trying to pass through the white snowfield, it seemed there was no way to get to the kingdom other than through here, and he asked if this territory bordered the Empire. It did, she confirmed. Mylina thought to herself that there was no way the barbarians in the legends were portrayed as ignorants and savages, and wondered who he really was. She wondered if he was really one of the barbarians. Meanwhile, a man was caught off guard. A blade descended. The man was struck down. He looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The figure in fur armor spoke, their voice low. "It seems they have an uninvited guest." A black slime monster lurked, its form shifting and pulsating with an unnatural energy. 3 figures trudged through the snow, their destination unknown but their purpose resolute. The man with blonde hair and a red scarf looked shocked. Mylina's eyes widened in disbelief. Mylina stared, her expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. A black slime? She wondered. Keatle stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. So that's what it's called? Mylina's eyes darted to the side. Yes, it's a monster that exists in written records. Records? Powerful people have challenged the snowfield before, but very few have made it back alive. Those who returned documented the monsters they encountered. Among them, the black slime is the most commonly recorded. Mylina looked at Keatle, her expression curious. "Perhaps you're familiar with it too, Mr. Keatle?" Keatle grinned, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Of course, they've got a chewy texture, not bad as a snack." Mylina's face contorted in disgust. "Pardon? A snack?" Keatle tilted his head, a playful glint in his eyes. "You want to try it? Then I'll go catch one." Mylina recoiled. "And no thanks, I dash." A strange symbol appears, hanging ominously in the air. She looks up, her expression filled with worry as the danger approaches. A grotesque monster descends, its form a swirling mass of dark energy and sharp edges. The shocked man's eyes widen as Mylina cries out, fear etched on her face. And Mr. Keatle, someone shouts as Keatle observes the situation. The Ashen Barbarian states, his eyes narrowed, that he made a contract with them. Keatle crosses his arms, stating he said he'd protect their lives, but only if there's real danger. Mylina looks up, confused by Keatle's words, wondering what he means. The Ashen Barbarian smirks, confident in their own abilities. Keatle thinks to himself that he needs to gauge the level of the outside world for himself. The monster looms, a terrifying presence against the backdrop of the world. The Ashen Barbarian observes the monster, deciding that they can handle it on their own. The blonde-haired woman shouts a warning, but it's too late. The black-haired man's eyes widen in alarm. A barrage of attacks rains down, impacting something just out of sight. A cloaked figure stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unfazed by the assault. The cloaked figure is hit by the attack. The force of the blow sends them staggering. The barbarian cries out, bracing himself against the onslaught. The cloaked figure screams in pain as the attack intensifies, the purple energy swirling around them. The attack explodes outward, sending shards of energy in all directions. The cloaked figure grits their teeth, struggling to maintain their footing. The barbarian wonders what he is facing as he sees the monster. The cloaked figure stands ready, prepared to counter the next attack. Greta shouts to split up and coordinate. The barbarian acknowledges the command. The barbarian prepares to strike, his axe gleaming in the dim light. He was struck from behind, the force of the blow staggering him. With a burst of speed, the barbarian leaped away from the source of the attack. The monstrous figure lunged forward, claws extended, seeking to rend its prey. A guttural roar echoed through the cavern as the creature pressed its assault. The monster's eyes glowed with malevolent energy, promising destruction. The barbarian gripped his weapon, preparing to meet the beast head-on. He dashed forward, a whirlwind of motion aimed at the creature's heart. The monster reeled, the force of the blow sending it staggering backward. The barbarian pressed his advantage, his eyes blazing with determination. The monster roared in pain, its glowing eyes narrowing in fury. Greta's voice echoed, urging him forward. Don't stop. Keep attacking. The barbarian charged, sword in hand, ready to deliver the final blow. He lunged forward, axe raised high, ready to strike the monstrous form. But a voice echoed, warning that simple attacks would not be enough. The man in the green coat shouted, urging him to aim for the core inside. A triumphant shout rang out, a sign of hope amidst the chaos. Blades of energy flashed, cutting through the air with deadly precision. The air crackled with power as the attack intensified. A sword, glowing with an inner light, was raised in preparation. The barbarian unleashed a devastating blow, energy erupting from his weapon. The monster's core was struck, causing a violent reaction. The monstrous form began to dissolve, its power fading away. The man in the green coat, relieved, exclaimed that they had won. The barbarian stood victorious, Greta smiling beside him as the battle concluded. She looked up relieved. The barbarian had done it. They had won. The legendary barbarian remained silent, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. Another monster appeared. The new beast was a massive, white wolf, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. A voice echoed, giving a command. Aim for the neck. The white wolf lunged forward, claws extended, ready to strike. The beast roared, its massive jaws opening wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. The wolf's attack left a trail of destruction in its wake. The force of the blow sent debris flying in all directions. The wolf howled, its cry echoing through the snow-covered landscape. He watched the new monster. The blond man beside him spoke. Guess the snowfield isn't so bad after all, Captain. The snow swirled around their feet as the new battle began. The legendary barbarian considered the situation, wondering if the rumors were exaggerated. The hooded figure mused that the monster talk sounded more like the imperial legend. Supporting Greta suspected that someone was leeching off of them, being at the bottom of the snowfield food chain. Captain reminded everyone not to let their guard down, as they weren't even halfway through. Support Mylina seemed to be thinking about something. Supporting Greta continued to look forward, his expression unreadable. The hooded figure remained silent. A figure in the snow stated that they had something to discuss with someone. Someone wondered if it was a test, stating they were risking their lives to carry out the request. The mercenary stated that as they made a contract, this was only natural. She expressed her gratitude for taking the job, especially crossing the snowfield. The hooded figure explained that others ran the moment they heard the details. He added that he wouldn't have had the chance to try if not for these people. Mylina's eyes widened slightly, a hint of concern flickering across her face as she listened intently. The hooded figure stated that the barbarian hasn't even fought once, right? He paused, waiting for a response. A man's face is shown as he says that they'd like to verify whether that barbarian really deserves the special treatment he's getting. Mylina's expression shifted to one of surprise, wondering if that was what they meant by a test. Another man, looking distressed, said that he tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen. Someone says that they want to test their skills, but now's not the time, adding that they don't mind. Mylina, looking confused, simply asked, "What?" A man with silver hair and a muscular build declared that he's got other guests who came first. The barbarian grips his axe tightly, questioning what the other person meant. Elsewhere, a hooded figure stands flanked by two others, their eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. The hooded figure muses that it has been a while since they had something this exotic. The barbarian stands his ground, a sense of unease washing over him. Weak little mortals from the outside world have arrived, or so it seems. A monstrous creature appears, its jaws wide open, ready to strike. The creature urges the mortals to go on and scream. The louder their cries, the richer the flavor, the monster seems to imply. The air crackled with unseen energy, a silent prelude to conflict. Mylina's face contorted in distress, her hands raised as if to ward off an unseen blow. Captain swung his axe, the blade a blur against the frozen backdrop. A voice echoed, a single word cutting through the tension. "Stop." A figure emerged, his silver hair contrasting with his dark attire. "They're my guests." A voice commanded, "Leave, serpent." A massive white dragon materialized, its red eyes burning with ancient knowledge. "Why are you here?" The dragon's voice boomed, questioning if they had forgotten the laws of the snowy plains. The gray-haired man's gaze intensified. "That's none of your concern." A sinister smile crept across his face. "Don't make me laugh." The air shimmered, the tension reaching a fever pitch. Captain roared, axe raised high. "I am the serpent, barbarian." He towered over the battlefield, the serpent barbarian in full, terrifying display. The serpent barbarian roared, "How dare you command me, who is promised eternity?" The serpent barbarian prepared to strike, his muscles bulging with power. The force of his attack sent shockwaves through the air. His movements were a blur of speed and destruction. He continued his assault, a whirlwind of rage and might. "Then you'll just have to fight." The serpent barbarian unleashed a devastating energy blast. The impact of the blast shook the very foundations of the world. The serpent barbarian's power seemed limitless, his fury unquenchable. The energy surged, threatening to consume everything in its path. Mylina cried out in terror, shielding herself from the blast. Someone shouted, "Young miss," as the attack neared. A crimson symbol blazes against the darkness, an omen of violence. A voice declares that some only listen after being beaten, a grim philosophy. Someone calls out, questioning if it is Sir Keetle who approaches. Mylina states that she will finish this and come back, her expression determined. Keetle's eyes glow with power as he declares it won't take long. His foot descends, crushing the ground beneath with immense force. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards, a testament to his strength. The force intensifies, the air crackling with raw energy. Reality itself seems to warp and distort under the pressure. A figure plummets downwards, caught in the blast's destructive path. Keetle stands amidst the chaos, his expression a mixture of determination and fury. A blinding blue energy erupts, consuming everything in its wake. Mylina's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she witnesses something unexpected. Meanwhile, a desperate plea echoes, someone begging for their life, admitting to a sin worthy of death. A man with silver hair crosses his arms, stating that it's understandable not to trust strangers easily. A carriage rumbles along a snowy path, its wheels crunching through the frozen ground. The carriage continues its journey, the sound of its wheels echoing in the cold air. A man shivers, clutching his coat tightly against the biting cold. The man with silver hair pauses, his expression thoughtful as he considers something. He muses to himself, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. She looks up at the man, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. The man questions why she would risk her life, judging by her attire and speech. He pauses, considering his words carefully before continuing the conversation. Mylina reveals her identity, the first daughter of Lady Viliaka, concubine of Lord Kasich Akasha. She confirms his suspicions, adding that her mother came for political reasons. The man observes that Mylina's mother was a pitiful figure, unable to hold any real power. Mylina clutches her hands tightly, continuing her story with a hint of desperation. She admits that, in reality, her family is nothing more than servants. The man asks why she volunteered for this trade, his expression unreadable. Mylina confirms that it is a life-risking trade, but doesn't elaborate further. The woman with blue hair looks away, a hint of regret in her eyes. Meanwhile, a sinister smile creeps across the man's face, hinting at his true intentions. He regarded Mylina, commenting on her cleverness. She tilted her head, a silent question in her eyes. The man continued, his words painting a picture of ambition and greed. Mylina listened intently, her expression unreadable. The man's assessment seemed to intensify, his gaze unwavering. Mylina's expression remained unchanged, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. The man's voice boomed, his words laced with a barely contained fury. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Mylina's gaze shifted upwards, her expression a mixture of concern and resolve. She seemed prepared for whatever was to come. Meanwhile, a man with brown hair announced their arrival. The snowy landscape stretched out before them. The man's expression was one of awe as he gazed at the new surroundings. The snow crunched beneath his feet. The landscape shifted from snow to grass, a sign of a changing environment. The air felt lighter, fresher. The grassy area was vibrant and alive, a stark contrast to the snowy region they had just left behind. Life flourished here. The man with brown hair expressed his gratitude to Lord Keetle. His voice was filled with respect. Keetle stood beside Mylina, listening to the man's words. He gestured forward, indicating their path through the empire. The man explained that crossing the border should be easy, as they would be empty-handed, without weapons. The journey continues. Lord Keetle's expression was serious as he spoke to Mylina, the snow falling around them. Mylina looked surprised by his words, questioning what he meant by that statement. In her mind, the man in the suit stated that she was clever and very ambitious, just as he had said. A voice echoed, reminding her that her family was once prestigious. The man in the suit continued, explaining that her family was now lacking funds and on the brink of collapse, but she could carve a path for them. A question hung in the air. Who did she think the people below would trust and follow? Mylina's expression hardened as she considered that her goal was to seize control of her family. Keetle's gaze was intense as he listened to her thoughts. A memory surfaced of a man in traditional clothing, the words illegitimate son and royal ancestor floating around him. Keetle considered that a concubine's child risking everything to inherit the family was a tale as old as time. The barbarian was clever, unlike those half-baked fools, she thought, looking at Keetle. Mylina mused that if the power to defeat the white serpent without a scratch could become her ally. She is met with a direct question from Keetle, his expression serious. Mylina declines his offer, stating that she still has work to do. Then, the woman with blue hair offers him a delicate necklace. A question hangs in the air, an unspoken request for acceptance. Mylina asks that if he ever leaves this place, he look for the Akashoff family and show them this piece. The Ashen Barbarian smiles, stating that if it's a gift, he'll gladly accept it. Sir Keetle thanks Mylina, his expression softening slightly as he looks down at her. She responds that she'll pray that they meet again someday. The sound of a carriage echoes through the forest. The Emperor turns and walks away, his back to the viewer. Meanwhile, 5 years later, the white snowfield remains. Finally, all conditions have been met, suggesting a long-awaited moment has arrived. The 784th quest concluded, rewards distributed, and all conditions fulfilled. He was now permitted to leave the snowy plains, the system message declared. At long last, the fantasy world he desired was within reach for Keetle. The Ashen Barbarian gazed up at the sun filtering through the lush foliage. The fragrant smell of grass mingled with the scent of beasts and the smell of a river. All things he could never experience in the snowfield. He found it nice. The Emperor smiled, finding the new world very nice indeed. He grinned, remembering the snowfield with distaste. This damn snowfield. Let's never meet again, he thought, recalling the harsh environment. Though the starting point was seriously messed up, he had somehow survived. He decided he'd enjoy this world. He knew that if it weren't for that burning desire, he would have died long ago. The snowfield had been a hell, where mere survival instinct wasn't enough to keep him alive. Elsewhere, two elves spoke of a place where presences were gathering, a place of interest. In the distance, a village could be seen. Finally, Keetle was going to see a civilized village in this world. He remembered how the others just blinked and didn't understand his longing for a systematically designed human village. He wondered what would be a good first greeting. Should he go with hello? Or maybe ask in a traditional way, what kind of world is this? Whatever it was, he would be gentlemanly about it. The village drew closer. He reached out. The elder elf declares that this place will be their new home, addressing the other elf residents. A blonde elf carries supplies, followed by other elves as they arrive at their destination. The elder elf, standing atop a large tree root, tells everyone to unpack their things. The other elves express their awe and excitement at the new location. The elder seems lost in thought, a sense of unease washing over him. The blonde elf notices the elder's change in demeanor and asks what's wrong. The blonde elf asks if the place is really safe, and the elder assures him that it is. Other elves are seen carrying supplies, with one stating that humans cannot come here. The blonde elf acknowledges the elder's statement, but expresses concern about the snowfield's proximity. The elder explains that the blonde elf is worried about the monsters of the snowfield, adding that it's too close. The elder places a hand on the blonde elf's head, offering comfort. The elder reassures the blonde elf that there have been no stories of anything coming out of the snowfield for thousands of years. More importantly, he explains they put up a barrier just in case. It conceals their presence, making the area look like an ordinary forest. After months of designing, they barely managed to implement the ancient elven secret technique. No outsider can ever approach them, he assures. And even if the monsters of the snowfield come, there's no problem because they have their queen. No matter how fearsome the snowfield monsters are, they cannot reach their queen, the elf with the beard declares with confidence. The barrier will hold, he believes. A strange magical effect shimmers in the air, unseen by the elder elves. Something is amiss within the protective barrier. An elf's hand reaches out, touching the shimmering energy. He wonders if something got torn, a strange sensation washing over him. A young elf, small and innocent, walks through the forest. She pauses, wondering if she touched something as she passed by. The elf with the beard walks through the forest, asking how far he has to go. He seems to be on a mission. The elf with the beard stops, a question mark floating above his head. He senses something is not right. The young elf pauses, a soft, escaping her lips. She seems to have noticed something of interest. The young elf looks up, her eyes widening. An elf? She wonders, spotting someone in the distance. The elf with the beard thinks to himself that she is a real elf, one of the first races that comes to mind when you think of a fantasy world. He watched the woman with long silver hair as she held the glowing orb. She seemed to expect someone to arrive soon, thinking it was good luck. Elsewhere, a young blonde elf, seemingly lost, trembled. She didn't know where she was or how she had ended up so far from home. Her eyes darted around, wide with fear. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow, amplified her terror. Her breath hitched in her throat, a silent scream building as her fear reached a fever pitch. A voice echoed from the shadows, a distorted greeting that only heightened the elf's distress. Hello. The young elf looked up, her small frame dwarfed by the looming figure. She could only see the figure's legs. The figure seemed to shimmer, its presence both there and not. The elf gasped, overwhelmed by terror. Her vision blurred, the world tilting as she lost consciousness. She could only manage a small before everything went dark. Meanwhile, the sky was a brilliant blue, birds soaring through the air, oblivious to the drama unfolding below. Keetl's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He seemed to sense something amiss. He knelt down, gently scooping up the unconscious young elf. Her small body was limp in his arms. Keetl frowned, concern etched on his face. He hadn't even had a proper conversation with her, and she had already fainted. The young elf lay unconscious, a trail of drool escaping his parted lips. He wonders if he should take the child to the village. Elsewhere, two elves discuss the nature of their race. Every myth was different, but elves were generally a gentle race aligned with order and goodness. If he brought the fainted child back, he might be welcomed. He held the child gently, a curious expression on his face. Keetl wondered what that felt like holding the child. A faint smile played across Keetl's lips as he looked down at the child. Keetl continued to hold the unconscious elf child, his expression unreadable. No way, there's a human here too. Keetl was surprised by the exclamation. An elf cried out, no. My child. You. Who are you? How did you break through the barrier? The two elves looked on in shock. This isn't what I expected, one thought. How can this be? This is supposed to be a wilderness untouched by humans, the elf thought, his eyes wide with fear. There's a barrier. So how? The elder. There's a crack in the barrier. The elf exclaimed, pointing. No way. Where's the queen? The queen is currently away on a scouting mission. He declared that he was not their enemy, but the elves were not convinced. The old elf grimly noted that their locations had been exposed. The elf soldiers wondered since when they had been tracked. The Ashen barbarian's eyes widened slightly. He wondered if they thought he was a kidnapper who abducted the child. Keetl knew he needed to clear up this misunderstanding first. The elf child remained nestled in his arms. The child's eyes were closed. The elf child was told to go back to her people. The child looked up, her expression unreadable. He held the elf child as she looked back towards the forest. Tears welled in the elf child's eyes. The elves recoiled, their faces etched with terror as they backed away from the barbarian and the child. He wondered if his face was really that scary as the elves continued to flee from him. Even after returning the child, Keetl was met with fear. He thought he looked decent enough, even back in the snowfield. Sir Keetl addressed the fearful elves, stating that he had returned the child and was not their enemy. The elder elf announced to the others that the hostage had been released, but his expression remained grim. Despite Keetl's words, one of the elves cried out for everyone to attack, drawing back her bow with deadly intent. The elf archers prepared to unleash a volley of arrows, their aim focused on the barbarian. The command to fire echoed through the forest as a barrage of arrows streaked towards him. Keetl, seemingly unheard, wondered if they could not hear him as the attack commenced. The legendary barbarian considered the nature of elves, finding them more barbaric than myth suggested. Traditionally, elves were a gentle race, loving nature and desiring peace, or so was believed. But actual elves were violent and barbaric, a species that lived in nature where only the strong survived. Nature was a world of survival of the fittest, far from peace, so their violence was, in a way, expected. Meanwhile, a barrage of magical arrows rained down, and the barbarian realized, so this is reality. Arrows struck from all directions, but the man with black hair remained standing, though he wondered aloud. He wondered what kind of artifact he was wearing, as the attacks continued relentlessly. There must be a limit. Keep attacking, he thought, grunting in pain. The barbarian tried to calm down, focusing his energy, his hand outstretched. Power began to surge from him, a visible manifestation of his inner strength. The legendary barbarian, eyes glowing, prepared to unleash his counterattack. His body became a conduit for raw energy, ready to be unleashed. The power erupted, a destructive force ready to obliterate anything in its path. The force of the blast sends the elves reeling, one crying out in pain. One of the elves shouts to deploy the barrier as the attack intensifies. The elves are thrown through the air amidst shattered debris and magical energy. Meanwhile, an old man with a staff looks up in confusion, wondering what on earth is happening. He mutters a single word, his expression unreadable against the bright sky. The old man stands firm, declaring that he is not their enemy. The old man's back is turned, his staff planted firmly in the ground. He clasped his hands together, a look of regret washing over him. It seemed he had misjudged his own strength. A wave of heat emanated outwards, the air shimmering with displaced energy. The force of the blast sent protagonist Captain reeling, the landscape blurring around him. A deafening roar echoed as the explosion reached its peak, consuming everything in its path. The old man watched the destruction unfold, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief as the younger elf looked on in horror. A blonde ponytail swayed gently in the breeze, its owner seemingly unaware of the impending chaos. The ground trembled beneath her feet, a subtle tremor that hinted at the devastation to come. "Q Queen," someone shouted. Her blue eyes widened, a flicker of concern crossing her face as she registered the urgency in the voice. Queen Marcellia Hazes Garcia, of the Leaf Clan, stood tall amidst the chaos, her gaze fixed on the source of the disturbance. The old man exclaimed, "What's going on? A human has attacked us." His voice was filled with disbelief and fear. Marcellia's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing as she muttered, "I knew it." Marcellia, bow drawn, declared that this place wasn't safe either, her gaze sweeping across the ravaged landscape. He raised a hand, halting the advance. The legendary barbarian requested a moment to speak. Captain stood his ground, his expression unreadable. He stated his desire to be heard. The blonde elf looked down, her expression unreadable. She seemed to be considering his request. An older elf with a white beard looked shocked. He exclaimed that it was impossible. Marcellia, the queen of the brown-dyed Leaf Clan, stood tall. She knew even someone as strong as him was being hunted. Her blue eyes narrowed, filled with disdain. Marcellia thought humans were truly vile. Marcellia drew her bow, aiming at the barbarian. "I am the queen of the brown-dyed Leaf Clan," she declared. The elf queen prepared to fire, her expression cold. She saw him only as a human. Marcellia's bow was drawn taut, ready to unleash its deadly payload. "You will pay for daring to covet us," she threatened. A younger man with silver hair looked on, confused. He wondered if communication was even possible. He sweated, wondering if they were being ignored. Or were relations between humans and elves really that bad? Meanwhile, a large, shadowy figure loomed, its red eyes glowing menacingly. It seemed there was no choice but to fight. She recalled a lesson learned in the snowfield, her eyes glowing with power. If you hit them, they will listen. Marcellia drew back her bow, energy coalescing. The queen of the Leaf Clan's expression was resolute, her gaze fixed on her target. The arrow flew, a streak of blue energy cutting through the air. Meanwhile, elsewhere a lone figure stood before a massive, spectral dragon, unafraid. A fist clenched, ready to strike with unseen force. He recoiled from an unseen blow, the force of it staggering him. A figure stood, bathed in light, a sword raised high. Marcellia looks up, her eyes wide with alarm as a blinding light descends. Elsewhere, a muscular man winces, realizing he may have used too much force. A beam of pure energy pierces through the environment. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The surrounding area crumbles and collapses from a force. Marcellia is knocked off her feet, struggling to rise amidst the destruction. The muscular man scratches his cheek, muttering about controlling his strength. Marcellia's eyes widen in terror as she witnesses the devastation. She realizes the opponent's power is far beyond superhuman, speaking with the dragon. Marcellia, her face etched with fear, urges everyone to flee immediately. The crowd reacts in panic, acknowledging their queen's command to escape. Chaos erupts as everyone heeds Marcellia's warning and flees the scene. She acknowledged the human strength, but vowed he would never achieve his goal. Keatle just wanted to talk, but somehow it felt like everything was ruined. Marcelia Jesus Garcia called upon the one who embodies the ancient purity, the one who burns the black darkness. Her eyes glowed with power as she focused on the summoning. Energy crackled as the summoning took shape. The call echoed. Figo, the one with horns imbued with pure flames, appeared. A summoning had been completed. Keatle thought the things in the snowfield were terrifying and alien. There were some that were at least fantastical, but most were just unpleasant to look at. Compared to that, what about the thing before him now? A bull with flaming horns. That's a spirit, and that's fantasy for you. She stares ahead, her expression unreadable as the contract takes hold. A disembodied voice echoes, commanding the spirit to annihilate the enemy before it. Marcellia thinks to herself that contracts aren't worth it. The Queen of the Leaf Clan glares, annoyed. The fire spirit, Figo, declares that this is just a hassle and calls her noisy. The fire bull, Figo, is a being whose horns are imbued with pure flames. The stronger the spirit, the older and prouder it is. Marcellia recalls that normally, summoning one would be beyond her abilities, but with the help of another clan, she barely managed to form a contract. The Queen of the Leaf Clan looks down, thinking that she never imagined she'd summon one like this. She must fulfill the contract. The Firebull wonders if the contract is to kill the human before him. He wonders what that is. Elsewhere, a white-haired man with glowing purple eyes grins menacingly. A surge of power emanated, the air crackling with unseen energy. A monstrous form materialized, wreathed in furious flames. The silver-haired man clasped his hands together, his eyes wide. He muttered, "This is insane, a summoned beast." He continued, his voice laced with disbelief, "It's a human. They've invaded our sanctuary." The fiery beast's voice boomed, declaring, "Humph, a lowly human, daring to covet the domain of nature." The silver-haired man stared, a question forming in his mind as he observed the scene. The fiery beast's eyes glowed with intense heat, its form radiating power. The beast shifted, its fiery aura intensifying with each passing moment. The fiery beast lunged forward, a burning inferno unleashed. The silver-haired man watched, his expression unreadable as the events unfolded before him. Flames danced and crackled, consuming everything in their path. The fiery beast roared, its power reaching a fever pitch. Marcelia Jesus Garcia grimaces, her expression a mask of pain as she braces herself against an unseen force. The Queen of the Leaf Clan wonders what is happening. A monstrous, fiery beast roars into existence, its form wreathed in smoke and flame. The fiery beast descends, a harbinger of destruction. Keatle steels himself, his resolve hardening as he prepares to face the fiery beast. Marcelia Jesus Garcia hardens her resolve, stating that she doesn't feel bad about beating it to death. The fiery beast crashes down, its impact shaking the very foundations of the world. The beast's fiery aura intensifies, radiating outward with destructive force. The fiery beast's attack continues, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The landscape is torn asunder, the forest reduced to splinters by the fiery beast's power. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, bathing the world in blinding light and raw power. The force of the blast sends shockwaves rippling through the surrounding landscape. He cries out, shielding his eyes as the intense heat washes over him. The attack connects, sending him staggering backward from the sheer force. The sound of impact echoes through the air as something heavy falls nearby. Marcelia, kneeling on the ground, braces herself against the aftershocks. Dust and debris swirl around her, obscuring her vision. Through the haze, she sees a figure emerge, its presence casting a long shadow. No way. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she takes in the scene before her. Her expression is one of shock and dawning horror. A massive, armored figure looms over the queen, its shadow swallowing her whole. He paused, considering his words. I'm not your enemy, elf." The ashen barbarian stood tall, his expression unreadable as he spoke to her. Marcelia gasped softly, her eyes widening in realization. She thought to herself, questioning her own judgment. What? After a long conversation, Keatle barely managed to accept it, his expression still showing disbelief. Marcelia realized that he truly wasn't their enemy. "I am sorry, human," she thought. The Queen of the Leaf Clan lowered her head, a deep sense of shame washing over her. "We judged too hastily." She realized they mistook the one who brought the child as an enemy. What a grave disrespect they've shown. Keatle sighed, trying to reassure her. "It's fine. You said you were driven here by humans. I understand." The ashen barbarian's expression softened, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Marcelia looked up at him, hope flickering in her eyes. "Are you really not one of the humans chasing us?" Keatle admitted, "This is my first time seeing an elf. There are no elves in the white snowfield, after all." Her eyes widened, the queen of the Leaf Clan taken aback by the mention of the white snowfield. He explained that the outsiders had called him the Ashen Barbarian of the snowfield. Marcellia's expression shifted to one of surprise, her brow furrowing slightly. She thought to herself, recalling that humans weren't supposed to be able to survive in such a place. Marcellia wondered aloud if he came from a snowfield, then perhaps other beings could come from there as well. Ketel responded with a shrug, implying that the answer was unknown to him. He mused that at least he hadn't arrived in this way, as a vision of a white serpent appeared in his mind. The Ashen Barbarian recalled that there were laws in the snowfield, and even powerful beings like serpents couldn't defy them. He remembered that, for some reason, he was able to escape through something called a quest, but this was probably a rare exception. Marcellia, with a concerned expression, changed the subject, asking if his summoned beast was okay. Ketel grimaced, recalling that the bull had been split in two. The queen of the Leaf Clan sensed something shifting in the air, whispering about spirits. She stood tall, her expression thoughtful. The queen of the Leaf Clan stated she had committed many unintended offenses and asked if there was anything he wished for. Ketel considered her words, a spirit contract on his mind. He wondered if it was possible for someone other than elves to form a contract with one. Marcellia's expression turned doubtful. That seemed unlikely, she thought, her brow furrowed in concern. The queen of the Leaf Clan explained that some humans are close to nature and can form contracts with spirits, but it was still impossible, or so she thought. Ketel's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable as he listened intently to Marcellia's words. Marcellia suggested that if he truly wanted to make a spirit contract, he should try going to Elfo Sagrado. She wondered if he knew the location. The words hung in the air, a declaration of a sacred place. It's where their elves' god resides, she explained. Marcellia stood before a vista of Elfo Sagrado, bathed in ethereal light. If it's possible anywhere, it would be there, she thought. Ketel's eyes widened, a smile spreading across his face. The elves' sacred land. Huh? He wondered if a human like him could even go there. The barbarian's expression was hidden in shadow, his thoughts swirling with the possibilities of this new destination. Marcellia stated that normally, no, it wouldn't be possible. But with a recommendation, it should be possible. She offered to give him the location, telling him to keep it to himself. Elfo Sagrado, the elves' sacred land, a dream destination for all who study elves, shimmered with golden light. Even for elves, human intrusion is dangerous, the dark-skinned elf warns. It is to protect a place more precious than life itself. Elves never share their location with outsiders, but even so, someone wants to believe in him. Marcellia offers something to Ketel. She tells him to take this with him. She will accept it upon handmade, even if he gets near. A tall, dark figure looms, its antlers silhouetted against a swirling sky. Their god will test him. Marcellia is sure he'll pass. She wishes Ketel well on his journey. Marcellia declares that she is the queen of the leaf tribe that turns brown with autumn. Marcellia Hazes Garcia asks him what his name is. He states, I am Ketel, Barbarian Ketel. He moved with incredible speed, his footfalls shattering the earth. The force of his passage splintered the ground beneath him. He plowed through the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction. The Ashen Barbarian pressed onward, his expression determined. The path ahead wound through a dense forest. The trees blurred as he sped through the undergrowth. Sunlight streamed through the canopy as he continued his journey. The forest floor became a blur beneath his feet. Meanwhile, a low hum resonated in the air. The Balkan Territory Guard captain felt a tremor. What is it? What's going on? He trembled, fear creeping into his voice. I don't know. Something is approaching. Ring the bell. Summon all the guards. The guard captain's shout echoed through the Balkan territory. He continued his journey through the dense forest, the canopy stretching far below. The Ashen Barbarian's boots crunched on the forest floor, each step measured and deliberate. Meanwhile, a muscular man with fur armor stood firm, his gaze fixed on some unseen threat. The armored soldiers stared in disbelief, their faces a mixture of shock and terror. The Ashen Barbarian paused, eyeing the figures before him. He wondered if they were merely guards. He offered a greeting, hoping to defuse any potential conflict. Nice to meet you. 3 armored figures stood their ground, spears leveled, blocking his path through the verdant field. One guard muttered about the loud noise they had just heard. Another wondered if this was an enemy. Ketel seemed puzzled by their reaction. He thought to himself, noting his own distinctive feature, ashen hair. A close-up revealed the guard's shocked expression, his eyes widening as he noticed a scar on Ketel's chest. The guard realized, the Ashen Barbarian? Elsewhere, a lone figure stood silhouetted against the snowy landscape, his back to the viewer. Heavy boots crunched on the ground, the sound echoing through the forest. The guards, now fully alert, shouted a warning. Stop. If you come any closer, we'll attack. A plea for calm hung in the air, an attempt to de-escalate the situation. Ketel raised his hands slightly, trying to reason with them. I'm not your enemy. The guard's face was filled with determination, his grip tightening on his weapon. His fist clenches, a silent promise or threat hanging in the air. He points forward, his expression unreadable as he makes his intentions known. A guard, sword in hand, seems taken aback by the declaration. The city walls loom, a stark reminder of boundaries and potential conflict. Keatle states his purpose: "I'd like to visit your territory." The barbarian's muscular physique is on full display, a testament to his strength. The guard, looking concerned, speaks to his comrade, the implications of Keatle's words hanging heavy. Meanwhile, a shift in scenery, a change in perspective as the story moves forward. The guard's suspicion is evident. "You said visit, not pass through." He considers the guard's words, his expression thoughtful. "If possible, I'd like to stay for a while. I'm not sure how long." The guard, seated across from him, presses for more information. "So a stay? Your name is?" The barbarian answers, "It's Keatle." The guard presses the ashen barbarian, inquiring if there is someone to vouch for his identity. He admits that he lacks any such means of identification. Marcellia thanks Keatle, stepping forward to offer assistance. The queen of the Leaf clan explains that if he seeks the Akasha household later, he should present this fragment. Marcellia asks if the guard can verify his identity with the fragment. The guard's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. The guard inquires about the object, curious about its significance. Keatle explains that it is the emblem of the Akasha household, received from that bloodline. The guard recalls that the Akasha household is the merchant family of the Danyan kingdom. The guard asks if Keatle knows them, mentioning their recent rise to prominence. The guard notes that the family head was replaced a few years ago, and since then, they've been rapidly expanding. He wonders if Keatle's identity can be verified with this. The guard admits that it doesn't seem fake, but it's hard to verify. He adds that it's not from his kingdom. It can't be verified, but it's still helpful. The emblem settles into place, its golden surface gleaming. Keatle's expression shifts, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. "A condition?" The disembodied voice echoes, stating that verification is needed before they can proceed. The guard sits, hands clasped, a stern look etched upon his face as he considers the situation. The voice continues, explaining that this is to ensure they are not dangerous. Keatle considers the proposition, a thoughtful expression settling on his features. "A party," he muses. The guard explains that 3 more people are attempting to enter the territory, and their identities are uncertain. The condition is to clear the dungeon near the territory with them. Keatle strokes his chin, finding the condition surprisingly easy. A party as a condition? He agrees to the terms, but adds that there is one more condition he requires. After clearing the dungeon, Keatle wants the guard to tell him all the information from the process. The voice explains that those with uncertain identities are made to watch each other, allowing them to pick out suspicious individuals. A hand pats Keatle on the head, acknowledging his usefulness and cleverness. The soldier seemed unconvinced, questioning if he was truly a barbarian. He confirmed that he was. The man thought barbarians were just a brute race. He admitted that Keatle was the first barbarian like this he'd met. The soldier declared that they should end the conversation and leave. A sigh escaped someone's lips. Even if the law couldn't help, he seemed resigned. Someone lamented having to enter a dungeon with rats that go straight for people's waists, calling it a sad story. The self-proclaimed paladin, Alexandro Tyrannus, sat with his arms crossed. Someone asked if he was picking a fight again, calling him an old man. Kazenhark asked if he was taking out his anger because a thief tricked him and took all his money. Alexandro Tyrannus scoffs, daring the Ashen Barbarian to deny the truth of his words. Keatle smiles, amused by the other man's anger. He questions if paladins wear armor like that these days. The Ashen Barbarian continues to taunt Alexandro, calling him a self-proclaimed paladin and a wandering warrior. Alexandro Tyrannus clicks his tongue, clearly annoyed by Keatle's words and dismissive attitude. He grips the document in his hand, questioning what kind of ridiculous last name Tyrannus is. Alexandro shouts at Keatle, his anger reaching a boiling point as he confronts the Ashen Barbarian. Keatle smiles, challenging Alexandro to try and do something about it, his eyes gleaming with amusement. The Ashen Barbarian's hand moves to the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. With a swift motion, Keatle draws his sword, the blade glinting in the light. The sound of steel scraping against steel fills the air as Keatle's sword is fully drawn. The sharp sound of the blade being unsheathed echoes, signaling the start of a potential fight. Alexandro, now visibly nervous, asks Keatle to stop, his bravado fading in the face of the drawn sword. He stood, blade drawn, as Alexandro faced him, the nun watching the tense exchange. The nun clasped her hands, her expression betraying her inner turmoil about the situation. The text identified her as priestess of Calrosia Hayes, and the minimum number for the dungeon was 4. Hayes stood with Keatle and Alexandro, the group still needing one more person to complete their party. The priestess bit her lip, her eyes downcast, as she considered the task ahead of them. The heavy wooden door creaked open, announcing the arrival of someone new. Hayes turned her head, her expression curious as she looked towards the sound. A soldier in shining armor appeared, declaring that the last one was here. A character with dark hair commented that hopefully this one would be more normal, suggesting they see for themselves. A figure stepped forward, their heavy boots echoing on the stone floor. The soldier stood beside the new arrival, who radiated a powerful aura. The group was now assembled, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in the dungeon. She watched as Keatle grinned, his muscular chest bare beneath his fur armor. He asked if they were all his party members. The man with the ponytail stared up at the barbarian, clearly intimidated by his size. He thought to himself that he was huge. The nun looked up at Keatle, her eyes wide with concern. She wondered if he was really human. The man with the ponytail glared. The man with the ponytail felt the pressure of Keatle's gaze. He muttered that it was nice to meet him, trying to remain calm. Keatle grinned, his teeth gleaming in the dim light. He seemed pleased with the reactions he was getting. Keatle announced that he would let them talk among themselves. He added that he would be back in a bit, before turning to leave. The sound of Keatle's footsteps echoed as he walked away, the impact of each step resonating through the room. Keatle smiled, stating that they should start with introductions. He introduced himself as Keatle, a barbarian. Keatle turned to the man with the ponytail, asking him who he was. He waited expectantly for his response. The man with the ponytail flinched, startled by Keatle's direct question. He began to introduce himself, hesitating slightly. The man with the ponytail, Kazan Hark, was identified as a thief. He seemed surprised by the accusation, questioning it. The armored man introduced himself as Alexandro Tyrannus, stating that he was a paladin. He stood tall and proud. Alexandro, clad in shining armor, presses the question. If he is a paladin, does he use divine power? The paladin admits that normally, yes, he would. But he's a bit special and cannot use it. The woman in the nun's habit introduces herself. She is Priestess Hayes, servant of Calrosia, the god of lies and deceit. Keatle's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable as he listens to the exchange. The paladin continues to press, questioning how even as a priestess, her identity is uncertain. Hayes explains that the god she serves is Calrosia, the god of lies and deceit, her expression troubled. The priestess continues, saying it's just that her god isn't exactly well regarded. The sound of something heavy falling echoes in the background. Meanwhile, the camera pans to a room littered with bodies, suggesting a recent and violent encounter. Hayes' voice is heard, stating that if everyone's ready, they should head out. Alexandro nods, his expression serious as he prepares to leave. Keatle remains silent, his gaze fixed ahead as the group prepares to move on. The nun-like woman seemed to be waiting for something, her expression unreadable. Alexandro Tyrannus stood beside her, his gaze fixed ahead. The sound of their arrival echoed through the silent space. The armored figure announced, "We've arrived." A soft escaped the armored figure as they gazed upon the dungeon entrance. He led the way, the ashen barbarian's fur armor standing out against the muted landscape. The group followed closely behind, their destination now clear. A voice declared that it was a 3-floor dungeon. The armored figure stood ready, while Keatle, the ashen barbarian, prepared for what lay ahead. Alexandro Tyrannus and Hayes stood together as a voice warned that the monsters that appear here are undead. A voice commanded to clear the dungeon and retrieve the proof. A masked figure watches as Sir Keatle approaches, his expression hidden behind the dark fabric. A skull, seemingly animated by some unseen force, floats in the air. The skull seems to be reacting to something, its presence unsettling. Keatle observes the skull, understanding its weakness. It can only move unless its skull is completely destroyed. The skull hangs suspended, a macabre puppet in this strange game. A voice emanates from the skull, dripping with dark amusement. How fun. The silver-haired barbarian is greeted by another, who apologizes for keeping him waiting. The masked figure assures him, "Not at all. We can wait for as long as you like." He offers a polite, if somewhat delayed, "Thanks." The barbarian nods, simply stating, "Okay." He peers down at the figure below, the mask obscuring any hint of emotion. Keatle grins up at Hayes, his silver hair catching the dim light. He says, "Let's go forward." The chibi versions of the group react with excited anticipation. The armored legs of the group move forward, ready for the next challenge. The group stands together, ready to face whatever lies ahead. The party ascends to the second level, the stone steps worn smooth by countless feet. Echoes resonate through the stone halls. Footsteps reverberate. The faces of the party are grim as they ascend. The details of their attire hint at the dangers ahead. Hayes' eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips. The group found themselves in what appeared to be a cave entrance. He turned to the others, suggesting they take a short break. Keatle seemed to be waiting for their response, a slight smirk on his face. A small, chibi-like figure expressed their gratitude with enthusiasm. The ashen barbarian watched the group, his expression unreadable. The nun and the man with the beard looked on with concern as Keatle observed them. Someone spoke up. admitting they had a question about the dungeon. The nun and the man with the beard seemed to be listening intently to the question. Keatle listened, a slight smile playing on his lips as he anticipated the question. The person speaking admitted it was embarrassing to say, but they lacked education. The chibi character expressed their gratitude, seemingly touched by the admission. The woman with purple hair looks up, her expression a mix of concern and apprehension. She seems to be awaiting an answer. The woman in front of the dungeon explains that this particular dungeon was located quite close to the territory. The imposing structure looms in the background. The view shifts to the sky above the dungeon, as the woman asks if the monsters from the dungeon cause any problems. The leaves rustle in the wind. The Ashen Barbarian strokes his chin, lost in thought. His brow furrows slightly as he considers the question. The woman in the habit explains that, basically, monsters in the dungeon don't come out. She adds that, of course, sometimes there is an exception to that rule. The woman with purple hair listens intently, her hand resting near her chest. Her expression remains concerned as she absorbs the information. The man with long black hair clears his throat, stating that in such cases, they are checked and handled in advance. He seems confident in their preparedness. It is explained that dungeons are naturally generated. The dark, cavernous entrance hints at the mysteries within. Sometimes they're caves, sometimes they're towers. The architecture of dungeons varies greatly, hinting at their unpredictable nature. The man with long black hair adds that most dungeons generate near crowded places. He stands before a glowing, ominous entrance. The Ashen Barbarian looks surprised by this information. He tilts his head slightly, absorbing the new knowledge. When a dungeon appears, the danger. The Ashen Barbarian's hand clenches slightly, a sign of his growing interest. The nun explains that the level is checked within the territory. Outsiders, mercenaries, and guards will handle any issues. The Ashen Barbarian listens intently, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he considers the implications. The figure explains that dungeons don't spawn inside the territory. They appear some distance away. Keatle acknowledges this information. Since it's a dungeon, Keatle wonders if there must be a reward for successfully clearing it, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. A vision of a skeleton boss appears, promising various rewards for a dungeon like this if defeated. Hayes looks up at a treasure chest, musing that the reward must be pretty high for such a dangerous undertaking. The Emperor's eyes narrow, a predatory glint returning as he contemplates the potential riches. He turns to Hayes, asking a simple question. Game? The nun looks at him with a questioning expression. Keatle states that he has another question, his gaze steady and inquisitive. Hayes responds, telling him to ask away, ready to answer his inquiry. The nun wonders who created this dungeon, her expression thoughtful and curious. Hayes is surprised to learn that they are generated naturally, and no one creates them. There were just too many strange things about it, the dungeons occurring near crowded places. As if someone checks it out first, the dungeons appearing near places where many people live. Deceiving people with the rewards, the dungeons felt unnatural to some observers. It felt too artificial to be something that happens naturally, the woman thought. The nun seemed surprised by the comment, wondering if others thought so as well. The nun had never thought about it, assuming it was obvious that they couldn't be created. The man with long black hair admitted he had certainly never thought about it before. No, he had never even doubted it, because it was a natural principle and the truth. A cruel being devoid of any blood or tears, that fact remains unchanged. If he knew this barbarian correctly, was he really the same as all the others? How fun, the man with black hair thought, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Did you get enough rest? Keatle asked, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. The group paused, taking in their surroundings after whatever challenge they had just overcome. The nun-like figure seemed particularly affected by the recent events. Keatle, ever pragmatic, broke the silence. So, should we continue? He asked, his expression unreadable. A small voice piped up in agreement. Yes, it squeaked. The group moved forward, deeper into the labyrinth's depths. The nun-like figure and the man with the blue shawl followed closely behind. The Ashen Barbarian led the way, his muscular frame a testament to his strength and resilience. The adventurers continued their trek through the dark and winding passages, the air thick with anticipation. Keatle pressed onward, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger or reward. The Emperor paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He muttered. Before them sat a large, ornate treasure chest, gleaming with the promise of riches. Keatle gestured towards the chest, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. The rewards from the labyrinth, he announced. The camera focused on the treasure chest, its wooden surface reinforced with metal bands. You can take it once you unlock it, a voice declared. But to unlock a treasure chest like this, they would need a skilled thief with proven picking skills. The others looked to Kazan Hark, expecting him to unlock the treasure chest. But if he was that skilled, he wouldn't be stuck here. Kazan Hark could only manage a confused sound, unsure of how to respond to the request. The others pointed out the obvious. He was a thief, wasn't he? Kazan Hark could only agree, though his face betrayed his inner turmoil. The Ashen Barbarian seemed excited, eager to see the thief's skills in person. He thought treasure chests were usually the domain of thieves. Surely, the Ashen Barbarian wasn't wrong to assume Kazenhark was a skilled thief, was he? But there was one problem. Kazenhark was not the master thief they believed him to be. If Kazenhark could really be that skilled, he wouldn't be stuck in the situation, try to live up to false expectations. The pressure mounted as Kazenhark felt the weight of their expectations. He was a novice thief, not even recognized by the Thieves Guild. There was no way he had the skills to unlock this chest. Kazenhark's anxiety reached a fever pitch, the truth threatening to spill out. But he couldn't tell him the truth, not yet. He looked like he was really looking forward to seeing him succeed. If Kazenhark told him the truth, he would get disappointed instantly. He faces Kazenhark, questioning his abilities, sneering. You call yourself a thief, but you can't even do that. The chest sits between them, its lock emitting a faint, ethereal glow, waiting to be opened. Kazenhark's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as the pressure mounts. He gasps, try to regain his composure, muttering, I'll give a shot. The intricate mechanisms within the lock click and whir, a testament to the advanced technology. Keatle stares intently, and Kazenhark thinks to himself, He's staring right back at me. If I fail, I might even lose my life. Desperate, Kazenhark tries to remember all the techniques he's seen while following along as a porter. His face contorts in a grimace, sweat pouring down his face as he struggles with the lock. The sounds of the lock picking echo in the chamber, each click a reminder of the stakes. Keatle's eyes glow with a menacing purple aura as he thinks to himself, think about it. The treasure chest is engulfed in flames, the heat intensifying the pressure on Kazenhark. A voice booms, your life depends on it. The thief Kazen is under immense pressure. The Ashen Barbarian watches with anticipation as the lock clicks open. The mechanism disengages with a soft thud. It opened. The lock defeated. Neutral Kazenhark wipes away a tear of joy. The girl in the nun outfit exclaims in surprise, impressed by the feat. Protagonist Keatle beams, showering neutral Kazenhark with praise. You're great, Kazen. I never thought I'd see it in person. You're truly amazing. Neutral Kazenhark is clearly shaken, wondering what on earth just happened. He succeeded in what he had envisioned, but is this even possible? Neutral Kazenhark lost his pride in life, and now he begins to doubt his own best. Did he really live his life to the best of his ability in the past? The chest lies open, revealing its contents. Protagonist Keatle notes that it contains enough for an average family to live luxuriously for a month. A close-up of neutral Kazenhark's face shows a hint of a smile. Neutral Kazenhark, with a serious expression, declares, I leave this to you. A strange, ornate object floats in the darkness, gleaming with an unnatural light. Kazenhark raises a glass, the liquid inside shimmering with the same otherworldly glow. But the moment the liquid touches his lips, Kazen recoils, his face contorted in a scream. A voice calls out, asking if he needs help, or if he is hurt, but Kazen denies any involvement. The unseen speaker questions Kazen's denial, their tone laced with suspicion. Kazen's name hangs in the air, a silent question mark amidst the tension. The camera focuses on the ground, revealing fur-lined boots stepping onto a rocky surface. A group of figures stands together, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. The scene shifts to a dark, cavernous space, the air thick with an unknown energy. A voice whispers, a chilling discovery made. It's a skeleton. The group stood before a pile of bones, the remains of fallen warriors. Examining the skulls, one of them noted that there were 4 skeletons in total. Neutral Kazenhark stepped forward, a determined look on his face, ready for battle. A figure with glowing eyes smirked, declaring he would leave the last one to someone else. Neutral Kazenhark, steeling himself, confirmed that he was ready for the fight. Neutral Kazenhark affirmed that he understood the plan, his resolve hardening. The battle began, the skeletons rising to meet their foes. The sounds of combat echoed through the chamber. Neutral Kazenhark shuddered, finding it creepy for the bones to assemble like that. The group stood ready, prepared to face the skeletal threat. The skeletons moved with unnatural speed, their bones clattering. The skeletons lunged forward, their glowing eyes fixed on their targets. Skeletal figures with glowing eyes stand ready, a silent threat looming. A voice echoes, a call to arms against the encroaching darkness. Everyone. A man with a beard looks on, while a woman with a head covering seems to be praying. The declaration hangs in the air, heavy with anticipation. The battle begins. He stands defiant against the horde, as the skeletons advance with chilling speed. One of the skeletons lunges forward, its bony fingers reaching out to strike. A figure with a sword moves with blinding speed, a flash of steel against the encroaching darkness. A skeleton recoils in shock, its hollow eyes widening in disbelief. Neutral Kazenhark observes the scene, remarking on the unusual sight and warning others to stay out of the way. Neutral Kazanhark declares his intention to deal with the skeletons himself. A skeleton is struck, its form cracking under the force of the blow. The figure with the sword deflects an attack, standing firm against the skeletal onslaught. The legendary barbarian's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on the hilt of his blade. The air crackled with energy as the warrior prepared to strike. A figure moved with impossible speed, a blur against the ethereal backdrop. A skeletal warrior emerged, its bony face contorted in a silent scream. The ninja clashed with the skeleton, energy blades slicing through bone. The ninja's foot lashed out, a devastating kick aimed at the skeleton's fragile frame. Meanwhile, a woman's face appeared, her golden eyes glowing with an unnatural light. A hand reached out, radiating power, the words shadow of deception emblazoned above it. Captain charged forward, his axe gleaming as he prepared to strike. The battlefield shimmered, energy crackling as the fight intensified. The skeleton was struck, its bones shattering as it was sent flying through the air. He tumbled through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. He is struck, the skeleton's bones shatter into glowing fragments. The skeleton's form dissolves, its blue energy fading into the cavern. A burst of purple energy erupts, another skeleton destroyed. Captain's lips peel back in a wide, amused grin. The legendary barbarian stands amidst the carnage, marveling at the scene before him. I never thought I'd get to see the real scene. His eyes narrow, a hint of something akin to wonder in them. It's so rare. Captain clenches his fist, purple energy crackling around it. He prepares to strike, his expression hardening. All right. The barbarian stands ready, his muscles tense. Now that the intruders are out of the way, let me take my time and enjoy the view. Another skeleton is obliterated in a flash of golden light. The skeleton crumbles, its bones reduced to dust. A veiled woman watches from the shadows. It seems that barbarian... He listened to the words, a grim set to his jaw. Suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes pierced the darkness. A skeleton sat hunched, a silent question hanging in the air. The air crackled with unseen energy. A cloaked figure emerged, red eyes burning with malicious intent. The figure spoke, its voice a chilling echo. Weakness, we are dead. Crimson energy slashed through the air. The attack landed with brutal force. A surge of power erupted from the ground. The skeleton's head lay shattered, its glowing eyes extinguished. The cloaked figure knelt, seemingly unharmed by the blast. Captain stood ready, his axe gleaming in the dim light. He spoke with the hooded figure, the words hanging heavy in the air. Elsewhere, Keatle mused on the strength of those who had braved the snowfield to reach this place. The monsters on the third floor were also skeletons, their bones glowing with an eerie light. Although their numbers had increased, with Keatle at the forefront, they advanced without much trouble. And finally, the skeletons fell before their might. Meanwhile, a nun stood with another figure, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Elsewhere, the hooded figure stood beside Kazanhark, both watching something in the distance. They were at the deepest part of the dungeon, the air thick with anticipation. Before them stood a skeleton knight, clad in dark armor. The skeleton knight loomed, a silent guardian of the depths. Keatle wondered why something like that was here, a hint of concern in his voice. Was this one different from the ones they'd faced so far? Yes, this one was quite strong. A skeleton knight, capable of wielding a sword and shield, stood menacingly. The nun-like character realized that, without a knight, they had no chance of winning. The group worried, realizing it was a monster out of their league. What would happen if they returned without clearing the dungeon? Confirmation from the spirit realm was required to judge fairly. The Ashen Barbarian considered the situation. Someone would come to handle it, he thought, his expression unreadable as he considered the options. A subtle smirk played across Keatle's lips, a hint of confidence flickering in his gray eyes as he considered the challenge ahead. The nun-like character looked up at Keatle, concern etched on her face. Sir Keatle, she questioned, her voice barely a whisper. Keatle's expression remained calm, a slight smile playing on his lips. That's reasonable, he stated, his voice carrying an air of authority. Before them, a shimmering gate materialized, its ethereal glow hinting at the challenges and mysteries that lay beyond its threshold. The skeleton knight's armor gleamed ominously, a flash of dark power emanating from its core as it stood ready to strike. The knight's armored feet stood firm, a testament to its unwavering resolve as it prepared to face its opponents. Captain stands ready, his skeletal frame encased in formidable armor. A dark energy crackles around him, a prelude to the coming storm. Keatle observes the captain, noting the unusual resilience of his form, a skeleton that maintains its own shape. A sinister smile spreads across the captain's face. This will be fun. The captain grips his sword, ready to strike. Keatle watches with a calculating gaze. A figure descends rapidly, a warning cry piercing the air. Watch out! A blinding light erupts as the caped figure crashes into a barrier of energy. The caped figure cries out in pain as the energy shield begins to crack. The shield shatters under the force of the blow, sending fragments flying. The captain stands amidst the debris, his armor gleaming in the shattered light. The caped figure is struck, their pained cry echoing through the battlefield. Ag! The figure stumbles backward, struggling to maintain their footing after the devastating impact. The group stumbled backward, struggling to maintain their footing on the uneven ground. Keitel's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The man with the shield gasped, realizing the attack's immense power. Just one attack can do this much damage. It's too strong. The skeletal figure advanced, its form radiating a menacing, purple energy. Energy crackled around the skeletal figure as it prepared another devastating strike. A torrent of purple energy surged forth, threatening to engulf everything in its path. Keitel steeled his gaze, preparing to face the onslaught head-on. His eyes glowed with a fierce determination, a silent promise of defiance. The skeletal figure unleashed its power, the force of the blast shaking the very ground. The energy surged around Keitel, threatening to overwhelm him with its sheer intensity. The skeletal figure stood triumphant amidst the chaos, its skeletal grin mocking their efforts. Two onlookers watched in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief and terror. He clasped his hands together, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The Ashen Barbarian stood tall, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. "Is that all?" he asked. Keitel stood before the other figure, awaiting a response, his expression unreadable. The Emperor's muscular frame was tensed, ready for whatever challenge lay ahead. Kaizenhark's face was drawn with concern as he responded, "Why, yes." Before them sat a treasure chest, its wooden surface gleaming with golden accents. Keitel asked, "Can you unlock this too?" Kaizenhark, visibly distressed, exclaimed, "Keich, that's not possible." The text bubble revealed Kaizen's inner thoughts. "It's impossible to do so with my skills." Kaizen's expression was grim. "Is that so? Too bad," he thought, adding, "Yes, unfortunately, we will have to give up." The sound of something breaking echoed through the chamber. Kaizenhark's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as he exclaimed in shock. A group stand around a treasure chest, steam rising from its surface. Elsewhere, a woman and a knight are shocked by something they've just witnessed. Sir Keitel believes the rewards are definitely higher in this dungeon. Keitel asks Kaizenhark to take care of something, and Kaizen nervously agrees. It's something he's never heard or seen before, but Keitel can break treasure chests with force. Kaizen wonders why Keitel would ask him to unlock it if he can just smash it open. Meanwhile, the group stands in a brightly lit area, the sound of footsteps echoing around them. A small rock falls from above. Keitel looks up, a confused expression on his face. The group continues forward, the path ahead filled with obstacles. Kaizen states that if they clear the dungeon perfectly, it will disappear. The search came up empty. It seemed there was no secret room after all. Keitel looked surprised. A secret room? He wondered if such a thing even existed. The man with the black ponytail admitted that secret rooms did exist, but they were rare. Keitel remarked that also sounded fun, his expression one of amusement. The knight's hands fidgeted, his expression unreadable. The knight was shocked. "What? This quickly?" The knight stood at attention, his hand resting on the table. Elsewhere, a sprawling city stretched out before them, its walls gleaming in the sunlight. The knight asked how the dungeon was, his face betraying a hint of anticipation. Keitel grinned, declaring that it was really satisfying, giving a thumbs up. Kaizenhark looked at Keitel, stating that he sees. Keitel announced that they would proceed with the entry procedure, instructing them to follow him one by one. The nun-like woman considered the situation, noting that there didn't seem to be any major problems. The man in armor sat with his hands clasped, asking if it was okay for a barbarian to stay in the territory. The nun-like woman, holding flowers, thought it was okay for the barbarian to stay. The man in armor considered the implications, noting that simply clearing the dungeon was not an entry procedure. Kaizenhark chuckled, observing that the barbarian didn't seem like the type of person to harm anyone. The man in armor sat at the table, thinking about the barbarian's monstrous strength. The man in armor stated that he didn't hurt anyone, and that he was very different from a typical barbarian. Kaizenhark was very good. As a thief, he checked for the trap and even unlocked the treasure chest. Alexander also stood firmly in the vanguard as a warrior. The man in armor found him strange, noting that people meeting for the first time are usually forced to form a party. The man in armor granted the barbarian permission to enter. Even with permission granted, causing trouble could lead to deportation. The group was warned to be careful, and they understood the gravity of the situation. The reward for clearing the dungeon was often taken by the guards, but this time, they cleared it. This time is different. The barbarian held up the bag of coins, a wide smile across his face. He declared that they should divide the reward fairly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Some members of the party insisted that they were good and didn't need anything. The nun and Kaizenhark insisted that they didn't need anything either, waving their hands dismissively. But the barbarian insisted that rewards must be shared fairly, and no one should refuse. The barbarian then suggested they have a drink to relieve some stress, asking if someone could look for a bar nearby. The group laughed, finding the barbarian's suggestion amusing and perhaps a welcome distraction. The nun and the man with the beard pleaded to be let go, seemingly overwhelmed by the situation. The tension hung in the air, a mix of relief and lingering anxiety. He was a barbarian who defeated a skeleton knight in one blow. The figure was at least knight level, or even higher than that. But Captain was clearly no ordinary barbarian. He was a legendary barbarian, a foreign entity. Meanwhile, footsteps echoed on the stone floor, approaching the Lord's location. One of the soldiers stated that he was going to visit the Lord for a moment. The other soldier acknowledged the statement, indicating that he understood. The soldiers stood guard outside the building, the night sky above them. Elsewhere, candles flickered, illuminating the grand architecture of the building. A knock echoed through the halls, disturbing the quiet of the night. A man's voice called out, inviting the knocker to come in. The camera panned out, showing the size of the room. The Lord, seated at his desk, asked what had happened. The scene opens on a declaration. Luke Barkhan, Lord of the Barkhan territory of the Kingdom of Gehent. The guard leader reports that he, the first guard leader of the Barkhan territory, is here bearing information for his lord. The guard leader states that a barbarian has entered their territory, his expression grim. The grand architecture of the palace stood as a testament to power. Inside, a voice echoed through the halls, questioning a decision. The guard, standing tall in his armor, offered an explanation. I didn't think it would be a problem. Luke Barkhan, seated on his throne, pressed the issue. Then what is the issue? The guard continued to explain the situation to the emperor. Luke Barkhan listened intently, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications. The guard elaborated, relaying what he had heard. They say he took down a skeleton knight in one hit. The emperor's eyes narrowed, a hint of concern flickering across his face as he processed the information. A skeleton knight, a formidable monster, stood as a testament to power. A monster you can't face unless you're at knight level. And he took it down in one hit? The emperor considered the implications of such strength. Barbarians. Luke Barkhan's gaze hardened, his thoughts turning to the implications of such raw power. Simple, brute beings who solve everything with strength. The emperor's expression shifted, a hint of respect creeping into his features. So he's top tier. He gazed up at the knight, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Could he be even stronger? The knight's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed on some distant point. Kazan Hark stroked his beard thoughtfully. He considered the implications of such a powerful warrior roaming their lands. Let's call him. Luke Barkhan's thoughts were consumed by the mysterious figure. He wanted to meet him. Kazan Hark questioned the wisdom of this course of action. Are you sure about this? Having someone that's strong wandering around the territory is worrisome. Kazan Hark's expression hardened, a hint of unease in his eyes. It had put my mind at ease to see him for myself. It could be dangerous. The knight with glowing eyes stood silently, his presence radiating power. Kazan Hark dismissed the potential threat with a wave of his hand. I have my knights with me. The knight remained stoic, awaiting further instructions. Kazan Hark asked, what do you think? The knight gripped his weapon tightly. He may be strong, but he's just a barbarian. The knight dismissed the barbarian as a brute with no intelligence. He stood behind Luke, a dark figure looming over the armored man as they spoke. The knight's expression was hidden by his helmet, but his words dripped with disdain. He's useless. Kazan Hark's gaze narrowed, his dark beard accentuating the stern line of his jaw. Kazan's voice resonated with authority. Call the barbarian. The man's tone brooked no argument. I'll talk to him myself. Meanwhile, a feast lay spread across a wooden table, mugs overflowing with frothy ale and platters piled high with roasted meats. A low growl rumbled in someone's throat, a sound of building frustration. Around the table, a group had gathered, their expressions a mix of anticipation and unease as they waited. The assembled group reacted with surprise, their eyes widening as a sudden sound cut through the air. A wooden mug slammed down on the table, ale sloshing over the rim. He found the quiet atmosphere to be quite enjoyable and the food delicious. The legendary barbarian encouraged his companion to eat as much as he wanted, since he was paying. A girl giggled. The barbarian paused in his meal, turning to the man before him. He asked if he was a paladin. The paladin confirmed that he was, but admitted he hadn't seen any divine power used during the dungeon raid. He was still training. The Ashen barbarian stated that was a shame, his expression unreadable. The legendary barbarian cleared his throat, seemingly changing the subject. Captain asked if there was a temple nearby, his tone casual. Meanwhile, a woman with short brown hair spoke of the goddess of lies and deceit, Kalroja. The goddess was described as shunned and rejected by the masses, a figure of darkness and mystery. Elsewhere, someone spoke of Sir Keatle, their voice hushed and reverent. They seemed to be examining something. The unseen speaker wondered just how strong Sir Keatle truly was, their tone laced with awe. The legendary barbarian stands beside another man, both looking off-panel with expressions of concern. Someone munches contentedly, surrounded by a wallpaper of bones and cartoon dogs. A group of figures stand silhouetted against a backdrop of emblems. One wonders about ranks and their own curiosity since leaving the snowfield. He strokes his chin, pondering the strength of the skeleton knight. A nun stands with another cloaked figure. She suggests that if one is top tier, they could take it down like Sir Keatle did. The nun's words prompt Keatle to ask if second rate is that level. Someone nervously asks to be excused. A small figure trembles, stammering that they're about to close, calling someone a barbarian. The ashen barbarian apologizes, suggesting they get going. The sound of a bell rings as someone asks if anyone has plans or schedules ahead. The nun exclaims that she is very busy. Another man agrees, stating that he is extremely busy. He mused, a hint of melancholy in his voice. I see. What a shame. Then this is goodbye. A voice echoed, resolute and final. Let's never meet again. A woman with black hair and a crown waved goodbye to a group of people. He sighed, a sense of contentment washing over him. Sigh nice. He stretched out on the bed, a genuine smile gracing his lips. This is the first time I've lain on a bed since coming here. A man with tired eyes took a sip of his drink. The ashen barbarian lay back, his expression peaceful. Compared to the snowfield, this is heaven. He reflected on his journey. Since waking up in the snowfields, it took a long time to set foot in civilized lands. He pondered his next move. So what should I do now? I want to experience more, feel more. The ashen barbarian's eyes narrowed, a spark of adventure igniting within him. I want to go on an adventure, the sacred lands of the elves, the magic towers, even the royal castle. The possibilities stretched before him, vast and unknown. Knocking echoes through the room, the sound insistent and demanding. He stirs from his slumber, blinking against the sudden intrusion. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, the ashen barbarian sits up. He mutters, realizing he must have been woken. The guard captain offers his apologies for the rude awakening. The guard captain explains the reason for his visit, stating the matter. The captain's expression is serious. The guard captain relays the message. The Lord wishes to meet him in person. The captain awaits a response. The lord of this territory considered the implications of the summons. The owner of the land wished to meet him, a prospect that stirred curiosity. Keatle seemed to be in good spirits, giving an okay sign. A soldier wondered if he should depart now, deciding to get dressed and leave. Meanwhile, the soldier reflected on his first entry into the territory, noting that it was at night, so he didn't inspect it thoroughly. The soldier found it quite interesting seeing the territory in daylight. Keatle remarked that if this was a lucky fantasy, he'd welcome it any time. The soldier wondered what was happening, deciding to block as much attention as possible since there wasn't much time left. The speaker announced that they had brought the barbarian, my lord. Heavy footsteps echoed through the halls, drawing ever closer. The man with the neatly trimmed beard paused, considering his next words. The legendary barbarian stood on the ornate carpet, awaiting his audience. A hand extended in greeting. Nice to meet you, barbarian. The voice belonged to Luke Barkhan, the owner of this territory. Luke Barkhan, lord of Barkhan territory, kingdom of Gehent, extended his hand in welcome. The handshake was firm, a silent exchange of power and respect. Keatle, the ashen barbarian, declared his presence. The two men clasped hands, but something unexpected was about to happen. Keatle bowed his head, a gesture that seemed out of character. Barbarians never bow their heads. Strength is everything to them. But Luke Barkhan, standing tall, delivers a cryptic message, stating that if one lives long enough, they see everything. The man gestures, his tone laced with a hint of command, suggesting that Keatle has learned manners and should take a seat. Meanwhile, a knight clad in armor stands guard before a figure seated upon an ornate throne, bathed in golden light. The seated figure remains still, their presence commanding despite the distance, as the knight stands ever vigilant. He surveys the scene, taking in the grandeur of the lord's castle, a place he had only imagined until now. Keatle's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he takes in the unfamiliar surroundings. The knight stands tall, radiating an aura of strength and duty, a guardian sworn to protect their lord. He recalls his childhood fantasies, never truly believing he would witness a real knight in shining armor. The sight is just as he imagined, a figure of power and unwavering loyalty, standing ready to defend their charge. A palpable sense of killing intent emanates from the knight, a silent warning to any who would threaten the lord. The knight's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he focuses his killing intent, a clear declaration of his purpose. Daring to show killing intent in front of the lord, he recognizes the challenge, a silent promise of violence. A figure in dark armor declares, with lethal intent, that his target will not leave alive. The reason for this summons, a voice declares, is simple and to the point. A man with piercing blue eyes and a neatly trimmed mustache observes the unfolding events. Sir Keatle, seated calmly, offers a dismissive, well, suit yourself, before inquiring what needs verification. The bearded man, his brow furrowed, demands to know where the other comes from, his tone laced with suspicion. Keatle muses that the question seems quite important, before stating he comes from the coldest place in this world. The two men are shown together, the text declaring the location as the White Snowfields, a place of significance. An unseen observer declares that Keatle is truly a barbarian from legends, a being of immense power. The bearded man, looking up at Keatle, acknowledges that such a being is right before his eyes, a statement of acceptance. The words hang heavy in the air, hard words to accept, a challenge laid bare. Keatle, his expression unreadable, remains seated, a figure of immense strength and composure. The scene shifts to a tea set as Keatle suggests they change the question, altering the course of the conversation. He considered the implications of the question, his expression unreadable. What truly mattered, he wondered. The Ashen Barbarian's power was indeed threatening, a force to be reckoned with, or so it seemed. The captain dismissed the previous question as flawed, citing a lack of understanding of outside world standards. Then, he proposed a spar. The captain's gaze sharpened, a glint of something unreadable in his eyes as he listened intently. Keatle's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anticipation dancing within them as he considered the offer. The captain leaned forward, suggesting a spar with his knight, a proposition that hung heavy in the air. Luke Barkon, surprised by the sudden suggestion, questioned the captain, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. The captain reassured him that it wouldn't be a fight to the death, trusting that he would keep it within reasonable limits. A sinister smile crept across Keatle's face, a silent agreement to the terms, as he found the prospect appealing. The Ashen Barbarian chuckled softly, the thought of a spar with a knight clearly amusing him, a dangerous glint in his eye. Not just any knight, but one from a fantasy world, a being who wields mystic power and aura, a formidable opponent. Keatle expressed his eagerness to witness such skills firsthand, truly looking forward to the spectacle that was about to unfold. He gripped the weapon tightly, a barbarian still even now. No matter how much he's learned manners, Keatle's savage nature, craving and enjoying battle, can't be changed. The captain stood at the table with Luke Barkon, awaiting the arrival of their challenger. Heavy, armored feet stepped onto the red carpet, announcing the knight's approach. Meanwhile, the arena stood ready, prepared for the upcoming spar. The knight approached the arena, his armor gleaming in the sunlight. His armored boots crunched on the sand as he made his way to the center of the arena. Keatle's eyes gleamed with anticipation, a wide smile spreading across his face. The captain watched, his expression unreadable as he observed the approaching knight. Then, let's begin, the knight thought, hoping they wouldn't see blood. The knight declared that a barbarian, like the captain, should consider it an honor to witness his swordsmanship. Keatle watched the knight, his smile widening. He hoped so too. The man's eyes narrowed, a vein throbbing on his forehead. How dare they, he thought, the audacity. The challenge had been issued, and now the response would be delivered. He would show them. Power surged through the knight, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. An overwhelming difference in their skills, he declared. Keatle smirked, his silver hair catching the light. Now, let's see, he mused, what this knight is truly capable of. The captain stood firm, his muscular frame radiating confidence. How you will fare, barbarian, he thought, remains to be seen. The sword gleamed, its edge shimmering with an ethereal green light, ready to strike. The knight gripped the sword tightly, the green energy intensifying as he prepared his attack. Keatle's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he witnessed the knight's power. With a blinding flash, the sword split into 3 distinct blades, each radiating intense energy. The captain stared, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Split into 3? He wondered. A strange, green energy pulsed, initially appearing to be nothing more than an illusion. But the 3 silver-haired barbarians knew better. This was no trick of the light. The swordsmen stood ready, their blades shimmering with the same eerie green glow. All 3 swords moved with a solid form, a testament to their swordsmanship, but the dark-haired barbarian dodged. The silver-haired barbarians anticipated this, their expressions betraying a sense of grim satisfaction. Dodging their swordsmanship was all the legendary barbarian could manage, but that could also be considered impressive, he thought smugly. But there was nothing more to see, only the flash of green energy as the swords continued their assault. A fist clenched, ready to strike, the knuckles white with tension. Keatle, the Ashen Barbarian, lunged forward, his own attack imminent. The legendary barbarian's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. The dark-haired barbarian was sent crashing to the ground, the force of the blow evident. The fist connected, a brutal impact that reverberated through the air. He is sent flying, the force of the blow knocking him off his feet. The legendary barbarian cries out as he is sent crashing through the air. A man with a beard watches with wide eyes, his mouth agape in shock. The force of the impact shatters a nearby table, splintering the wood. Captain lands hard, dust and debris exploding around him as he hits the ground. The ground cracks under the force of the blow, a fissure spreading outwards. Keatle stands over his fallen opponent, declaring that it only took one strike. The man with the beard is shocked, wondering what kind of power could defeat a first-class knight with a single blow. Heavy footsteps approach, the sound echoing through the chamber. A man with silver hair smiles, his expression suggesting he knows what is happening. The man with the beard wonders if it is over, while Keatle stands silently. The man with the beard looks on, sweat dripping down his face as he watches the scene unfold. A barbarian capable of defeating a first-class knight with a single blow. What monstrous strength could achieve such a feat? Even that is the minimum. The depth of that power is unknown. A barbarian with such strength could affect the world's balance. Then, maybe to that person, one of the few who hold the title of Swordmaster in the world. It's about time he came. Would he be interested? Are you talking about me? A sudden realization dawns. The man with the beard reclines, considering the possibilities. A figure lies in bed, perhaps the one being discussed. The man with the beard seems amused by something. Your tastes are still as bad as ever. A man with a beard sits in a chair, listening to someone out of frame. He chuckles, amused by what he hears. Swordmaster Kane stands with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face. He awaits further instruction. An unseen figure gestures with their hand, requesting information. Tell me about something I might find interesting. The man with white hair bows his head slightly. He acknowledges the request, stating, "It's an honor to meet you." The man with white hair is referred to as Great Swordmaster, Sir Kane. The man with the beard listens intently, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, light filters through leaves, illuminating a room. A man lies in bed, looking unwell. He groans softly, his hand resting on his forehead. A door creaks open. The man with the beard stands over the bed, concern etched on his face. "Are you okay?" he asks. The man in bed looks up, startled. He apologizes, saying, "I will be better in a few days." "My apologies, sir." The man in bed clutches the sheets. He is told that someone should apologize to him. The man with white hair thinks his foolish disciple lost to a barbarian he has never heard of. The man with white hair is shocked. The man with torn clothes is shown to have no injuries. Before coming here, the armor was completely shattered. It would not be strange if he was considered dead. Yet, only his clothes are torn a little, and his body is spotless. Could it be the barbarian's act of consideration? He's not just a brute. He's someone who can control his strength very precisely at that. The man with white hair asks if that is really the case. The man with white hair looks intently. He's at least superhuman level. The man with the beard is nervous. Kane is told that compared to him, he considers the strength of the barbarian, finding it quite impressive. Neutral Kane declares himself a swordmaster, confident that even with superhuman strength, the barbarian cannot reach him. He wonders if this power comes from the white world. The man in the red jacket questions this. Neutral Kane notes that the barbarian didn't seem to use aura. To wield such strength, it is thought, isn't possible through conventional methods. Neutral Kane and the man in the red jacket continue their discussion, their expressions thoughtful. The man in the red jacket reflects, admitting he initially doubted the barbarian's origins. Now, he considers the possibility that the barbarian came from the white snowfield. Neutral Kane considers the implications, mentioning a barbarian of the snowfield. The image surfaces of a legendary human existing in the white snowfield. The figure is questioned to be human, but perhaps not. Neutral Kane comes to the conclusion that the barbarian is an anomaly. A monstrous bear with glowing eyes appears, further complicating the mystery. The man in the red jacket dismisses the idea, stating that's not it. If he were an anomaly, he wouldn't show human consideration, the winged woman seemed to think. She must have misunderstood something. The image of a white dragon filled the man's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The white snowfield, however, remained a point of interest. Kane stroked his beard, pondering the question. Why from there, of all places now? The man in the red jacket noticed Kane's contemplation. He asked if something was wrong. Kane dismissed the concern. He said it was a story for later, and that it was about his majesty. The knight in armor stood guard in the snowfield. He seemed to have peculiar wishes. Kane told the man in the red jacket that there was no need to pay attention now. The man in the red jacket seemed surprised. He asked if the barbarian was currently in this territory. Kane looked at the man in the red jacket, his expression unreadable. The question hung in the air. The man in the red jacket confirmed that the barbarian would stay, since he said he would. Kane looked as though he should confirm it himself, a flicker of concern in his eyes. The man in the red jacket remained silent, waiting for Kane's response. A grand building stands tall under the bright sun, its architecture hinting at a place of importance. Kane considers the ashen barbarian's question, his expression thoughtful as he ponders the possibilities. A hand offers a pouch, a reward for the duel, a gesture of goodwill, and perhaps a hint of things to come. The man on the throne declares that he will no longer interfere with actions taken within his territory. Keatle considers his options, realizing that nothing is set in stone, but getting his identity verified would be good. Kane suggests that a high-ranking person could vouch for Keatle's identity, offering an alternative path to verification. The text suggests becoming a mercenary, accumulating achievements, and gaining the guild's recognition to verify one's identity. Kane explains that mercenaries who don't reach a certain level are nothing more than errand runners, suggesting a need for significant power. The thought of becoming a mercenary hangs in the air, a question mark over the barbarian's future. Keatle realizes there's a way like that, considering the possibility of becoming a mercenary who takes requests to defeat monsters. The Ashen Barbarian wonders where he should go to become a mercenary, a new path opening before him. Kane mentions that there's a guild office, suggesting a place to start the journey of becoming a mercenary. He flashes a confident smile, requesting to be guided to the mercenary guild. The guard seems taken aback by Keatle's request, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Mercenaries are wanderers, solving requests across the world, their lives filled with danger and uncertainty. Some romanticize the life of a mercenary, but in reality, they're the lowest class for those who can't verify their identities. Even skilled mercenaries often die in uncharted dungeons. They're just sacrificial lambs for the dirtiest jobs. That's why the bottom of mercenary society is vulgar, dirty, and noisy. Meanwhile, a man shouts in anger, furious that he was touched by another. The aggressor strikes the man, the sound of the blow echoing through the mercenary guild office. The man who was struck questions if they want to fight. The aggressor yells back, calling the other man a little rut. Two patrons place bets on who will win the fight, one betting on the big guy on the right, the other on the left. Amidst the chaos, Rosa inquires about the new recruits. She sighed. The receptionist Rosa found the current applicants hopeless. They were all a bunch of something, she thought, cutting off the thought. The mercenaries were all weirdos. A lunatic who called himself a paladin, and even a thief were among the applicants. The priestess seemed decent, though, a small light in the darkness of the mercenary guild's applicant pool. But since she serves someone like that, she's not very trusted, Rosa thought, her shoulders slumping in disappointment. Is that so? That's a shame, she thought, the words echoing in her mind. Rosa sighed. No capable people were joining, and the dumb mercenaries kept fighting every day, she thought, resting her head on her hands. If only a cool and handsome prince on a white horse would appear and take her away from this receptionist job, she dreamed. Meanwhile, a door creaked open, a new arrival stepping into the mercenary guild, unaware of the internal strife. Rosa's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she looked up from her desk. She looked up, startled by the sudden arrival, her expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. A man with silver hair looked around, a smile on his face. "Is this the guild office?" he asked. A fight broke out between two men. One of them realized, wait, is that a barbarian? Three men react with shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The barbarian stands with his arms crossed, a slight smile playing on his lips. Rosa seems surprised by his request. She asks what his purpose is for becoming a mercenary. The barbarian explains that he heard he could get his identity verified as a mercenary. Rosa confirms this, but notes that to get his identity verified as a mercenary, that's correct. She warns him that he'll need quite a lot of achievements. She asks if that's okay. Rosa states that she will register him as a mercenary for 5 fairy tales. She then asks what his name and age are. He responds that it's Keatle, and as for age, he doesn't know. Rosa types on a keyboard, stating that she'll keep her expectations moderate. The sound of typing fills the air. She presents Keatle with his mercenary badge, explaining that it symbolizes his status as a mercenary, so he shouldn't lose it. He seemed eager to begin, already anticipating the challenges ahead. Keatle wondered aloud what kind of requests were available to him. Rosa confirmed that he was asking about requests before explaining the current options. Rosa presented the available requests to Keatle, who listened intently. Keatle seemed surprised by the limited options, questioning if that was all. The request list, labeled Rank F, included tasks such as herb gathering and basement cleaning. Rosa explained that as an F-rank mercenary, the available requests were limited, causing her some concern. Rosa continued, explaining that starting with simple requests and building up achievements would help him raise his rank, but Keatle declared he would do it. Rosa seemed worried, wondering if he was truly okay with the available requests. The request list showed the available F-rank tasks, including sewer maintenance and night patrol. Rosa asked Keatle if he was okay with the requests, but Keatle dismissed her concerns, stating they were not a problem. He inquired about the location of the herbs needed for the request. The response came quickly. The herbs could be found just outside the village. A hand appeared, presenting a drawing. "They look like this." Keatle took the drawing, nodding. "Got it. I'll be right back." A nearby server stammered, seemingly flustered by Keatle's presence. The Ashen Barbarian held the drawing, his expression focused on the task ahead. He turned and headed for the door, ready to begin the herb gathering. Meanwhile, two chibi servers reacted with exaggerated expressions, clearly impressed by Ketel. The world seemed to shimmer with a magical energy. The forest beckoned, promising adventure and unknown challenges. The herbs, vibrant and full of life, awaited their collection. He considered the herbs, noting their effectiveness for treating wounds. Elsewhere, Kane examined the herbs, finding their appearance unusual. Kane confirmed that he had packed sun protection, ready to begin his first mission as a mercenary. Kane stood confidently, a scroll tucked under his arm, ready for the task ahead. Meanwhile, the Ashen Barbarian continued his work, gathering the herbs. About an hour later at the mercenary assembly hall, Ketel arrived, placing the herbs into a large bag with a thud. Kane smiled, pleased with the amount of herbs Ketel had gathered. Rosa watched, impressed by the sheer volume of herbs. She wondered if he was an intellectual criminal. Rosa's eyes widened, surprised by the amount of herbs. Kane commented that the herbs were very good, noting that most mercenaries carelessly ripped them out, causing their value to plummet. Kane stated that even if he looked the way he did, he was quite confident in his delicacy. Kane praised Ketel's good work and gave him 1 silver coin as a reward for the request. The amount of bread was barely enough for the cheapest meal, but he was still satisfied. It was the first money Ketel had earned honestly, a small reward for his efforts. The legendary barbarian was a little moved by the gesture, a rare display of emotion. The quest giver asked if the captain could give him the next request right away. The quest giver was surprised by the barbarian's request, her eyes widening in surprise. The captain held the reward in his hand, a small token of appreciation for his efforts. The quest giver wondered why the captain looked so happy with such a small reward. The quest giver thought the new mercenary seemed weird this time, her expression showing her confusion. After herb gathering, the man with blonde hair notes that it's already the 3rd cleaning task. The Ashen Barbarian wonders if he perhaps likes cleaning. The Ashen Barbarian's foot steps forward. The woman with red hair states that she came to clean the warehouse. The Ashen Barbarian smiles. The woman with red hair, seemingly terrified, asks if he is the owner. The Ashen Barbarian responds, asking yes, why yes. The next task was street cleaning, so the Ashen Barbarian held a broom and swept the ground. He found that controlling his strength was difficult at first. The Ashen Barbarian smiled. The task resolved without major issues. Meanwhile, an old man peered through binoculars, wondering what Ketel was doing. He thought Ketel was clearly superhuman. The man with the binoculars mused that Ketel could influence an entire kingdom if he wished. A barbarian doing trivial errands. He continued to sweep, though he was careful not to do it too roughly. Ketel pushed the broom, sweeping the dust into a pan. The old man watching him was confused. The observer wondered what on earth Ketel was doing. The Ashen Barbarian smiled, finding the task fulfilling. Why was he doing it? Birds chirped in the trees. He clenched his fist, a quiet ugh escaping his lips. The bare foot landed on the wooden floor with a soft thud. He exhaled, the weight of the coin bag evident in his posture. The text box indicated this was his reward for completing 15 missions. The blonde woman stated the payment was 15 silver coins. The bag of coins was placed on the table. Sir Ketel smiled, a genuine expression of gratitude lighting his face. He accepted the payment, thanking the woman and promising to return tomorrow. A subtle smile played on his lips. He wondered if he should start the 2nd day in civilization. Elsewhere, a woman was crying, her face buried in her hands. The townsfolk watched, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension as something approached from above. He towered over the maid, his imposing figure casting a long shadow in the midday sun. His heavy boots crunched on the cobblestone street. The Ashen Barbarian's gaze swept over the building before him, a slight furrow in his brow. The building stood tall and inviting, a haven of knowledge amidst the bustling town. A bell hung above the door, promising a quiet sanctuary within. He thought to himself, a library? A woman with round glasses greeted him with a nervous smile, her voice wavering slightly as she began, "Welcome, Dash." Her cheerful facade crumbled as she looked up, her eyes widening in terror at the sight of the barbarian's shadowy form. "Hikkk," she gasped. Meanwhile, a soft, ethereal light filled the air, hinting at the magic that permeated this world. Stacks of books lined the shelves, their pages filled with countless stories and forgotten knowledge. Ketel perused the pages of an open book, a faint smile playing on his lips as he absorbed the information. He continued to read, oblivious to the librarian's fearful gaze fixed upon him from across the room. He could not see him, but the old man with the hood could definitely sense his presence. The Ashen Barbarian read, a question forming in his mind. Was the barbarian from the snowfield more cultured than ordinary barbarians? Sir Ketel continued to read, wondering if that barbarian was truly special compared to the others. The book, titled History, closed with a soft thud. So, the Empire had finally won. A few years ago, Mylina came to the snowfield, saying she was going to sell weapons to a kingdom at war with the Empire. It seemed the war ended in the Empire's victory. The current empire appeared to be very powerful, and the Varkan kingdom was also in a kind of vassal state. The empire was devouring half of the human world and advancing more aggressively, its influence spreading like a plague. It was almost as if it was trying to swallow the entire world, consuming everything in its path. Ketil paused, considering the empire's ambition of conquering the world. He thought, well, enough about human affairs. Now, he really wanted to look into something else. His gaze fell upon a book titled Non-Human Races, a new subject of interest. Ketil picked up the book, a book that summarized non-human races, and began to read about the fantasies described within. The book detailed the dwarven caves of Mantamia and the fairy village of Pisarapia. It also described the floating city of the Celestials, Lagimiria, and an unknown location. The sanctuary of all elves, Elfos Sagrado, was a sacred place inaccessible to anyone, its location unknown to everyone. He realized he'd gained the incredible qualification to go to the Elven Sanctuary. Ketil wondered if there were more places like the White Snowfield. The book spoke of the Abyss, a place that doesn't allow human access, filled with anomalies and twisted entities. There were many abysses, but 5 especially large ones existed in this world, including the abyss that colors all things tranquil, the Silent Forest. Another was the abyss that drags the world into evil, the Bottomless Pit. The abyss where primates breathe and live, the Deep Sea. And the abyss where nothing exists, the Deep Hole. And the White Snowfield. Terrible monsters called anomalies dwell within the abyss, but they cannot enter the human world. He gazed out at the landscape, a question forming in his mind. Even the White Snowfield itself was enormous in size. Ketil mused, thinking there were multiple places, not just one. A woman sat at her desk, startled by something unseen. Ketil stood before her, a smile on his face. The woman seemed relieved, stating that he had learned enough. The sun shone brightly on a distant landscape. Rosa asked Ketil what kind of missions they had today. She seemed happy to see him, noting that he was here. The Ashen Barbarian smiled, ready for the task at hand. Meanwhile, Kane's expression was grim as he observed something, finding it peculiar. Swordmaster Kane, cloaked and hooded, resolved to face him himself. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, the town lay quiet, unaware of the events unfolding. Boots crunched on the cobblestone street, the sound echoing in the night air. Ketil smirked, thinking to himself, I completed over a dozen requests today. The Ashen Barbarian considered the weight of the coin pouch, thinking that even trivial requests add up. He continued his stroll through the town, unaware of the presence lurking behind him. The hooded figure paused, watching Ketil from a distance, his intentions unclear. The hooded figure's gaze intensified, his eyes narrowed beneath the shadows of his hood. The hooded figure maintained his distance, his presence a silent question mark in the night. The hooded figure thought to himself, someone's been tailing me all day? What? Ketil's eyes narrowed, realizing he was being watched. He noticed me, he wondered. The hooded figure was surprised, thinking, I definitely hid my presence with aura. The hooded figure, now exposed, wondered if Ketil could be a thief, despite his efforts to conceal his presence. He is on full alert, senses heightened, ready for anything. Elsewhere, Kane observes, a question forming in his mind. Ketil muses that silence means yes, assuming thieves still exist despite the security. Kane wonders if Ketil would believe him if he claimed to be a swordmaster. Kane thinks the economy must be bad if he has to resort to theft. Ketil considers that subduing the old man would make for a good report. He remains vigilant, his hand hovering near his weapon. Kane is surprised by Ketil's awareness. This might actually be a good opportunity, Kane thinks, since Ketil mistakes him for a thief. Kane decides that clashing head-on to gauge Ketil's strength and identity might be a good method. A heavy foot descends, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent space. Kane stumbles, his eyes widening as he feels a sudden shift in the air. A swift motion blurs through the air, targeting the back of Kane's neck. The cloaked figure looms, its presence a silent threat in the dimly lit space. Kane's eyes dart around, confusion etched on his face. He disappeared. The cloaked figure closes in, a series of red marks appearing behind Kane. What? A hand reaches out, energy crackling around its fingertips as it aims for his neck. The cloaked figure thinks, if I stay like this, my neck will be grabbed. Kane is surrounded by a green aura, his expression shifting to one of alarm as the attack connects. Kane grunts as the force of the blow lands. Oh ho! Kane smirks, acknowledging the speed of his attacker. You're pretty fast. Kane's smile widens, the green aura intensifying around him as he prepares to retaliate. He unleashes a burst of green energy to defend himself. Kane is shocked by the speed of the attack. He almost got caught. The old man remains standing, despite the force of the blow. He couldn't sense any aura flow from him at all. Ketil smiles, finding the situation interesting. He notes Kane's pure human body. Kane is still surprised by how fast Ketil moved. This is no longer a test. The old man prepares to go all out, unleashing more of his green aura. Ketel is caught off guard by Kane's sudden burst of power. The air crackles with energy as the two warriors clash, the outcome uncertain. Kane grabs Ketel, his eyes glowing with power as he seizes the advantage. The two men are locked in a close embrace, the intensity of their battle evident on their faces. Kane is shocked that Ketel expanded his senses. He wonders how he cannot react. Ketel is caught, realizing this isn't just about senses. He struggles in Kane's grip. He was stuck, as if his arm was trapped in solid rock. What kind of power was this? Kane couldn't even compete in a strength match. Then, he decided he would release it. Kane began to unleash his strength. His strength was at full power. Ketel watched, intrigued. A light? Kane wondered what was happening. He released a burst of energy. The power surged through him. The energy exploded outwards. Kane moved with incredible speed. The green energy crackled around his hand. Thieves these days have all sorts of techniques, the captain thought. Ketel asked why he kept calling him a thief. Only those who've reached the highest level among first-class warriors can materialize mana, wrapping it around their body. The captain wonders if someone like him would resort to theft, but Kane seems to genuinely believe it's a thief's technique. Kane pauses, his expression unreadable as he considers the situation before them. He explains that materialized mana can tear even the hardest steel to shreds, and a human body should crumble beyond recognition the moment it touches it. The Ashen Barbarian smiles confidently, seemingly unfazed by Kane's explanation of the mana's destructive power. Kane wonders aloud what kind of body can withstand materialized mana barehanded. Kane states that Ketel is using something mysterious, his hand now gripping the hilt of his sword. The Ashen Barbarian stands firm, his boots planted on the ground, as he declares that it's time to end this. With a swift motion, Kane draws his sword, the metal glinting in the dim light. Kane's eyes widen in disbelief, while Ketel smirks, anticipating the coming clash. The blade is now fully drawn, ready to strike, as Kane prepares to test the limits of Ketel's mysterious resilience. The captain watches with concern as Kane lunges forward, sword raised high, ready to strike the Ashen Barbarian. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the attack began. Kane's teeth grit, a grimace twisting his face. He focused, his finger twitching as he prepared to unleash his power. Kane's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. Ketel remained still, seemingly unfazed by the impending attack. Kane's expression shifted to one of shock, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He thought, so this is as far as I go. Elsewhere, a soft thud echoed in the night. A figure watched from the shadows, muttering. The thief gripped a small pouch, their eyes gleaming with interest. The thief thought, so this is what a thief in a fantasy world is like. The soldier in red armor stares in disbelief, sweat dripping down his face. A hand clutches a green robe, pulling the wearer along a stone path. Captain hauls the captured man along, the latter looking dejected. The soldier wonders what is happening and why Swordmaster Kane is here. The soldier's face contorts in anger, demanding to know what happens now that the thief has been caught. Captain thinks that handing him over to the guards will be recognized as a mercenary's accomplishment. The soldier is dumbfounded, his expression a mask of confusion. The soldier is shocked by the sight, realizing that a person who has reached the highest realm of superhuman strength is being apprehended by a barbarian. The soldier realizes that Captain is apprehending Kane, the swordmaster, in a very humbling posture. A man with silver hair states that the person is not a thief, and seems like a known criminal. His boots stood firmly on the ground, awaiting whatever came next. The soldier in red armor bowed his head. He greeted Kane, the only swordmaster in the kingdom of Gehent. A man with a beard looked up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The soldier's words echoed in the mind of neutral Kane, who was labeled as a thief. The man thought to himself that this person couldn't be a thief. The soldier in red armor stood firm, stating that he wouldn't mistake the swordmaster's face, or could he be a mage? The man with the beard wondered who's pretending to be someone else. The man considered if it was possible that swordmaster was just a nickname for a thief. What did he mean? The soldier asked if he was a real swordmaster, and the man replied with a simple, yeah. The soldier and neutral Kane were in a room, and the soldier was thinking about something. If he's a high-ranking mage. The man with the beard was shocked. Sir Kane was defeated? The atmosphere hung heavy, thick with unspoken anxieties and grim anticipation. A voice, laced with regret, broke the silence. He offered an apology, lamenting his failure to listen until the end. The man with white hair and a fur collar appeared troubled, his brow furrowed with concern. Neutral Kane admitted his own fault in the matter, regretting his silence. The scene was somber, the two figures seated in ornate chairs, their postures reflecting the gravity of the news. A man in a red suit questioned the unfolding events, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Neutral Kane confessed he had anticipated Kane challenging the barbarian, but never expected him to lose. The man with silver hair confirmed that Neutral Kane had indeed lost to the barbarian, though the full story remained unclear. The man with white hair and a fur collar considered the implications. The barbarian was stronger than a swordmaster. Neutral Kane's recent ascension to swordmaster, a relatively low rank among superhumans, was mentioned. The man with white hair and a fur collar realized that this meant Neutral Kane was an uncontrollable existence. Neutral Kane felt a headache coming on, sensing some misunderstandings, and decided to step aside. Then, the sound of footsteps echoed through the ornate chamber. The scene shifts to a wide view of the room, showing the two figures seated at a table. The barbarian looks on, listening intently to Kane. The older man's expression is unreadable. Kane lifts his teacup, his face etched with a deep sense of humiliation. He finds it difficult to accept his defeat. He reflects on the perfect defeat, one that words could not describe. His pride was wounded, leaving him feeling like a worn-out rag. Setting down his tea, Kane declares, "Let me introduce myself properly. I am Kane, the swordmaster." Kane's expression is serious as he looks directly forward, ready to continue. The barbarian leans forward, questioning, "Is the family name Swordmaster?" The moment you reach the realm of a swordmaster, human titles no longer matter. The barbarian listens intently, his brow furrowed. He asks Kane, "But was what you showed me Swordmaster's technique?" Kane's eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He seems to be preparing to demonstrate something. Kane extends his hand, a swirling green energy coalescing in his palm. The barbarian is surprised by the display of power. He recalls thinking it was a thief's technique at first, so he didn't pay much attention. He mused that if it was a swordmaster's technique, it was interesting. It was the embodiment of mystery or aura. A faint green glow emanated from the swordmaster's hands, swirling with unseen energy. The legendary barbarian's eyes widened as he seemed to recognize something within the swirling energy. Was that what was back then? Mana. His face lit up with a sudden realization, as if a missing piece of a puzzle had finally clicked into place. The barbarian leaned forward, his voice filled with curiosity. "How can you use that?" he asked, gesturing towards the green energy. Kane explained that, technically, one needed to control and manifest mystery to use it effectively. The green energy pulsed gently in his palm. The barbarian's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding crossing his features. An image appeared, illustrating that mystery refers to the energy of the mystic itself, and handling it as aura makes you a swordsman. Kane elaborated that if you use it as mana, you become a mage, further clarifying the nature of this mysterious energy. It was then explained that both mages and swordsmen can manipulate mystery, highlighting its versatility. The barbarian looked at Kane, surprised. Kane admitted that, embarrassingly, he was still accumulating insufficient knowledge. The barbarian, now glowing with purple energy, pleaded with Kane to teach him, eager to learn more about this power. He seemed unsure, sweat dripping down his face as he waited for an answer. Kane tilted his head, a cloud of confusion forming around him. He asked, was there a reason he wanted to be taught? The barbarian countered, questioning if Kane wasn't stronger than him. The barbarian admitted he knew nothing about the mystery or swordsmanship Kane mentioned. He merely wielded them blindly. Kane affirmed that he was a sword master, but even in defeat, he hadn't drawn his sword. He would teach the barbarian about swords and show him their greatness. Kane, with renewed resolve, declared he would recover his shattered pride through swordsmanship. The sword master reiterated that he was a sword master who wielded a sword. The barbarian explained that he couldn't show his full strength without wielding one. Kane, remembering something, thought it strange that he was called a sword master with such weak strength. He realized it was because he couldn't use a sword. The barbarian found it strange how Kane was called a sword master with just that much strength. He muttered that Kane was a son of a bitch. Kane stated that if he had used a sword, he might have one. He wondered if he could truly win if he used a sword. The barbarian looked forward to finding out. Kane felt the weight of his pride. He thought he should really be able to recover it, right? Or maybe it would just get even more crushed. Before regression, the figure had learned swordsmanship, practicing with focused intent. But this is real fantasy swordsmanship, a bizarre technique that wields a mystic aura. This is true fantasy swordsmanship. The biggest characteristic of mystic arts is the materialization of strength and intent, Neutral Kane explained. So that knight was your disciple? Neutral Kane had seen the sword strokes split into 3, all of them real attacks. Ah, so that's the materialization you mean. It's more about technique than strength, the barbarian stated. Neutral Kane confirmed that was correct. Swordsmanship is about combining the sword and aura to wield mysticism, Neutral Kane explained. Those who reach the end are called sword masters. Neutral Kane held his sword, a green aura emanating from the blade. Why yes, it's hard to believe, Neutral Kane admitted, seemingly impressed by the barbarian's understanding. He explained that if he were to describe the materialization of illusion and reality, it might not make sense. The silver-haired man moved with practiced ease, a green aura emanating from his blade as he began to demonstrate directly. The sword flashed, a streak of emerald light cutting through the air as the technique unfolded with swift precision. The green aura solidified, forming a cage-like structure of pure energy, a testament to the swordsman's skill. The legendary barbarian watched, a visible exclamation mark of surprise appearing beside his head as the sword strokes began. The single strike multiplied, splitting into 5 distinct and deadly paths of energy, each carrying the force of the original blow. The 5 strikes impacted the ground with tremendous force, leaving a cratered landscape in their wake, a testament to the technique's destructive power. The narrator explained that there are many techniques to create illusions using aura, a fundamental aspect of swordsmanship. Kane clarified that materializing these illusions was only possible with his unique swordsmanship, a blend of skill and mystical power. The barbarian acknowledged the mysterious technique, his eyes wide with wonder as he asked Kane what he thought of it. The silver-haired man's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he processed the question. He stares at the barbarian, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. The legendary barbarian's words hang in the air, utter nonsense. He reflects on his swordsmanship, a skill honed through a lifetime of dedication. It was a technique he could barely replicate himself. Kane decides to show him directly. It would be faster than trying to explain it. The neutral man hoists a massive axe over his shoulder, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The legendary barbarian's eyes widen slightly. An axe? He takes a step forward, his footfalls echoing on the stone floor. Kane swings the axe in a wide arc, the weapon whistling through the air. The axe blurs as it moves, a whirlwind of steel and fury. The legendary barbarian's eyes narrow, trying to follow the movements. Sword strokes? The neutral man moves with incredible speed, the axe a blur of motion. Kane is just moving fast with brute strength. The axe strikes the ground with earth-shattering force. The barbarian stumbles backward, barely able to keep his footing amidst the destruction. A burst of energy emanates from the axe, a visual testament to its power. Kane's eyes widen, his mouth agape as he seems to be yelling in surprise. The axe blade gleams, a sharp edge cutting through the air with a distinctive sound. The legendary barbarian smiles, holding the axe over his shoulder with a confident air. The captain asks Kane what he thinks of the demonstration he just witnessed. Kane explains that he clearly swung, as if materializing illusion and reality simultaneously. He almost fell for it because of overwhelming strength and speed. Kane states that what the captain did was just swinging and that there's no technique in it. Kane admits that the result is similar, but swordsmanship is for actual combat. The captain wonders if there's no big difference. Isn't that enough? He is sweating. Kane thinks that it's not wrong, but his pride is hurt. Kane asks the captain how about this as he grips the axe. Kane unleashes another technique, a flurry of green energy surrounding him as he moves. Energy crackled, a display of raw power and precise control. Multiple bodies? The technique seemed to defy the very laws of nature. The air shimmered with displaced energy, a visible distortion. The technique manifested, a swirling vortex of leaves and light. The ground trembled, the force of the technique evident. The technique left a crater in its wake, the sheer power on display. He explained that this separation of the body was created by controlling aura to its limit. Kane watched the barbarian closely, awaiting his reaction to the display. The legendary barbarian was asked if he could replicate it. Captain's feet were firmly planted, his gaze fixed on the crater. The barbarian stood his ground, considering the technique's intricacies. Captain gripped his axe, a determined glint in his eyes. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, each movement imbued with power. Kane's eyes widen, his expression shifting to disbelief. The energy crackles, a visual testament to the technique's intensity. The legendary barbarian's movements create a swirling vortex of force. Dark energy coalesces, forming a sphere of concentrated power. The vortex intensifies, the air vibrating with unseen energy. Kane struggles to comprehend what he is witnessing. What do you think? Captain stands firm, the embodiment of raw power and focused intent. Kane's face is etched with disbelief as he thinks. My swordsmanship. The old man is shaken to his core, the foundation of his beliefs crumbling. Built over a lifetime, the weight of the moment hangs heavy, a lifetime of experience challenged. Kane kneels, utterly defeated. This is impossible. He was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Captain stood tall, his expression unreadable as he considered Kane's reaction. The barbarian's feet were firmly planted, yet he seemed unimpressed by the display. Kane's face contorted, a mix of awe and disbelief etched into every line. Captain towered over the kneeling Kane, who insisted that it wasn't proper swordsmanship. Kane's expression shifted to one of intense focus, realizing the swordsmanship was real. The value of his swordsmanship was never low, Kane thought, his eyes widening. Materializing illusion and reality was a technique only he could achieve in this world, the text declared. Cain exclaimed that the barbarian was the crazy one, realizing this wasn't a problem with his technique. Captain remained stoic as Cain considered the implications of moving so fast without using aura. Cain asked if Captain could teach him the true meaning of his technique. Cain's eyes widened, and he apologized, seemingly realizing he had overstepped. He admits to being a little emotional. Captain stands before him, listening intently to what he has to say. Captain clears his throat, preparing to speak. To truly master any technique, one must first understand how to handle aura. The legendary barbarian explains that to handle aura, one must first realize the mystery, a green glow emanating from his hand. No mage, swordsman, or which can reach the highest level without realizing the mystery, the captain thinks to himself. Cain considers this, thinking that divine power is separate. Their miracles are granted directly by the gods, having little to do with others' abilities. A nun stands before a shadowy figure. Cain seems to be surprised by this information. The only ones who can do so are those who. Mystery is just as it sounds, the mystical power one possesses. How you wield it determines everything. So, handling aura, gaining mana, controlling spirits. To gain the power of fantasy, the first step is to understand that mystery. There are 5 stages of mystery. He explained that the most basic stage is the detection of mystery, a state of knowing, realizing, and sensing. The barbarian listened intently, considering the implications of Cain's words about sensing mystery. Only those with talent, Cain continued, could even sense it, emphasizing the rarity of the ability. Those who could detect mystery, the old man stated, are commonly called third-rate, the lowest of classifications. Depending on their ability to handle mystery, 5 grades are assigned, each represented by a distinct emblem. The lowest of these grades, Cain clarified, is third-rate, the initial step in understanding mystery. Commonly, these are the 5 classifications: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, superhuman, and hero, each a distinct level of mastery. The legendary barbarian recalled a time, a memory surfacing as he considered the implications of these classifications. Cain explained that it's just a classification for convenience, but the gaps between each level are vast and not perfectly distinct. Just knowing this concept is enough, Cain stated, as the barbarian acknowledged that he understood, and then suggested they begin. The old man with the beard looked on, ready to continue the lesson. To sense the mystery, one must awaken a perception never before accessed, the observing man thought. Open your senses fully. Feel the breeze on your skin. Feel the ground beneath your feet. Sense the distinct presence moving through that space. The barbarian sat in meditation, attempting to heed the advice. He felt nothing. Cain watched the barbarian, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. I thought someone as strong as he would sense it easily, Cain remarked. It's not always the case, but those with strength beyond mana tend to sense the mystery better. Are you an odd one, even among the white snow field? No one around me has ever been able to sense this mystery thing, Cain knew. He listens to Cain, who explains that feeling the mystery isn't easy at first. Cain says he'll try channeling energy directly to help him open the path. The barbarian seems surprised by Cain's offer. Cain confirms that he will do something like that. Cain declares that they will begin, and the barbarian nervously agrees. Cain begins channeling mana. Cain focuses intently. Cain instructs him to relax completely and turn his senses inward. Cain tells the barbarian to feel the mana he's sending in. The barbarian is shocked by the sensation. Cain continues, noting how dense the barbarian's muscles are, like solid stone. The barbarian is overwhelmed by the mana. He is questioned about his very nature, if he is even human. Cain apologizes, admitting he got distracted by something unknown. Cain steels himself, ready to begin the process. The neutral begins to channel the aura, focusing his energy. Cain's voice echoes, calling out his own name as he seeks to find a path. Normally, that's not too difficult. The flow of aura intensifies around Cain. The neutral wonders what is happening. Cain watches the barbarian, stating that it is not to be exact. Cain realizes he can't reach it. The barbarian is shown in detail. The aura flows outward, yet it touches nothing, senses nothing. It's like swimming blind in a bottomless abyss, unable to find purchase. Or being crushed under pressure in a void, with no escape. Cain's eyes narrow in frustration. It's not working. The barbarian looks up, confused by Cain's words. Cain's frustration mounts. He asks, "You mean, not working? Are you saying I lack the talent?" Cain grits his teeth, the effort of channeling taking its toll. Cain clarifies, "No, it's not that, but just flowing aura into your body within you." The diagram shows the path to grasp the mystery. You must find the path within and awaken the slumbering force. The barbarian sits on the ground, listening to Cain. "I'm aware of that, but..." The barbarian's eyes widen in surprise. "What?" He was asked if he could sense the mystery at all. The barbarian looked surprised, his eyes widening slightly. Kane stated that he couldn't even confirm it, his expression serious. The barbarian's brow furrowed, concern etched on his face. Kane explained that the aura has to reach deep inside to find a mystery path, but his was too dense. The old man elaborated, saying that it didn't even reach his core, a first for him. Kane wondered if even a sword master couldn't reach it. His eyes narrowed in thought. The barbarian asked if he could obtain the mystery, but Kane wouldn't say, unable to confirm anything. Kane suggested that he could try consulting other sword masters more skilled with aura. Or, Kane added, he could even visit the magic tower. The barbarian stated that if he couldn't, it was fine, as there was still a possibility. Still, he acknowledges that he has learned a lot through this. Kane thanks the barbarian, his expression unreadable. Every barbarian he had met, until now, was uncontrollable, a memory flashes. They lived by pillage, craving nothing but alcohol and violence. That's why they were shunned by all. But this one is different, Kane thinks. He asks if the barbarian has ever considered settling in this kingdom. The barbarian asks what Kane means by that. The old man extends his hand, awaiting a response. Kane clarifies that he means pledging loyalty and receiving an official rank. With his strength, the barbarian could earn a great position. It's tempting, the barbarian thinks, his eyes cast downward. But he'll have to refuse, the barbarian thinks. He has no intention of. Elsewhere, if he could secure this barbarian for the royal court, someone thinks, their eyes glowing with power. They might just break free from the empire's rule, the crowned figure thinks, their face obscured by shadow. Kane sniffles, awaiting the barbarian's answer. I live, the barbarian declares, a smug look on his face. He states that he is acting only for his own amusement. A man's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable as he considers the implications. The barbarian stands before Kane, who acknowledges that he understands the situation. Kane expresses his gratitude to an unseen figure, the cracked earth beneath their feet a silent testament to recent conflict. The barbarian declares that he won't forget this moment, his expression unreadable. Another man observes, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of silence. A lone figure walks down a long, ornate hallway, their destination unknown. The man reflects on his foolish thought that he could control the barbarian. It's impossible for anyone to control him, as the barbarian acts on his own will. Deep down, he follows only his own thoughts, and his intentions remain unreadable. In some ways, that makes him even more troublesome than the others, a creature of the abyss. A barbarian of the white snowfield. Kane's expression was one of deep concern, his brow furrowed as he listened intently. The silver-haired advisor questioned the wisdom of the emperor's ambitions. Conquering the abyss of all things? The camera panned down, showing Kane from a distance. He wondered just what the emperor was thinking. The emperor, Ketil, sat upon his throne, hands clasped. He affirmed that his majesty truly wanted to conquer the abyss. Kane, standing before a large table, argued that all the scouting missions were just getting people killed needlessly. The advisor looked down at the table, his tone incredulous. He asked Ketil if he was serious. Kane confirmed that he was serious, musing that maybe Ketil thought he was some reincarnated hero from legend. The text bubble simply stated that they would deal with it later, regardless of the situation. Kane crossed his arms, retorting that they hadn't even unified the human lands yet. The emperor's gaze was resolute, his expression unwavering. He declared that that day would come eventually. Kane acknowledged that the place was imperial territory, so they could be summoned any time. It was best to be prepared. Kane slumped back in his chair, massaging his temples. He muttered that the emperor was half mad, and that it was a headache. He appeared troubled, his brow furrowed, as if grappling with a difficult truth. Kane's expression hardened, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Are the rumors true? He asked, his voice low. A subordinate confirmed the worst. Yes, more and more demon sightings are being reported, he said, his face etched with worry. The situation worsened. Dungeon breakouts were also spiking, adding to the growing chaos. It was not confirmed yet, but some whispered that the abyss's corruption was leaking out, twisting creatures into monstrous forms. Something was happening, and whatever it was, it couldn't be good for humanity, as a winged demon stood tall. Kane's eyes widened slightly, a subtle shift in his usually stoic demeanor. Then again, maybe the strangest thing was already here, a silent threat looming. Ketil's gaze narrowed, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications. Kane turned to the Ashen Barbarian, seeking his perspective. What do you think? He inquired, his voice laced with concern. At the very least, it was not hostile toward them, Kane observed, but beyond that, the future remained uncertain. He walked along the cobblestone street, the sounds of his footsteps echoing. He noticed a woman and child staring at him, their expressions a mix of surprise and alarm. A man with a brown hat stared, his face etched with shock as he took in the barbarian's appearance. His expression remained unreadable. He thought, alarmed because of his clothes. He realized, maybe it's because he's not wearing proper clothes. The beast leather vest is great, but it's hardly civilized attire. They probably think he's crazy and don't want to get close. Fine. He clenched his fist, a determined look on his face. He decided, let's buy civilized clothes. A bell chimed as Kane greeted a new customer, a mannequin standing ready to display the shop's wares. Kane's eyes widened, a visible shock rippling across his face. He declared his intentions, the silver-haired barbarian stating plainly that he wished to buy clothes. The shopkeeper paused, considering the unusual request. Kane apologized, explaining that they didn't seem to have clothes in his size, a problematic situation. The shopkeeper offered to make custom clothes if he could give them time, a solution Keatle found agreeable. Kane assured him that they would contact him when the clothes were done. He imagined a fiery scenario, contemplating what would happen if he didn't like the finished clothes. He wondered what this new development could mean. Keatle, on his way to the guild, pauses, a question forming in his mind. A small, blue bead rests on the stone floor, sparkling faintly. He reaches down, his gloved hand hovering over the mysterious object. The Ashen Barbarian picks up the bead, examining it closely. The bead pulses with an inner light, swirling patterns visible within. His brow furrows, trying to discern its purpose. What could this be? He decides to seek answers. Well, I should ask the guild. Meanwhile, Rosa, the mercenary guild receptionist, stands ready to assist, a question mark floating above her head. A close-up shows the bead resting in his palm. I picked it up on the way here. Keatle explains to Rosa, it doesn't look like an ordinary bead, you see. Rosa peers at the bead, carefully considering its composition. She holds it delicately, her expression thoughtful as she turns it over. Rosa notes that the bead is valuable, though she cannot identify it. It seems to be something beyond her current knowledge. Suddenly, Keatle is startled by something. Rosa's eyes widen, perhaps sensing a shift in the atmosphere. She appears momentarily stunned, her expression blank. He's asked if he's okay. Rosa observes that Keatle seemed entranced by the bead. Keatle dismisses it, but Rosa remains concerned, standing across the table from him. Rosa states that the bead is hard to identify, but she feels a strange aura from it and offers to appraise it for him. The Ashen Barbarian smirks, declining the offered assistance. He prefers to solve his own problems. Keatle is asked if any requests are available. He confirms that they are. The request list is presented. The request list includes tasks like street cleaning, sewer cleaning, weed pulling, and potato digging. The Ashen Barbarian holds a list, but seems uninterested in the tasks. He relaxes, stretching out after a long day. He wonders what the bead is. Keatle recalls that Rosa seemed to lose her mind over the bead. He wonders if it has some special function. The bead seems to call to him. A voice echoes from the bead, beckoning him closer, calling to Keatle's mind. He wonders what this new development could mean, if the bead is guiding him somewhere. The Ashen Barbarian smirks, finding the bead's influence intriguing, even welcome. The bead seems to be giving him a map, a path to follow, perhaps through some kind of domination magic. He considers the implications, weighing the potential benefits and risks. Gazing out the window, Keatle debates whether he should heed the bead's call, unsure of what awaits him. The bead's voice persists, a constant whisper urging him forward, deeper into the unknown. His resolve hardens. He silences any lingering doubts, deciding to follow the bead's guidance. With newfound purpose, he begins his journey, his footsteps echoing with determination. He pauses, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as he approaches his destination. Standing amidst the trees, he wonders if he has arrived at the place the bead has been leading him to. A strange power awakens within him, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. He heard a beckoning call, a voice echoing in the darkness. The Ashen Barbarian answered, his voice booming, seeking the source. Chains shimmered in the darkness, a trap being set. A voice declared Keatle's arrival, labeling him a sacrificial lamb. The voice sneered, deeming the barbarian's size a worthy offering. A monstrous figure loomed, its jaws adorned with a glowing crystal. The time had come, the ritual about to begin. The figure stood upon a summoning circle, ready to receive the offering. During a period of war, when kingdoms fell, an evil mage manipulated emotions and ignited conflicts. But his heinous crimes eventually caught up with him, and the evil mage was subdued by heroes. However, just before he was captured, the evil mage transferred his soul into a life vessel. This allowed him to become a lich, a being that pours its soul into a life vessel and remains eternal. Thus, the once world-conquering evil mage became a lich and planned his resurrection. He settled down near the territory and began to scatter enchanting orbs to gather victims one by one. Having created the core of mana necessary for resurrection, he utilizes his great power again to conquer the world. His goal was steadily approaching success. Meanwhile, a question hangs in the air. Why is the barbarian here? This is a rather remote territory. That's why a being like the barbarian is very out of place here. The man thinks, a question mark floating above his head. Those coming from the north haven't traveled this far. Judging by his size, the lich thinks, Captain would make a fine sacrifice. The skeletal hand clutches the orb, its power designed to deceive those who lack understanding of mystery. Thus, those who enter this place, guided by the orb, will find their perceptions altered, their senses deceived. The Lich observes Captain's glowing image, musing that the barbarian's inability to be deceived might simply be a misunderstanding on his part. The Lich, holding a similar orb, commands the barbarian to come. The orb's purpose is revealed, to become the foundation of the Lich's great resurrection. A sudden sound echoes, a question hanging in the air. Is this it? A figure stands before a massive, imposing wooden door, its destination unknown. Slippers rest on the floor, a sign of someone at ease, or perhaps caught off guard. A face registers shock, eyes wide with sudden realization or impending danger. The Lich extends his hand, an invitation or a threat, his intentions veiled in mystery. He voiced his surprise, seeing a Lich before him. The narration box described the realm that a truly transcendent mage reaches, a being always mentioned as a villain in a fantasy world. Who would have thought he'd actually see a real Lich here? The Lich's skull face contorted in confusion. The Lich questioned if Captain was not deceived by the orb. Captain realized that was how the Lich brought people here. The Lich wondered why he didn't feel any mystery from him, concluding that meant he's just an ordinary barbarian. In other words, the Lich realized Captain must have a mind protection artifact. The Lich remarked that Captain seemed to have gotten lucky enough and obtained it. Captain scoffed, stating there's no such thing. The Lich declared that he would crush Captain with force. The Lich stood tall, flanked by skeletal warriors. The Lich introduced his subordinates. A skeleton lunges forward, its bony limbs propelled by an unseen force. The evil Lich, hidden in a dungeon, seems to be the source of the skeleton's animation. Another skeleton, wielding a crude sword, advances with unnatural speed. I have a rough idea of what's going on. The skeleton's movements are jerky and unnatural, driven by dark magic. The skeleton's attack is swift, a flurry of bone and steel aimed at an unseen target. The Lich's glowing eye burns with malevolent intent, a silent command to his skeletal minions. The skeleton crashes to the ground, its bones scattering as if struck by a powerful blow. Captain observes the scene, his expression thoughtful. It's weaker than I thought. The skeleton's jaw hangs open, a silent scream frozen in bone. The Lich raises his staff, a cruel smile playing on his face. Let's see if you can still move your tongue once I cut off your limbs. More skeletons surround their target, their empty eye sockets fixed with unnatural hunger. I only need him alive. Captain stands ready, his muscles tense. The order rings out. Cut him apart. He clenched his fist, a low grunt escaping his lips as the skeletons closed in. The skeletons lunged, their bony hands and crude weapons aimed at the barbarian. He swung his axe, the impact shattering bone and sending purple energy scattering. Another skeleton fell, its form dissolving into motes of light as the axe struck true. More skeletons pressed their attack, their numbers seemingly endless in the cavernous space. The ground trembled as the skeletons moved, their collective weight and energy creating a palpable vibration. Meanwhile, a skeletal figure with glowing blue eyes watched the battle unfold, a sinister grin on its face. The Lich, Kazan, thought to himself that the head was the key to controlling the undead. The barbarian wondered if it was just skeletons that the Lich could summon. Kazan's glowing eyes intensified, his skeletal grin widening as he prepared to unleash his full power. The barbarian stared at the glowing orb, knowing Kazan would not let him off anymore. A surge of energy emanates from the strange device, pulsing with an eerie light. The energy coalesces, forming the shape of a monstrous skeleton knight, ready to rise. The air crackles with dark energy as the skeletal figure fully materializes. The ground trembles beneath the weight of the newly formed undead warrior. The knight stands tall, a menacing figure of bone and armor. He wonders if it is a skeleton knight. Kazan observes the knight, musing that its stats might be different since it was created by a Lich. You find it interesting. The skeleton knight unleashes a burst of energy, a display of its newfound power. The Lich commands, his voice echoing with dark intent. Kill it. The skeleton knight descends, its glowing eyes fixed on its target. It is a skeleton knight created by a Lich. He clenches his fist, preparing to face the undead warrior. The skeleton knight lunges, its blade crackling with magical energy. Kazan watches the unfolding battle, eager to assess the summoned knight's capabilities. He is looking forward to seeing how durable it is. The skeleton knight unleashes a blast of purple energy towards the legendary barbarian. He braces himself, meeting the attack head-on, his axe raised to deflect the blast. The purple energy explodes outward, a shockwave rippling through the cavern. The barbarian stands firm, unmoved by the force of the blast. Debris rains down as the skeleton knight's attack shatters against an unseen barrier. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the clash. A lingering haze hangs in the air, obscuring the details of the scene. The skeleton knight is knocked back, its skull cracked from the impact. He observes the damage with a critical eye. The barbarian notes, "Oh, it's indeed more durable." Kaizen's eyes glow with power as he commands, "Activate your mana to the limit." The skeleton knight surges with cyan energy, preparing for another attack against the legendary barbarian. The legendary barbarian watched as the skeleton knight's power surged. Cyan energy crackled around the skeleton knight, its empty sockets glowing. The skeleton knight's power intensified, the air shimmering with magical energy. A strange energy crackled around the skeleton knight, its form radiating a chilling aura. The skeleton knight was surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy. The skeleton knight descended, a beam of blue energy striking Keatle, who lay prone on the ground. The voice echoed, revealing the knight's origin, a skeleton knight crafted by a lich. The situation was unusual, but the Ashen Barbarian would not stay down for long. The skeleton knight continued its descent, the blue energy intensifying around it. The skeleton knight moved with unnatural speed, a blur of bone and dark magic. He unleashed a powerful attack, shattering the ground beneath him. The Ashen Barbarian's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on the unnatural foe before him. The skeleton knight's skull-like face seemed to grin, anticipating the coming battle. The air crackled with magical energy, a prelude to the clash that was about to unfold. He is suddenly ensnared as a skeletal hand bursts from the ground, seizing his leg. The Ashen Barbarian glances down, wondering if that is all the attack has to offer. The skeleton knight's face looms as it thinks, "I sense no mystery from this barbarian." A spectral figure appears, musing that if he used an artifact, he'd feel mana, but there's none of that either. It seems that it's entirely the barbarian's raw power. The lich wonders if the barbarian crushing a skeleton knight with brute strength is even possible. Keatle's eyes narrow. The lich decides he will deal with him himself. A sudden force sends the Ashen Barbarian flying backwards. He is caught off guard, exclaiming, "Oh!" The force continues to send him hurtling through the air. Glowing eyes appear in the darkness, asking, "Are you afraid?" "Yes, fear me, barbarian." The lich looms, declaring that he will regret ever setting foot in his sanctuary. He looked around, bewildered. Sir Keatle wondered why the orb had called him here. The lich's robes billowed around him, a dark presence filling the space. The intricate details of the dark fabric hinted at a power both ancient and terrible. Who scattered them? The lich recalled how everyone who showed up was lured in by the orbs he spread. This barbarian was no different. The lich commanded silence, his voice echoing with dark energy. He declared himself the great and mighty sorcerer, destroyer of 5 kingdoms, slayer of heroes. The lich's true name was revealed, Cardos Brainuras Kessis. Keatle seemed confused by the lich's words. He thought to himself, her full name comes to mind. The elf queen Marcelia Hazes Garcia appeared in his thoughts. What's with this world and 2 line names? The lich's perspective shifted, his voice booming. "Become the stepping stone of my resurrection, wretched barbarian." Keatle's body glowed with power as the lich's words echoed around him. A swirling vortex of dark energy began to form, a sign of the lich's growing power. He stood firm, his expression hardening as he prepared to face the lich's onslaught. Keatle's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he focused on the impending battle. A spell takes form, one designed to manipulate human emotion itself. It dredges up a target's darkest thoughts, breaking them from the inside with Kaizen's own original magic. The lich observes, musing that a barbarian who doesn't even have a mystery will fall like the rest. Kaizen wonders aloud what he should do with him. Something seems off about this barbarian. He doesn't appear to be using any artifacts either. The lich decides he'll take him in and study him, ordering the magic to drag him away. The skeletal magic crackles with energy. The magic forms a skeletal construct, ready to ensnare its target. The Ashen Barbarian stands firm, bracing himself against the encroaching magic. The skeletal magic surges forward, seeking to bind him. He narrows his eyes, a violet glow emanating from within. He prepares to strike, his axe ready to meet the lich's magic head-on. It shattered, the skeleton exploding into fragments of bone and magical energy. The lich's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his skeletal face. The spell detonated in a burst of raw power, a shockwave rippling outwards. Kaizen tilted his head, questioning why his magic had failed. Wait, what? The Ashen Barbarian had been watching quietly. Sir Keatle stood over the lich, his expression unreadable. But then you tried the same trick again, using skeletons to grab me? The Emperor looked down at the defeated lich, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The lich's frustration grew, electricity crackling around his staff. He couldn't believe it. A disembodied voice echoed, explaining that humans are emotional beings. The voice continued, stating that even elite warriors carry deep shadows in their hearts, and that's why emotion-based magic never fails. A voice pleaded, "Can't you at least throw a fireball? Magic missile." The Lich wondered how he was still standing, daring to compare his magic to such low-tier spells. A voice echoes, commanding something to come forth from the unknown. The incantation continues, calling for foul tides to rise and take form. Dark energy coalesces, swirling into a vortex of shadows and malice. Kazin stands amidst the chaos, declaring his intent to drown the world in madness. Someone watches with wide, fearful eyes as the ritual unfolds. The dark energy intensifies, swirling around a central point as the summoning nears completion. A skeletal hand reaches out, beckoning all to be consumed by the darkness. The air crackles with power as the final stages of the ritual take hold. Elsewhere, Ketel stands firm, seemingly unaffected by the encroaching darkness. A figure begins to materialize, its form shrouded in shadow and arcane energy. A maniacal laughter erupts, signaling the arrival of the summoned entity. The summoned figure, a skeletal being clad in dark robes, reveals itself with a chilling grin. He declares victory, but a cough racks the Lich's skeletal frame. The dark mage collapses, his body hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Kazin admits that the attack was too much, draining almost all of his mana. The Lich realizes that the barbarian must be impressed with that spell, but he is not. Despite the immense power he unleashed, the Lich remains wary. The Ashen Barbarian stands tall, unfazed by the display of dark magic. Kazin is shocked to see that Ketel is still standing after his attack. The Lich realizes that the attack was the strongest dark magic in his arsenal. The Ashen Barbarian recalls that even a mighty hero would have had his mind shattered. Ketel wonders who this man is, impressed but unaffected by the attack. The Lich prepares his best move, his glowing eyes fixed on Ketel. Ketel grips his axe tightly, ready to strike. He stands ready, his eyes narrowed, prepare to meet whatever comes next. The Ashen Barbarian's expression hardens. Ketel declares that it is his turn now. The skeletal visage of Kazin looms, his gaze fixed, as if peering into the depths of something unseen. The Ashen Barbarian stands, his axe resting on his shoulder, a picture of imposing strength. Kazin declares that Ketel came knowing who he was, and the barbarian confirms it. The Lich's words hang heavy in the air. Sir Ketel's expression is one of utter confusion, question marks practically floating around his head. The Lich's face contorts in what could be described as a manic grin, his words echoing with dark intent. Kazin vows to break the blade that points towards him and rule the world once more. He also mentions a human pen deep within the Empire. The narration speaks of special talents raised there, implying the barbarian is a product of that place. A blade trained solely to kill him, an assassin dispatched from the Empire, a deadly threat looms. Kazin, or rather, Cardos Brenluras Kesses, declares his identity with a chilling resonance. The eye of Kazin burns with an unholy light, promising death and the overthrow of the Empire. The Ashen Barbarian's brow furrows, wondering if Kazin has lost his mind. A surge of mystical energy crackled through the air, a prelude to the coming storm. The source of the energy seemed to emanate from an ornate, glowing jar. Suddenly, the Ashen Barbarian found himself assaulted by the jar's power. A disembodied voice echoed, demanding, "Hand over your body." The force slammed into Ketel, a brutal, spiritual blow. A dark intent filled the Ashen Barbarian's eyes as a voice declared its plan to devour his mind. Kazin's spectral form hovered, declaring that once he took over, he would no longer be a Lich and would use that body for the rest of his life. The Lich revealed that there was no more time to hide his methods. A sinister chuckle escaped Ketel as the possession took hold. The invading presence declared, "Now this body is mine." Well then, inside Ketel's inner mind, Kazin's skeletal form materialized, looking around in confusion. The Lich questioned where he was, wondering if this was the inner world of the barbarian. He finds something strange, something he has never seen before. Could it be the Empire? The Lich groans, realizing it is not the Empire. Even the Empire couldn't create a being like this, Kazin thinks. The Lich continues to struggle with the nature of this place. Kazin realizes his mind is about to break. The final will of the Lich, Cardos, echoes in his mind. Ketel is confused by the intrusion. He suddenly collapsed after doing something by himself. The deep, dark torrent was somewhat cool, but that was all. The Lich wonders if that is the final evolved form of a mage. A sudden, sharp sound echoes. A hand carefully holds a strange, ornate vase, its purpose yet unknown. Ketel scoffs, unimpressed. He declares that he has cleared the dungeon, despite the Lich's weakness. A hand grips a staff, remembering how it used to shine when magic was channeled through it. Ketel examines the staff, wondering if it can still help him use magic in some way. A chibi version of Ketel expresses surprise or realization with a large exclamation point. Ketel decides he shouldn't tell anyone about the staff, resolving to keep it a secret, tucked away. Ketel expresses surprise, realizing something about the Lich's possessions. The vase is shown again, prompting Keatle to consider asking Rosa about it. Keatle believes that should be all the rewards, but decides to look for something suspicious regardless. Keatle's eyes widen, perhaps spotting something of interest. Keatle is surprised by something, the sound echoing around him. He continued his search, the staff held loosely in his hand. Keatle paused, spotting something unusual. What is this? Could there be a hidden room, or something? He examined the mechanism closely, his fingers tracing its strange contours. A low rumble echoed through the chamber as he touched a specific point. Keatle's eyes widened in surprise as he realized what he'd triggered. The ground trembled beneath his feet. Above, a hidden passage opened. Figures plummeted from the opening, falling towards the chamber floor. The sign read, Lich Cardo's Hidden Sacrificial Room. Keatle's expression shifted to alarm. There really is one, he muttered, glancing at the falling figures. The Ashen Barbarian wondered, where did these people come from? He lay on the ground, looking up at a figure looming over him. The man with silver hair is confronted by another man, who asks him to excuse him. The man with silver hair looks up, surprised, as a woman with long blonde hair says hello. A chibi version of Keatle ponders what he should do about this. The Ashen Barbarian stands, declaring that it is all right. Keatle thinks that once he gets back and explains the situation, they will come and fetch the people on their own. A bell rings. Meanwhile, a woman sits at a desk, reading a document, as someone approaches. The woman with blonde hair looks up and greets Sir Keatle. He arrived early, claiming he had work to do. The captain confirmed that it was about the orb he showed someone yesterday. Marcelia asked him to stop. She insisted that she wasn't joking. Marcelia wondered why one of the 5 remaining liches in the whole world would be in such a remote place. The captain held up a large vase, a sinister grin on his face. Marcelia looked at him, shocked. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It was not a joke. The blonde-haired character recoiled, startled by what she saw inside the container. There were people inside, she realized with a gasp. She explained that she considered bringing them along, but they were too scared. So, she left them behind for the time being, she admitted. The silver-haired man was taken aback by this revelation. What? He exclaimed, clearly surprised by the information. The blonde-haired character wished the guild would send someone to help. She paused, considering the implications of the recent events. Recently, there had been frequent disappearances in the territory, the skeleton figure observed. But no news of the missing being found had surfaced. The blonde-haired character considered the possibility that they were taken by a lich. She resolved to call for help, deciding to wait and hold on. An armored guard shouted, questioning what was going on. He wondered if a lich was involved in the recent events, his voice filled with alarm. Protagonist Keatle greeted someone with a polite, "Oh, nice to meet you." He seemed surprised by the sudden encounter. Protagonist Keatle reassured someone that it was all over and not a big deal. The blonde-haired character questioned who they were talking to. The armored guard exclaimed in shock, "Cardo's Branuras Kesses?" His expression was one of disbelief and fear. He confirmed that was the name he thought it was, then asked if Keatle knew him. The guard, Cardo's Branuras Kesses, responded with a surprised, "Oh, of course." The panel displayed the name Cardo's Branuras Kesses, describing him as a mage who turned the world upside down 100 years ago, creating magic that manipulated emotions and caused chaos. The image showed the one who drove kings mad and destroyed 5 kingdoms. Could such a being be here as a lich? Cardo's eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. Was that true? The guard, however, downplayed the mage's reputation. He said that Cardo's wasn't that impressive, acting weird and self-destructive. Cardo's found it impossible to believe that a mage like him self-destructed. Keatle wanted a bit more detail on the matter. The Ashen Barbarian looked on, a question mark practically floating above his head. The guard's shock was palpable. The guard stated he would inform the Lord and be right back. The scene faded to black. The Emperor sits upon his throne, a furrow in his brow. What on earth was going on? There had been a lich near the territory. Another man considers the possibilities. Maybe it wasn't a lich. Could it be another kind of monster entirely? Something unknown? The reports were being reviewed. According to the testimonies of those captured, the idea of a simple monster seemed unlikely. A guard presents a vial, evidence of something unnatural. There is proof that something was amiss within their borders. Keatle studies the reports. A life vessel, huh? For a being like a lich to secretly settle near the territory. The man in the suit relays the gravity of the situation. This was enough for the Empire to send investigators immediately. The man with long white hair speaks of Lord Kane's absence. And of course, Lord Kane isn't even in the territory now. The Emperor rubs his temples, feeling the weight of the situation. This was a headache, a problem he didn't need. A hand rests on the table, the tension palpable in the air as the gravity of the situation settles in. Keatle looks out the window, considering his options. He would prepare to send word to the kingdom. Still, it was a relief that the situation was discovered. Another man stands before a window, reflecting on the events. Yes, if the barbarian hadn't discovered it, things could have been much worse. The implications were dire. The first victims would have been this territory. It seemed Cardo's had become a lich and was preparing for resurrection. So perhaps, Kazan mused, standing within the glowing circle. The armored guard stood at attention. It wasn't a normal situation, after all. The Lord looked out the window. It's a feat, he thought. He deserves a... The Lord continued to gaze out the window, his expression thoughtful. He wasn't sure if this territory could offer much. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted within the halls. Lord, Lord, echoed through the corridors. The Lord straightened his robes, his expression shifting from contemplation to mild curiosity. I'm awake. Come in. The doors burst open with a bang. The maid rushed in, her face flushed with excitement. And my lord, the sun god's heretic inquisitor, Her Excellency Aquaz, has visited the territory. Luke Barkin's eyes widened, a visible shock registering on his face. A sudden burst of light fills the room, a silent arrival. The sun god's heretic inquisitor stands tall, her presence commanding attention. Luke Barkin's surprise deepens, questioning the reason for her sudden appearance. Ornate decorations adorn the room, hinting at the wealth and power within. The sun god's heretic inquisitor stands calmly, her expression unreadable. The inquisitor arrival sparks questions and unease among those present. The opulent interior of Luke Barkin's territory is displayed. Luke Barkan stammers a welcome, identifying himself as the lord of the Barkan territory. The sun god's heretic inquisitor expresses gratitude for the hospitality despite her sudden visit. The inquisitor's eyes narrow, a subtle hint of something hidden beneath the surface. She introduces herself as Aquaz, the sun god's heretic inquisitor, her expression unreadable. The text describes Aquaz's accomplishments, decapitating 7 dark mages and stopping a large-scale ritual single-handedly. It is said that she is currently the most formidable heretic inquisitor of the sun god on this continent. Even the empire steps aside for the sun god's church, for she is a person whose power easily surpasses that of a territory's lord. Why would such a person be here? Aquaz sits regally, her expression still unreadable. Luke Barkan states that the trouble in the dungeon has been resolved, then asks if she came because of the lich. If so, then why? Luke Barkan stands before Aquaz, awaiting her response. The territory seems quite chaotic, she says, and she is there to discuss an oracle. Luke Barkan appears surprised. The sun god's heretic inquisitor leans forward, stating she'd like to confirm what happened in the territory first. Luke Barkan hesitates, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he considers the request. A vision flickers, a dark and chaotic scene, as the inquisitor asks if he's talking about the barbarian and the lich. Aquaz maintains her stoic expression, awaiting Luke's response to her pointed question. Luke confirms that there's a possibility it was Cardos Brennura's Kesses, his gaze lowered. Aquaz's expression darkens slightly as she wonders what being was here. The question hangs in the air. Is there any proof to support these claims? A vision appears, showing what is described as the life vessel of Lich Cardos. Aquaz's eyes widen, a hint of surprise or concern flickering across her face. Another vision surfaces, this one hinting at the presence of the barbarian. The two stand in the room, the weight of the visions and implications heavy in the air. Still, her red eyes narrowed, the sun god's heretic inquisitor's expression a mix of concern and suspicion. The question hung in the air, a challenge to the one being interrogated. In the territory? Luke Barkan stood firm, his expression unreadable. He stated that the barbarian was still present. The sun god's heretic inquisitor, Aquaz, seemed troubled by this information. She questioned if such a feat was even possible. Aquaz continued, explaining that even Sir Kane had fallen to this barbarian's might. The heretic inquisitor mused that a new superhuman had emerged. She wondered which barbarian clan he belonged to. Luke Barkin's brow furrowed as he considered the implications of the barbarian's victory. Aquaz realized that the barbarian was from the White Snowfield. She wondered how an existence from the abyss could leak into the outside world. The heretic inquisitor considered that this barbarian might be the reason she came here. Luke Barkan asked her to repeat herself. Aquaz fixated on the idea of this barbarian, her red eyes gleaming with curiosity. The heretic inquisitor requested to meet him in person, her tone suggesting a growing interest. A disembodied voice wondered how exactly to use the item, as a blue gem glowed with power. He held the blue gem aloft, its facets catching the light. He mused that he could simply ask the wizards about it when they met. Come to think of it, Keatle decided it seemed about time now. Elsewhere, a guard stood at attention. The sun god's heretic inquisitor had requested a meeting with him at the church. The guard was reminded that when he met that person, he must show his courtesy. Keatle smirked, thinking there was no need to worry. The guard stood ready, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The guard was told he was ready. The guard looked ahead, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Then, Keatle, now clad in fur armor, crossed his arms. He declared it was time to get moving. In this world, gods exist. There are cases where they directly bestow power, and even descend to this world. A place where those who serve such gods gather is The church loomed, a stark contrast to the world he knew. The guard confirmed that this was indeed the place. So this place was the Church of the Sun God? He could only respond with a hushed wow. The guard informed him that someone would escort him inside, and Keatle thanked him. The sound of footsteps echoed. He was clearly impressed by the church's grandeur. Statues and light filled the sacred space. 3 women in white robes greeted him, welcoming Sir Keatle. One of the women informed him that Lady Aquaz was waiting. He was directed to her chambers. The scene is set, the stage prepared for the meeting to come. A voice echoes, expressing pleasure at the meeting. The sound of footsteps approaches, drawing ever closer. The Sun God's heretic inquisitor introduces herself. Her name is Aquaz. The barbarian Keatle responds, stating that he is glad to meet her as well. Aquaz appears young, but she is a judge of heresy. She seems to be a skilled one. The inquisitor is smiling, but what does that mean? Aquaz asks the barbarian why she called him here. Aquaz begins to explain the reason for their meeting. Aquaz called him because of the incident that happened in the dungeon recently. She mentions Cardos, whom he claimed to have defeated. Although he eventually turned into a lich, no one but a hero could face the evil in this world. Aquaz knows, she heard about it already. However, the Cardos she saw was just a lich who self-destructed after floundering around. The silver-haired barbarian faces Aquaz, a hint of defiance in his sharp eyes. She proposes a divine observer. Aquaz asks if Keatle would mind if the Sun God oversaw their conversation. The heretic inquisitor explains the consequences. If a lie is told, a negative reaction will occur. Keatle muses that it functions similarly to a lie detector, his expression unreadable. Aquaz notes that even though he's different from a normal barbarian, he's still a barbarian. She thinks there's no way he's accepting this offer. The barbarian declares that there's no reason for him to refuse the offer. Keatle sees this as a perfect opportunity to experience the divine power of a god firsthand. He asks if she's really fine with it. Aquaz seems surprised by his eagerness. She thinks he seems to be enjoying this. The Sun God's heretic inquisitor wonders if he doesn't feel uncomfortable about this offer. Keatle questions why he would feel uncomfortable about that, his expression calm. He confidently states that she can proceed right away, as he is confident. Aquaz is taken aback. She realizes that he hasn't told a single lie. She declared that in that case, they would begin, her eyes closed in solemn concentration. The heretic inquisitor called upon the being who watches over them from the highest place, the Great One who observes the sun. Aquaz requested that the Sun God use its vision to see through any deception. The heretic inquisitor asked that the impurity in this place be revealed. Golden light poured down upon structure. The light intensified, bathing the area in a holy glow. Keatle, seated and observing the ritual, wondered what was happening. The Ashen barbarian sensed something shifting in the air. The Sun God's presence extended beyond the light. It was an enormous presence, vast and unknowable. There were no words in human language that could describe that existence. Also, the emotion Keatle sensed from it was something he couldn't quite place. An intricate design glows with an unknown power, its purpose yet to be revealed. He gazes up, a sense of curiosity washing over him as the light intensifies. Bathed in the radiant glow, the air crackles with energy, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Fortunately, there was no negative reaction to the ritual, at least not yet. Aquaz remains composed, her expression betraying nothing as the ritual progresses. From now on, no lies are allowed in this place, a decree etched into the very air. He stands firm, his gaze unwavering as the implications of the ritual sink in. Aquaz declares that she has achieved her goal, a subtle satisfaction in her tone. A small brown pouch is held up, glinting with a faint, magical light. Sir Keatle is told to check inside the pouch, his expression curious. The Ashen barbarian's eyes widen slightly as he peers into the pouch. It's a pouch-type artifact, capable of storing items within it. Luke Barkon explains that the pouch can store as many items as its space allows. The space inside is roughly the size of the reception room, an entire cosmos contained within. The artifact, an object created through magic, is held aloft by Keatle. This is the first time the Ashen barbarian has seen one of these in person. Luke Barkon says that even if the item is larger than the pouch's opening, you can put in as many as you want. The Emperor grips the handle of his massive axe, ready to test the pouch's capabilities. Keatle decides they should test it out, though it doesn't look like it'll fit from the outside. The axe vanishes completely into the pouch, leaving Keatle in stunned disbelief. Heeding the instructions, he thought of an item. To take something out, just reach inside and picture the item. With a flourish, Keatle retrieves his axe from the pouch. He is amazed by the artifact's capabilities. Elsewhere, a king receives a gift. He expresses his gratitude, stating he will put it to good use. Meanwhile, a man contemplates a prophecy. He wonders if what he is seeing is connected to it. Just what on earth is happening in this remote territory? Aberrations from the demon realm are coming out into the world. It seems something is happening in the world. Perhaps it might be connected to this. The prophecy said, that evil will descend, a great evil. It will descend here and spread throughout the world. Because of this, the villages keep in regular contact with one another. Then, one day, contact with one of the villages was suddenly cut off. At first, no one thought much of it when a village went silent. But days passed with no word. A nearby village sent people to check on the silent village, but they never returned. Upon hearing this, the Lord dispatched the guard. They too never came back. Only then did the Lord realize something was happening. The Lord considered the implications of the missing village and his lost guards. Something was indeed happening, something sinister. Meanwhile, at the dispatch desk, the blonde woman asked, "What request do we have today?" She was informed, "We have an urgent request from the Lord today." The woman at the desk asked what it was about. The response, "It's to check on a village that's lost contact." The woman explained that a few days ago, one of the villages stopped responding. She added, "It's a simple dispatch request, but the payment is quite substantial." Keatle listened intently, a smirk playing on his lips as he considered the offer. He liked the sound of that. Keatle declared, "I'll take it." As expected, the woman at the desk seemed pleased with Keatle's decision. An abstract background fades into view, setting the stage for the scene. The Ashen Barbarian stands in a newly tailored outfit, the sounds of bustling activity surrounding him. The nun pauses, her gaze fixed on the barbarian's attire. Her eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across her face as she looks up at him. The nun seems flustered, muttering Keatle's name in surprise. The Ashen Barbarian stands tall, the sunlight glinting off his silver hair as he is asked about his clothes. He explains that he had them newly tailored, gesturing with a gloved hand. The Ashen Barbarian elaborates, stating that his old clothes had worn out in the snowfields. The nun comments that the design is rather unique, her expression thoughtful. Keatle responds that he requested the design himself. The nun seems impressed, then asks if he also accepted the request. He confirms that he did, finding the job interesting, and the nun thinks he is unusual. He is asked why he is alone, and why the other party members didn't come with him. They are not participating? The nun suggests that they probably declined the request, given the details. She understands. Keatle hums, considering the situation. Fewer people than he expected have arrived. He had expected more people to be interested, given the reward. The nun confirms that the request itself seems simple enough, but the payment is far too high. The nun reveals that there are rumors that the guards who went out haven't come back. Even so, the turnout is far too small. Keatle expected at least 10 people. The nun says that another rumor has been going around. She wonders what that rumor is. The sun god's heretic inquisitor, a quaz, stands adorned in white and red, surrounded by flowers. The nun explains that there aren't many mercenaries bold enough to work alongside the sun god's heretic inquisitor. He thinks to himself that she's not planning to split his head open, is she? He resolves that that won't happen. The nun confirms that she knows Lady Aquaz, as Keatle seems surprised by this revelation. The nun is shocked that a heresy inquisitor and a barbarian are friends. Mr. Keatle is called out by the nun. The nun and Keatle continue their conversation. The nun asks if he heard that, and suggests they become friends starting now. Aquaz's eyes narrow as she thinks to herself. Her crimson eyes narrowed. The sun god's heretic inquisitor posed a question. Is your companion also a follower of another god? A memory surfaced in Keatle's mind, a chibi version of Aquaz speaking of Lady Calrosia. He realized, oh, so you're familiar with her. Aquaz tilted her head, responding to Keatle's remark. Yes, but wait. You're saying she's a priestess serving Lady Calrosia? She questioned, her expression unreadable. A flashback showed Aquaz with a dark figure. She wondered if there was a problem, stating that the followers of Lady Calrosia were currently in a period of rest. Aquaz continued, her thoughts swirling. Only those in fairly high-ranking positions should be able to act right now. Don't tell me. The heretic inquisitor's eyes closed, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. She seemed to be suppressing a strong emotion. Aquaz opened her eyes, dismissing the thought. No, it's nothing. Keatle watched her, a puzzled expression on his face. The Ashen Barbarian turned away, thinking to himself, I don't know every detail about every order, so I must be mistaken. Elsewhere, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. Armored boots marched along the stone path. Keatle's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. He muttered, You came after all. 2 guards, clad in red and black armor, stood at attention. One announced their presence. Guard. He stands with Aquaz, the air thick with unspoken tension. She seems unfazed by his presence. Meanwhile, a nun-like figure stands alone, a pensive expression clouding her face as she contemplates something. Elsewhere, 2 armored guards stand at attention, their faces obscured by their helmets. They welcome all participants who have accepted the request. A close-up reveals one of the guards, identified as a captain of the Kingdom of Gehent. His expression is stern, his gaze unwavering. A voice declares that if everyone is here, they should go. The sound of boots crunching on the earth echoed through the forest. The sun god's heretic inquisitor glanced around, her expression unreadable. The legendary barbarian felt a familiar tension, remarking that they were gathered like they were about to head out on a raid. The heretic inquisitor and the captain stood side by side, both lost in thought as they gazed into the distance. The heretic inquisitor wondered if the fact that they had made a move meant the time had finally come. The heretic inquisitor's eyes narrowed as she looked down at the captain, who stood ready. The heretic inquisitor stated that she could not say, as the gods had not revealed the exact moment to them. The heretic inquisitor considered that it could just be something ordinary, or perhaps the village had simply lost contact. Sir Keitel's expression was grim as he thought that there was still a possibility. The heretic inquisitor spoke of the gods, stating that they said that evil would descend. The Ashen barbarian's eyes glowed with determination as the words "the descent of a great evil" appeared. Meanwhile, a contingent of soldiers approached a village nestled amidst rolling green hills, their armor gleaming in the sunlight as they marched toward the seemingly deserted settlement. The soldier scanned the area, his gaze sweeping across the empty village, a sense of foreboding settling in his stomach as he took in the eerie silence. The soldier with red hair spoke, noting the lack of any presence. The sun god's heretic inquisitor stood nearby, her expression unreadable as she surveyed the scene. The soldier with the helmet wondered if the villagers had simply fled. He ordered his men to spread out and search for any sign of them. The soldier with red hair acknowledged the order. The sun god's heretic inquisitor considered the situation. A village this size could house 100 people. The soldier with the helmet stood firm, but even so, it was impossible for the villagers to vanish without leaving a single trace behind, he thought. The soldier's eyes narrowed, a sense of urgency washing over him. There must be some clue, something that would explain this sudden disappearance. An unseen commander issued a simple, direct order. The silence of the village was broken only by the wind. Captain called out, beckoning the others toward a table laden with food. The soldier with helmet considered the scene. He suggested they left something behind while fleeing. Captain dismissed the idea. The food was still warm, he thought. The soldier with helmet stared into a pot, the implications sinking in. Meanwhile, whispers carried on the wind spoke of many sent here, none returning. The soldiers continued their search, but the question lingered. Any traces? The soldier with helmet's gaze narrowed, a sense of unease growing. Captain urged them to continue the search for now. There were signs of daily life, but no trace of the people themselves. How could something like this happen? The food was still warm. The captain surveyed the scene, his expression grim as he tried to understand the situation. He noticed something, his eyes widening slightly as he took in the detail. The soldiers stood behind him, awaiting his command, their faces etched with concern. One of the soldiers spoke, observing that it was the same everywhere they went. The captain realized there was proof they were here just moments ago, but there was no one now. There were no traces, either. The village was eerily empty. One of the soldiers asked Lord Aquaz if she knew anything about the disappearances. The heretic inquisitor responded that she didn't know, either, her expression unreadable. Another soldier asked if he had figured out anything, his voice filled with concern. The man with white hair admitted he couldn't even sense a presence, finding the situation maddening. The group considered asking someone who might actually know the answer. The captain's eyes widened, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Another man declared that there was someone else present that they had not noticed. The captain, confused, demanded to know what he meant by that statement. The voice mused about someone else, a presence that wasn't there before. A woman with blonde hair stood silently, her arms crossed. Who was she? A disembodied voice wondered since when the woman had been there. The captain, still in the dark, could only utter a confused, "Huh." The blonde woman smiled faintly, finding the situation quite interesting. The woman thought to herself, wondering how they saw through her perfect concealment. One of the men wondered how they could have failed to notice her presence. The blonde woman mused that normally, people wouldn't even recognize that fact at all. The question hung in the air. Even the sun god's heretic inquisitor hadn't noticed her presence? Keitel considered the implications, observing, you don't seem like someone who's awakened to the mysteries. He tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Who are you? An unexpected catch. Something caught the heretic inquisitor's attention, her eyes widening in surprise. A soldier shouted, "Everyone, fall back." The order was given with urgency. Boots thundered against the stone floor, each step a desperate retreat. The soldier's face was a mask of terror as he urged his comrades onward. The heretic inquisitor's expression twisted into a furious scowl, her eyes burning with rage. The soldier and the nun exchanged a look of shared fear, knowing something terrible was happening. The heretic inquisitor realized not even the inquisitor of the highest existing order could detect this presence. A dark presence loomed, the heretic inquisitor musing, where she's a high-ranking demon so strong it can't even be perceived. The mysterious woman's voice echoed, "I really wanted to follow you around and take a look at your domain. Well, I decided." A sinister grin spreads, the unseen speaker finding amusement in the situation. Below, Ketel's eyes widen as a massive, clawed hand descends toward him. Chains clink against armored legs, the sky above swirling with ominous energy. The sun god's heretic inquisitor smiles, her eyes glowing with dark power. Her voice echoes with cruel intent. She promises, "I'll take you as my slave and drag you to hell." A dark portal rips open, a clawed hand reaching out from within. Dark energy crackles around a figure with flowing white hair. The sun god's heretic inquisitor stands before a crimson moon, power radiating from her. Below, a group of people stand silhouetted against the ominous light. Fear grips the faces of those who witness the unfolding horror. A desperate cry rings out, "Everyone run!" Panic sets in as people flee, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind them. A barrier shatters, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the village. A chilling declaration echoes, "This village is all my territory." The heretic inquisitor stands triumphant, her presence radiating an aura of inescapable doom. A final, chilling promise, "You're all my prey." The heretic inquisitor grins, her eyes gleaming with malicious intent. The nun trembles, whispering that a demon is impossible. How could there be a demon? She wonders, her eyes wide with fear. The nun clasps her hands together, begging Lord Calrosia to deliver her from this terror. A dark hand reaches down to comfort her. Ketel tells Hayes to calm down, his voice reassuring. Ketel assures Hayes that he is right beside her, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. Hayes' eyes widen, a single tear escaping as she stares ahead, still gripped by fear. She gasps, her breath catching in her throat as the reality of the situation sinks in. Ketel stands beside Hayes, his expression concerned as he watches her reaction to the unfolding events. The narrator explains that not every being called a demon is truly powerful, and the title is mostly for convenience. Most so-called demons are nothing more than fragments of evil and corrupted mana, but there are beings that can undeniably be called demons. These true demons are born from the cradle of darkness, without a mother, and take a name of their own by sheer will. The image of a true demon is revealed, bathed in the light of a blood-red moon. A named demon, no matter how weak, holds the power to shake a kingdom. Ketel agreed with the statement, acknowledging the inherent danger of demons. The sun god's heretic inquisitor spoke of a seashore, a demon with horns shaped like those in the image. She wondered why such a being would appear in a remote land like this one. The question hung in the air, is this barrier unbreakable? Ketel sensed something, his expression shifting as he examined the barrier with Hayes. Ketel confirmed that this place was already the demon's territory. He realized that unless the demon was defeated, there was no way to break the barrier. "I see," he muttered. The Ashen Barbarian's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something dangerous in his gaze. Hayes watched him, wondering what he was planning, as Ketel chuckled to himself, deciding to watch a little longer. Hayes questioned what Lord Ketel had been doing over there all this time, but he simply replied, "Nothing at all." Ketel's expression hardened, realizing that he was dealing with a demon who was just playing around. The heretic inquisitor, Aquaz, stood beside the winged demon, inquiring if the recent events were enjoyable. A lingering thought described the vanished village, noting the strange persistence of daily life's remnants. The image of a simmering pot suggested that the village's fate was nothing more than a demon's cruel game. Aquaz, face twisted in displeasure, admitted that she was merely toying with immortals. Nearby, a figure wearing 3D glasses watched with rapt attention, a bucket of popcorn in their lap. The text explained that summoning required a considerable sacrifice, far beyond the population of a mere village. Moreover, territorial manifestation without notice was deemed impossible. A city was encased within a sphere of purple energy, set against the backdrop of a crimson moon. How could it have descended into this world? The winged demon, perched high above, questioned if they truly believed she would reveal her secrets. Aquaz declared that foul corruption dared to defile the earth, her expression hardening. The winged demon responded with mocking laughter, dismissing the statement as mere filth. A disembodied voice echoed, addressing someone as Dog of God. She leveled a gaze of crimson intensity, questioning if their god could truly offer salvation. The winged demon spoke, her voice echoing with dark intent, declaring that the world was fracturing. The demon's words hung in the air, a chilling pronouncement that this world no longer belonged to them alone. Long time ago, the annals of history spoke of a bygone era. Gods and humans clashed against an encroaching evil, their combined might a beacon of defiance. The outcome of that ancient war resulted in victory for the allied forces of gods and humans. Defeated in that war, evil was cast out of the world, banished from the realm of light. From the foul depths of hell, a presence had awaited this very day. A horrifying grin stretched across the demon's face, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The demon declared herself, "I am a seashore, the demon of gravity." A seashore vowed to wash away the shame of the past, her eyes burning with dark ambition. Asishur's final decree echoed with malice, to drench this world in evil. The sun god's heretic inquisitor glares, her expression filled with contempt. Disgusting creature, she hisses, her voice dripping with venom. Asishur raises her hand, a golden light coalescing in her palm. Descend upon me, she commands, her eyes glowing with power. A beam of pure, golden light descends from above, engulfing Asishur in its radiant embrace. The air crackles with energy. The light intensifies, solidifying into a staff of immense power. The weapon hums with divine energy. Asishur is now clad in golden armor, her eyes burning with a fierce determination. The transformation is well underway. From afar, a figure observes the transformation with wide-eyed concern. It doesn't attack while transforming. The golden staff solidifies further, its intricate details now clearly visible. Power radiates from the weapon. Asishur's transformation nears completion, her golden armor gleaming in the light. She stands tall, radiating power. Her eyes now glow with a menacing yellow light, her expression hardened with resolve. The transformation is almost complete. The transformation takes a darker turn, as Asishur's skin darkens and horns sprout from her head. Interesting, she muses, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Asishur's demonic form is now fully realized, her eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Fine, she declares, her voice laced with dark power. Asishur, now fully transformed, prepares for battle. Let's do this, dog of the gods, she taunts. Insolent wretch. She descends, wreathed in golden light, the air crackling with raw power. Purple energy swirls around her, a chaotic counterpoint to the divine radiance. The clash is immediate, a blinding explosion of light and force as Asishur engages her foe. Her eyes burn with a fierce, golden intensity, betraying her monstrous transformation. The purple energy detonates, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. Asishur unleashes a guttural scream, the sound laced with demonic power. A beam of pure, golden energy pierces through the chaos. From the shadows, tendrils of dark energy lash out, clawing at the air. Standing amidst the carnage, Asishur's transformation is complete, black wings spread wide. There should be dignity in battle. Asishur's eyes narrow, her expression a mask of cold fury. Do hunting dogs not even know that? Antagonist heretic inquisitor lands, her golden armor gleaming with power. Her opponent, wreathed in dark energy, prepares to meet her attack. The figure with dark wings lunges forward, a blur of motion against the ruined landscape. The heretic inquisitor's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. A dark sphere appears, the words, "I'm here," glowing ominously within. The heretic inquisitor braces herself, energy crackling around her form. Her golden eyes narrow, focusing on the impending attack. The heretic inquisitor cries out, questioning what is happening. The dark sphere descends, promising to get crushed. The figure with dark wings unleashes the crushing attack, engulfing the heretic inquisitor in a vortex of dark energy. She is caught in a blinding explosion of light and energy. The golden armored figure's foot descends, radiating intense heat. The heretic inquisitor is struck, a pained grunt escaping her lips. The ground shatters under the force of the blow. Keatle stands tall, bathed in golden light, his weapon raised high. The light intensifies, burning away the shadows. A beam of pure energy slams into the heretic inquisitor. She is sent hurtling backwards, defeated. The light of radiance engulfs the battlefield. The golden armor gleams, a symbol of righteous power. Keatle stands victorious, his silhouette framed against the burning landscape. The heretic inquisitor, battered and bruised, thinks to herself, questioning Keatle's power. A voice muses that Keatle's power is impressive, citing a verse. The light intensifies, a palpable radiance emanating from an unseen source. Sir Keatle stands tall, his power burning away all that was evil. Golden energy explodes outward, obliterating the darkness with searing light. The sun god's heretic inquisitor narrows her crimson eyes, bracing for the onslaught. Keatle's radiant energy surges, crackling with divine power as he prepares to strike. The heretic inquisitor leaps back, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the attack. A clash of light and darkness erupts as Keatle's power collides with the inquisitor's defenses. The Ashen Barbarian and the heretic inquisitor are locked in a fierce struggle, each straining against the other's might. The heretic inquisitor grits her teeth, her eyes burning with furious intensity. Keatle presses his attack, forcing the inquisitor to retreat under the onslaught of his divine energy. The heretic inquisitor's face contorts in pain as Keatle's power overwhelms her defenses. She lay defeated, the radiant power having overwhelmed her defenses. The clash of energies had left a scene of devastation. The area around the heretic inquisitor was scorched and broken. Debris rained down, the echoes of the battle still ringing. A woman cried out, desperate for help amidst the chaos. Save me. The heretic inquisitor remained prone, seemingly unable to move. The radiant energy still crackled around Keatle, a testament to his power. The captain watched the scene unfold, a flicker of surprise on his face. The woman pleaded with Keatle, Lord Keatle, can't you help Lady Aquaz? Keatle considered the request, his expression thoughtful. I probably could. The woman pressed him. Hayes looked on, her eyes wide with confusion. But why should I? What? She wondered why she should bother interfering and ruining the fight. The captain watched the battle unfold. A surge of power emanated from the Ashen Barbarian. Of course, Keatle wanted to try fighting a demon himself. He smirked, amused by the situation. But for now, the captain would rather just watch this battle. He observed the heretic inquisitor. Hayes looked on with wide, shocked eyes. This isn't how it's supposed to go, she thought. The air crackled with energy as the fight intensified. Sparks flew as their powers collided. The heretic inquisitor and Keatle clashed, their attacks creating a dazzling display of light and power. The woman with silver hair was sent flying backwards. Keatle moved with incredible speed. The heretic inquisitor, injured, muttered that he really was God's hunting dog. Even so, she still had her strength. The Ashen Barbarian, now clad in radiant gold armor, declares his superiority. She grunts, the force of the blow clearly taking its toll on the sun god's heretic inquisitor. Sir Keatle presses his advantage, moving in for another strike, but the matchup isn't in his favor. The heretic inquisitor thinks that in this world, beings of demonic power can never oppose the gods. The emperor thinks that this will drag on for quite some time. In that case, the heretic inquisitor prepares to unleash a new wave of dark energy. She thinks she'll have to do something to get the upper hand. At this rate, the battle will... Keatle's eyes widen, sensing a shift in the flow of battle. The heretic inquisitor, a sinister grin spreading across her face, wonders what is in that direction. Meanwhile, 3 soldiers find themselves caught in the path of the heretic inquisitor's gaze, realizing this is bad. An explosion of energy erupts. She descended, a storm of violet energy crackling around her form. The heretic inquisitor swung her blade, a golden arc of power aimed at Keatle. The golden energy struck the ground near a soldier, sending sparks flying. Keatle raised his arm to defend, but the heretic inquisitor unleashed another blast of violet energy. The soldiers cried out as the energy washed over them, sending them sprawling. Keatle gritted his teeth, feeling the force of the heretic inquisitor's attack. The golden blade glowed intensely as she prepared another strike. The Ashen Barbarian braced himself, golden energy crackling around his gauntlets. The sun god's heretic inquisitor glared, calling Keatle a filthy creature. Her demonic features contorted in a sneer, her eyes burning with malice. She lunged forward, ready to deliver another devastating blow. The heretic inquisitor mocked, questioning if he expected fairness from a demon. The radiant golden realm was born, a blinding light erupting into existence. A surge of energy pulsed outward, shaking the very foundations of reality. The sun god's heretic inquisitor, bathed in golden light, addressed the battlefield. The soldiers thanked Lady Aquaz as she stood amidst the chaos, while a horned figure watched with amusement. The horned figure watched as the battle unfolded, a sinister grin spreading across their face. The horned figure questioned if it was really right to waste such a precious scripture. Aquaz, surrounded by golden light, commanded everyone to shut up. The horned figure grinned, their red eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Aquaz declared that this was how they should be. Another surge of dark energy erupted, the horned figure seemingly at its center. The sun god's heretic inquisitor descends, her eyes glowing red with malevolent intent as she prepares to strike. Sir Keatle raises his hand, a surge of golden energy erupting around him as he braces for the incoming assault. The Ashen Barbarian deflects the blow with a shield of light, the impact creating a shockwave of energy. Aquaz is sent flying backwards from the force of the collision, her expression unreadable. The Emperor stands firm, his golden armor gleaming as he prepares for the next attack. A dark voice echoes, stating that death is nothing more than death itself. Aquaz, a manic grin plastered across her face, prepares to strike again, her eyes burning with dark energy. The Ashen Barbarian is shocked, as a voice declares that no one will ever recognize his so-called noble sacrifice. The heretic inquisitor lunges, her dark energy clashing against Keatle's golden light in a burst of power. A voice taunts Keatle, saying that at this rate, he will lose and disgrace the honor of his god. Aquaz continues her assault, promising that if he defeats her and returns, something will happen. The sun god's heretic inquisitor declares that not only will his prestige be lost, but even his god's influence will rise, and that it's simple to strip away the sanctuary that shields them. She demanded an answer, her singular, burning gold eye narrowed in challenge. Aquaz scoffed, accusing him of resorting to cheap tricks, questioning if he truly intended to die there. The Emperor stood firm, his grip tightening on the hilt of his blade. Ketil declared that her words were no longer worth hearing, resolving to let her die as a martyr. A pillar of raw, purple energy erupted from the ground. With a guttural cry, Ketil channeled the energy into a devastating strike. The heretic inquisitor was engulfed in the violet aura. His eyes burned with righteous fury, focused on his target. The purple light intensified, bathing Ketil in its power. The Emperor's face contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Her eyes widened in disbelief, a stark contrast to her previous confidence. The attack detonated, a cataclysm of violet energy. She lunges forward, golden weapon raised high, ready to strike with divine fury. The heretic inquisitor descends, a blur of motion and righteous anger. Aqua's eyes burn with zealous conviction, her expression a mask of fury. A surge of power slams into her, sending her spiraling backward. The radiant energy explodes outward, a wave of pure force. The heretic inquisitor is thrown back, her form barely visible amidst the chaos. Aqua's eyes widen in shock as the radiant sanctuary drives back the darkness. The swirling vortex of energy intensifies, a beacon of power. The force slams into Aqua's once more, the impact echoing through the battlefield. Enough. A voice booms, declaring that it cares not to hear any more of the gods' verses. The heretic inquisitor is struck again, the force of the blow visible in the shattered energy around her. She coughed, a spray of blood painting the air as the force of the blow reverberated through her. Her legs buckled, the ground rushing up to meet her as she struggled to regain her footing. The barbarian pressed the attack, a whirlwind of steel and fury against the heretic inquisitor's faltering defense. The impact sent tremors through the battlefield, the air thick with dust and the scent of ozone. A blinding flash erupted as the two forces collided, a maelstrom of energy and raw power. Her vision blurred, the taste of iron filling her mouth as she struggled to maintain consciousness. The world spun, each impact a hammer blow against her weakening resolve. The barbarian's final strike landed, a deafening roar echoing as the Inquisitor was sent hurtling backwards. A dark energy coalesced, forming a clawed hand that seemed to grasp at her very soul. She was lifted into the air, suspended within a cage of shadows, utterly helpless. The barbarian stood over her, a towering figure of righteous fury as the Inquisitor's strength waned. The world faded to a blur, her consciousness slipping away into the encroaching darkness. The barrier shatters, sending shards of light and energy outwards. The force of the shattering barrier sends debris flying through the air. One of the men behind the barrier fears that at this rate, they will all be killed. Her eyes gleaming with malice, Aquaz declares that she will savor them all as dessert. A cruel smile stretches across the sun god's heretic inquisitor's face, revealing sharp teeth. But before that, the sun god's heretic inquisitor pins the captain, wondering what flavor the noble hound of God will have. A monstrous maw opens, ready to devour its prey. Stop! The heretic inquisitor holds the captain tightly, her grip unyielding. A figure with silver hair appears, declaring that it is far enough. The heretic inquisitor is interrupted. Her eyes widened, pupils shrinking to pinpricks as the impossible occurred. Aquaz could only sputter one word, disbelief coloring her tone. The heretic inquisitor's shock was palpable, a rare sight. A figure with silver hair appeared, his expression grim. The silver-haired man held the captain, who seemed unharmed. He wondered when he had arrived. Aquaz was caught completely off guard. She hadn't sensed his presence at all. The silver-haired figure struck, sending Aquaz flying backward with incredible force. The impact cratered the ground, a testament to the blow's power. The silver-haired figure's sword crackled with energy as he prepared another strike. The silver-haired man looked down at the captain and asked if he was all right. A figure in golden armor watched, realizing the silver-haired man was the superhuman who. The silver-haired man, Swordmaster Kane, had even defeated Swordmaster Kane, but even so, her red eyes glowed menacingly, a dark aura emanating from the sun god's heretic inquisitor. Kane stood protectively in front of the captain, his expression unreadable as he faced the demonic figure. Aquaz, wings spread wide, regarded the silver-haired man with disdain. Insolent barbarian. Her eyes narrowed, the heretic inquisitor's voice dripped with venom. How dare you interfere with my meal? Kane crossed his arms, his gaze unwavering. My friend. Aquaz's expression twisted in fury. She thought, so I cannot simply let her die. The silver-haired man stood his ground, a chibi version of him showing his resolve. A horrifying grin stretched across Aquaz's face, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A dark aura surrounded the heretic inquisitor as she questioned Kane's resolve. Really? Energy crackled around Aquaz as she prepared to unleash her power. The heretic inquisitor's eyes glowed with murderous intent. Then you'll just have to die. The captain spoke, telling Cain to keep aside. He stood silently as Aquaz spoke, his expression unreadable. Cain listened intently, his gaze fixed on the armored woman. Aquaz, clad in golden armor, radiated an aura of divine authority. Her expression was stern, her eyes narrowed. The sun god's heretic inquisitor declared, her voice echoing with conviction, that no one could defeat a demon. The captain argued that he was quite strong, but Aquaz dismissed his claim with a simple, resolute no. Aquaz continued, explaining that this wasn't about strength or weakness, but something else entirely. The armored woman emphasized that only the divine possessed the power to banish demons. No other power could do so. The words hung in the air, a stark declaration of the laws governing their world since the dawn of gods and demons. Within a demon's territory, Aquaz stated, no one could hope for any miracles. Her red eyes glowed with power. The captain considered her words, a silent question forming in his mind. So only gods can oppose demons? Cain remained skeptical, his expression thoughtful as he listened to Aquaz's pronouncements. He seemed unconvinced. Cain's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense, as he considered the implications of Aquaz's words. Aquaz concluded that it didn't look like the captain was in any condition to fight, her tone laced with disdain. The figure in golden armor affirmed their resolve. They must do it for the one they serve. The heretic inquisitor's gaze hardened, her red eyes narrowed in determination. She would face the god. A voice echoed across the land, a declaration of defiance. It was a stand against evil. Cain's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of curiosity in his gaze. So this was the will of one who served the divine? Cain stood beside the figure in golden armor, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to understand. The armored figure took a step forward, their metallic boots clicking on the stone floor. Impressive. Cain glanced at the armored figure, a question forming in his mind. What was their true purpose? Cain smirked, his silver hair catching the light. He had been wanting to fight a demon himself. The heretic inquisitor sneered, her demonic features twisted in arrogance. She told them that they couldn't defeat her. Cain's smile widened, a predatory glint in his eyes. He asked if they would care to test it. Cain licked his lips, his expression promising pain. He was eager for the battle to begin. A disembodied voice echoed with malice, promising agony. They wanted to see their eyes twist in pain. She is struck, the force of the blow sending her reeling. A surge of purple energy crackles around her, the air thick with power. The heretic inquisitor is sent crashing down, the impact shaking the ground. More energy explodes around her as she plummets, the attack relentless. Her eyes widen in disbelief and pain, a strangled no escaping her lips. A sinister grin spreads across her face, teeth bared in cruel satisfaction. The heretic inquisitor stands amidst the swirling energy, seemingly unharmed. A figure lunges forward, a blade flashing in the light, ready to strike. The blade connects, splattering blood as the attack lands with brutal force. The silhouette of the attacker is framed by the fading energy, their form obscured. Elsewhere, a figure in golden armor looks up, a confused escaping her lips. The demon's head shattered from the force of the blow. Sir Keatle watched, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. The ashen barbarian lowered his fist, the impact still resonating. A surge of dark energy pulsed around the heretic inquisitor. Keatle's eyes widened slightly, sensing the shift in power. The heretic inquisitor's form began to coalesce, reforming at an impossible speed. The ashen barbarian smirked, realizing the demon could regenerate even from that. The heretic inquisitor glared, demanding to know just what he was. Keatle tilted his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. He declared that he was just an ordinary barbarian. The ashen barbarian struck a pose, a sheepish grin on his face. The heretic inquisitor's eyes glowed with fury, warning him not to make her laugh. A strange feeling permeated the air, an unsettling premonition hanging heavy. She couldn't sense any mystery at all. The heretic inquisitor observed the barbarian, noting he wasn't someone who wielded aura or magic. In that case, the heretic inquisitor's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint appearing. Keatle stood amidst a swirling purple aura, seemingly unaware of the impending threat. The heretic inquisitor grinned, a predatory expression spreading across her face. She would have to see for herself. With a burst of speed, she launched herself at Keatle, her intentions clear. The attack, imbued with the power of Divi, hurtled towards the barbarian. She remarked that it was a little unpleasant since he was in human form, but it couldn't be helped. The heretic inquisitor pressed her assault, her movements a blur of dark energy. Each strike carried immense force, threatening to overwhelm Keatle's defenses. The heretic inquisitor paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Her expression mirrored confusion, the attack seemingly not having the desired effect. The sun god's heretic inquisitor reeled, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through her body. A pained grunt escaped her lips as the unexpected force crashed into her. The impact resonated, a physical blow that defied her expectations. Her body contorted from the sheer power, the force rippling outwards. A strangled cry tore from her throat as she struggled to comprehend the sensation. She crashed to the ground, the impact sending dust motes dancing in the air. The heretic inquisitor struggled to rise, her movements sluggish and uncoordinated. Her thoughts raced, struggling to reconcile the impossible reality. That's impossible. She gasped, trying to understand. It was just a plain punch, not strengthened with aura or magic. A real, honest punch from Keatle. The Ashen Barbarian's body mended itself, the damage from the previous attack already undone. Her red eyes narrowed, the heretic inquisitor's face contorted in a silent, building rage. Keatle, now fully healed, regarded his opponent with a critical eye. What kind of principle is this supposed to be? He stomped forward, the force of his step cracking the ground beneath his armored boot. The barbarian launched himself into the air, a blur of motion aimed directly at the heretic inquisitor. The heretic inquisitor, sensing the incoming attack, braced herself, a dangerous glint in her crimson eyes. Purple energy crackled around Keatle's fist as he prepared to strike, the air shimmering with power. She moved with blinding speed, a dark aura enveloping her as she prepared to meet the blow. The heretic inquisitor's expression was one of pure focus, her gaze locked onto Keatle's incoming fist. The Ashen Barbarian's fist glowed intensely, ready to deliver another devastating blow. The impact was immense, the force of the blow radiating outwards in a visible shockwave. Keatle's attack connected, sending the heretic inquisitor reeling from the sheer power of the strike. She is surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark energy, struggling to regain her footing after the devastating blow. The ground beneath her feet crumbles as the dark energy pulses, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Her wings, once symbols of divine authority, are now tattered and broken, struggling to maintain their form. Tendrils of dark energy lash out, seeking to bind and control, but they dissipate against an unseen force. The dark energy continues to writhe around the heretic inquisitor, a chaotic display of corrupted power. Cracks of dark energy spread like fissures, a visual representation of the damage inflicted upon her. The heretic inquisitor stands amidst the chaos, a defiant figure against the backdrop of her own unraveling power. Meanwhile, a figure watches from afar, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he utters a single, amused sound. Ho! The unknown character muses, a chilling realization dawning on him. For a demon, that kind of setting makes sense. The heretic inquisitor grits her teeth, her expression a mixture of frustration and disbelief. This is absurd. The chains around her tighten, a symbolic representation of her diminishing control over the situation. The unknown character continues his analysis, a hint of understanding in his voice. You mean to face me with nothing but brute strength? Or does that mean he doesn't even need to use magic? She descended, wings spread wide, the heretic inquisitor's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Against me? Below, Keatle tilted his head, a question forming in his mind as he looked up at her. Asisher's face was shadowed, but her teeth gleamed as she spoke. Listen well. The heretic inquisitor's eyes burned with fury. I am Asisher, the demon of gravity. How dare you? Asisher glared down at Keatle, who remained unfazed. He thought, do you really think you can keep facing me with nothing but raw strength? Keatle's expression remained unchanged, his eyes narrowed slightly. Well, not really. You just don't look all that impressive. Asisher's eyes widened in disbelief, her face contorting in anger. What? The force of the blow sent Asisher flying backwards, her pride utterly shattered. Keatle watched Asisher's descent, a look of confusion on his face. You. Asisher, engulfed in purple energy, plummeted towards the ground, her eyes burning with rage. The impact was devastating, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. Keatle watched as Asisher crashed into the ground, the force of the impact creating a cloud of dust and debris. She grits her teeth, her eyes glowing red with fury as she falls. The Ashen Barbarian is sent flying backwards, but he manages to brace himself. The heretic inquisitor is engulfed in a burst of energy as she plummets. The Ashen Barbarian thinks to himself that the previous attack was not bad. The heretic inquisitor acknowledges the weight of the attack, but is willing to give Keatle that much. Keatle raises a shield, the impact reverberating as he prepares for another attack. Asisher is surrounded by a blinding light as she prepares to strike again. The shield glows as Keatle braces for impact, ready to defend against Asisher's next move. Her fist clenches, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Keatle is sent flying backwards, the shield unable to fully absorb the force of the attack. The heretic inquisitor plummets downwards, a trail of dark energy following her descent. The impact is so great that Ketel thinks to himself that it is impossible. She unleashes a torrent of purple energy, the force of it threatening to overwhelm everything. The heretic inquisitor is consumed by the swirling power, her form barely visible within the tempest. Her voice echoes, amplified by the magical energy. Asishur declares, "I am the demon of gravity." She recalls the barbarian blocking her attack, shattering it barehanded. At full power, she could pour the weight of a fortress in her hammer. The narrator observes that Ketel is an ordinary barbarian who hasn't even awakened to mystery, unaware of the power about to be unleashed. The heretic inquisitor prepares to strike. She thinks to herself that this is absolutely... The purple energy crackles around her hand, a conduit for the immense power she wields. Asishur, surrounded by the swirling vortex, finds it impossible that he could have shattered her attack. "Die, barbarian," she commands. The purple energy intensifies, a prelude to the devastating blow about to fall. Ketel stands firm, bracing himself as the purple energy descends upon him, ready to face the onslaught. Her fist clenches, ready to deliver the full force of her gravity-defying power. The blow connects, sending a shockwave of energy outward as Ketel is struck by Asishur's attack. A swirling vortex of purple energy slams into the ground with tremendous force. The energy crackles and pulses, a destructive force unleashed upon the battlefield. At the center of the swirling chaos, Asishur stands, the demon of gravity incarnate. Another blast of purple energy erupts, the air shimmering with displaced power. The attack detonates in a cataclysmic explosion, a shockwave rippling outwards. Ketel, caught in the blast, can only think, what on earth am I witnessing right now? Asishur, the invincible, most powerful demon, stands silhouetted against the crimson moon. Centuries ago, Asishur brought down an entire kingdom single-handedly, a feat of unimaginable destruction. The Ashen Barbarian realizes he is facing a demon of immense power. A blade of pure energy slashes through the air, aimed directly at Ketel. The energy blade strikes, impacting with a deafening roar. Ketel cries out as the force of the blow sends him reeling. Is the sun god's heretic inquisitor truly being beaten down by mere punches? Dark energy swirls around Asishur, a sinister aura emanating from her very being. Ketel's boot presses down on Asishur, the weight of his victory heavy upon her. The Ashen Barbarian's eyes narrow, a grim realization dawning. She really doesn't die. So that means pure physical force alone can't kill her. That first taste of sheer intimidation washed over everything. It was strong, overwhelmingly so, a power that threatened to consume everything. The sun god's heretic inquisitor loomed, her foot poised above her prey. Ketel, the Ashen Barbarian, could only think that he was just an ordinary barbarian. The heretic inquisitor grinned, finding his statement ridiculous. But he did feel lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted. A surge of power emanated from him, cracking the ground beneath. Still, there was one test he'd like to try, a final confirmation of his newfound strength. The Ashen Barbarian's eyes widened, a spark of excitement igniting within him. He channeled the energy, focusing it into a concentrated burst. The Ashen Barbarian's purple eyes met the Heretic Inquisitor's red ones, a silent challenge passing between them. The declaration echoes, a stark exclamation against the encroaching darkness. Dark energy coalesces, forming jagged shapes that crackle with contained power. The energy intensifies, lightning arcing between the floating masses of dark matter. The dark energy explodes outward, forming a winged silhouette of pure malice. A surge of power, the word barbarian emblazoned within a dark circle. Crimson eyes glow with murderous intent, a promise to pierce through everything. The winged form solidifies, crackling with dark energy as it prepares to strike. The power intensifies, a declaration of giving everything to the coming attack. The dark energy blades sharpen, ready to cut through anything in their path. Ketel smiles, recognizing the nature of the power he now wields, demonic. The Heretic Inquisitor realizes the danger, her expression shifting to concern. The Heretic Inquisitor knows she can't win with physical force alone. Only divine power will suffice. She smiles, a sinister grin spreading across her face as dark energy emanates. The Heretic Inquisitor is engulfed in a torrent of dark, piercing thorns. The thorns accelerate, each one carrying the promise of pain and death. The Heretic Inquisitor is launched backward, struggling against the onslaught. Ketel's eyes glow with demonic power, his expression intense. He unleashes a torrent of divine energy, a blinding light against the encroaching darkness. The light explodes outward, a wave of pure energy washing over the battlefield. Her face contorted in rage, the Heretic Inquisitor cries out, what kind of monster is this?" Ketel is surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark energy, his eyes burning with power. The divine light clashes against the demonic energy, creating a chaotic storm. The heretic inquisitor is sent hurtling downward, overwhelmed by Ketel's power. Her face twisted in pain and fury, she grits her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. The golden axe crackled with energy, ready to strike. Ketel's eyes widened, recognizing the power of a god. The heretic inquisitor, bathed in golden light, commanded him to strike quickly. She admitted she would like to watch a little longer, but supposed she couldn't. The ashen barbarian's eyes narrowed, his resolve hardening. Sir Ketel declared it was fun while it lasted, demon. The heretic inquisitor, caught off guard, could only utter a confused what. A surge of dark energy slammed into the sun god's heretic inquisitor. The ashen barbarian's eyes glowed with power as he muttered, "This is..." The heretic inquisitor, defeated, admitted it was her loss. A final, desperate scream echoes as the battle concludes. The heretic inquisitor lies defeated, surrounded by swirling purple energy. A foot descends, stepping on the fallen inquisitor. Ketel, looking down at the inquisitor, smirks. "Still, thanks to you, it was entertaining." The defeated inquisitor is being reverse summoned back to hell. The heretic inquisitor, even in defeat, manages a reward. "I've confirmed that a being like you exists on the surface." Ketel asks, "What's your name?" The inquisitor responds, "Ketel." The heretic inquisitor is shocked. But it wasn't without cost. "All beings in hell, remember the name of the barbarian, Ketel." The heretic inquisitor screams as she is pulled back to hell. A monstrous eye commanded, demanding that its victims surrender their memories. A vortex of countless eyes swirled, a chaotic and unnerving sight. The mass of eyes echoed, a chorus of voices remembering the being known as Ketel. The eyes closed in around him, and Ketel could only wonder what was happening. A dark corridor of eyes stretched into the distance, a path into the unknown. A demonic figure cackled, declaring that the barbarian now belonged to them. A heartbeat thrummed, a sign of the impending doom. The swirling eyes intensified, and a bewildered Ketel could only stammer in confusion. A grotesque tentacle, covered in eyes, pierced Ketel's chest, binding itself to him. A hand reached out, attempting to grasp the detached tentacle, perhaps to sever the connection. The world faded to black, a moment of nothingness before the storm. Ketel's eyes widened in horror, the realization of his fate dawning upon him. He stood still, a strange sensation washing over him, his expression one of confusion. Ketel questioned what had just happened, feeling something had entered his body. He wondered how this could be, as the darkness should have coursed through his body. A dark energy swirled around him, crackling with unseen power. The sun god's heretic inquisitor looked on in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. The force of the event caused a visible shockwave. He seemed to be pulling something from within himself. The ground cracked beneath his feet as the dark energy dissipated. He smiled, the request now complete. The Gehent Kingdom, a territory within Barkan, stood as a beacon of civilization. Breaking news spread through the streets, carried by a messenger, concerning a village where all contact was lost. A woman reads the disturbing news, her expression reflecting the gravity of the situation unfolding. A document details the events, featuring a drawing of a winged demon at its center. The man lamented the recent events, noting the appearance of both a lich and a demon named a Seashore. The man wondered aloud how such trials could befall such a small territory. He slammed his fist on the table, noting that the demon's name was even written in the history books. Word spread quickly throughout the territory, carried by armored figures. The man found at least one consolation in the disaster. The sun god's heretic inquisitor managed to repel it. The man urged careful consideration of how to proceed from there, his brow furrowed in thought. The territory remains unsettled, a matter that weighs heavily on the legendary barbarian. It was clear that this wasn't some small issue, after all, but a serious threat. Lying in bed, the sun god's heretic inquisitor knew even the Lord's head ached from such troubles. She knew she must report to the Holy Land at once. The barbarian asked if she was planning to leave immediately, suggesting she ought to recover fully before going. The heretic inquisitor responded, stating she couldn't afford any delay. The barbarian accepted her decision, knowing it was hers to make. Elsewhere, Lord Ketel considered the situation. The heretic inquisitor thanked the barbarian for saving her life. She admitted that without his help, she would have been nothing but the demon's toy. The barbarian dismissed her gratitude, stating it wasn't necessary. Lord Ketel thought to himself that all he did was save a companion. He scratches his cheek, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Aquaz looks on, questioning how a barbarian could call a servant of the sun god a friend. The ashen barbarian stands tall, asking the sun god's heretic inquisitor if she truly wants to be his friend. Her crimson eyes narrow, wondering why that would be a problem. Aquaz stammers, trying to find the right words to respond. Then, Ketel crosses his arms, a confident smirk on his face. Aquaz's expression hardens, stating that it makes no difference. Her gaze remains steady, betraying no emotion. She concedes, acknowledging his point. Speaking of which, Keto reveals he's been wondering about something. Aquaz, in a chibi form, asks what question he has. Keto leans in, asking if it is forbidden to utter a demon's name. The Inquisitor explained that it was due to what's called the mark. Aquaz continued, explaining that a demon inscribes a seal of darkness onto the human soul through its name, and in doing so, draws evil entities to them. The Sun God's heretic Inquisitor elaborated, stating that anyone marked by it is like prey giving off the tempting scent of spices. Since ancient times, those cursed with the mark were sometimes saved through divine baptism, or ultimately slain and chased endlessly by evil. He wondered then, does that mean he too? The Ashen Barbarian was clearly confused by the implications. Aquaz reassured him, stating that he was not marked. Still, the Sun God's heretic Inquisitor warned, the beings of hell will have learned his name. But Aquaz told Keto that he didn't need to worry much. Without the mark, they cannot track his location, though they may recognize him as a target. The beings of hell might recognize him, but they'll have no means of pursuit. Therefore, Aquaz concluded, unless he encounters them again, it shouldn't cause any real trouble. He observes the cathedral's architecture, a thoughtful expression on his face. Aquaz stands nearby, awaiting his reaction. He admits to being curious, nonetheless. Keto examines his own hand, flexing his fingers. It was not something that could be killed by physical force. Aquaz, with her back to him, explains that demons are exactly what he thinks they are. A long time ago, the great gods created humanity, breathing life into them. Humans were foolish and ignorant, acting only on instinct. Yet the gods refrained from meddling in the mortal world. Then, those from beyond took interest in humanity, drawn to their potential. They traversed worlds and slaughtered humans ruthlessly, sowing chaos and despair. In the end, the gods descended into the mortal realm, unable to endure further destruction. They sided with humanity, calling those beings demons, and banished them from the heavens. And with the gods' aid, humanity advanced rapidly, building great civilizations. In gratitude, humanity established a church to worship their savior gods, offering prayers and sacrifices. But as time passed, for some reason, the demons found ways to meddle again in the human world. She explained that the gods chose their servants and bestowed power upon them. For demons cannot be slain without divine power. The Sun God's heretic Inquisitor continued, stating that demons cannot be killed because they don't belong in this world. She clarified that demons were never of this world at all, emphasizing their alien nature. The Ashen Barbarian listened intently, absorbing the information with a serious expression. He thought to himself that if such beings cropped up often, it would be a nightmare to deal with. Asishur continued her explanation, her expression grave as she spoke of the dangers to come. She explained that the demon realm, which ought to stay closed, is leaking into their world. The dungeon cycles have turned abnormal, with evil beings steadily appearing. The Sun God's heretic Inquisitor stated that it all began about a year ago, her red eyes intense. A year ago, Ketel's eyes widened, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he recalled a past event. He thought back to when he was carrying out a quest, remembering the white snowfield werewolf hunt. The Ashen Barbarian wondered if his final quest in the snowfield was connected to the current situation. He stood in a grand hall as a figure thanked Lord Ketel, expressing gratitude to him. She declared that she should take her leave now. The man with the fur collar stated that should she visit their order, she'd be received with honor. The man with the fur collar smirked, a glint in his eye. That would be nice. Meanwhile, a carriage traveled down a sun-drenched path, leaving the order behind. Asishur sat alone, the sound of the carriage fading into the distance. Even if she hadn't recovered, Asishur couldn't afford to wait. She had to convey this to the saint immediately. Yet even so, Asishur wondered why the sun god had remained silent regarding that barbarian. The grand hall stretched into the distance, sunlight streaming through arched windows. The man with the white beard sighed, the weight of his duties heavy on his shoulders. He looked exhausted, the lines on his face etched deeper with each passing day. The man with the white beard seemed to be in pain. Ketel stood tall, his long black hair cascading down his back, a stark contrast to the hall's opulence. The man with the white beard looked up, his expression unreadable as Ketel approached. The Grand Magic Tower stood tall, a beacon of power and mystery. The Grand Magic Tower was a place where every mage and mystic in existence converge. Ketel crossed his arms, his gaze sharp as he addressed the other man. So what business brings you here this time? The man with the white beard stood before Ketel, his posture weary. Oh, nothing new, just the regular communication I do. The man with the white beard continued. I was simply delivering the results of my... He listened intently, his expression unreadable as the man spoke of the demon realm. The man with white hair confirmed that Ketel's memory was correct. It was the Silent Forest. He was then asked how it went. The man with white hair grimaced, sweat beading on his brow as he recalled the experience. It was dreadful. The Silent Forest lived up to its name. There was not a single noise to be heard. Even his sense of magic failed to respond. The man with white hair continued, explaining that even when he screamed, there wasn't so much as a tremor. Soldiers vanished one after another. The man with white hair looked off into the distance, remembering how chillingly quiet it was. The man with white hair found the experience utterly disturbing. He wondered why the emperor would want to subjugate the demon realm. He admitted that he could never grasp the lunacy of the powerful, but the demon realm's mystery intrigued him. Ketel's lips curled into a slight smile. The story piqued his interest. The man with white hair stated that if that was so, he'd rather stay uninvolved. He liked things simple and peaceful. Ketel's hand twitched, a subtle gesture betraying his growing fascination with the prospect. Meanwhile, the man with white hair stood within a magical circle, unaware of Ketel's growing interest in the demon realm. A surge of spatial magic crackles around the two figures. He wonders what this is all of a sudden, observing the spatial magic. The man with long black hair smirks, dismissing the display. He says it's nothing to make a fuss about. The man with long black hair steps forward, his voice echoing. He asks if Ketel encountered a rather special being. Ketel is shocked by the question. He says no way. The man with long black hair smiles knowingly, asking what Ketel is curious about. The scene shifts to a memory. The man with long black hair curses the eye of observation again. Ketel's eyes narrow, demanding to know when the man with long black hair even attached it. The man with long black hair recalls that it was back when they met last time, naturally. He says it's one of this old man's few amusements. Ketel stands silently, as the man with long black hair says he just wanted to hear his thoughts. The man with long black hair recalls what that barbarian said about coming from the white snowfields, someone he believed only appeared in ancient myths. Ketel remains uncertain, stating, "I'm still uncertain. I see." He considered the possibility, a barbarian strong enough to defeat a sword master and crush Lich Cardos like a bug. The Lich seemed surprised. "Hold on, you mean Cardos was defeated? What, you didn't hear?" The Lich continued, explaining that the news hadn't gone public yet, but rumors had begun to circulate within the tower. Cardos, the sorcerer who once shook the continent to its core, attempted a resurrection in the frontier, but failed and was defeated. The Lich offered his condolences, a gesture that seemed almost genuine. The Lich's skull-like face seemed to soften, a strange expression for one so ancient. "It's a real pity, honestly." The old man seemed surprised by the Lich's words. "I didn't think you were capable of such a sentiment." The Lich responded that friendships matter when you've lived as long as he has. The Lich continued, mentioning that another of his Lich friends had perished in his hideout. The old man asked if all the artifacts were retrieved at the time of Cardos' death. The Lich replied, "Most of them, sure." However, the Lich revealed that the truly valuable one remains missing, wondering where it could have disappeared to. The swirling mists seemed to reflect the uncertainty in the air. The skeleton-like figure's red eyes glowed menacingly as he waited. The skeleton-like figure asks the old man with a beard, "Do you think that barbarian really could have bested Cardos?" The old man replies, "If we're talking about that barbarian." The old man pauses, considering the implications. "Well, leaving that be for now, it might be possible." The skeleton-like figure presses, "So, you didn't tell the emperor about this?" The old man responds with a hint of mystery, "Would I?" The old man continues, his words laced with concern. "If that lunatic emperor were to find out about the barbarian, it would surely spark a confrontation." The old man muses on the potential clash. A barbarian who moves solely by instinct, against an emperor who wants to claim the whole world. The skeleton-like figure observes, "If they collide, the empire won't escape the fallout." Is that so? How intriguing. The old man states, he's already throwing valuable manpower into the demon realm like disposable tools. The skeleton-like figure asks, "You're implying that he could take on the empire by himself?" The old man replies, "I can't say for certain." However, the man with the long white beard recalled a powerful presence. The skeletal figure questioned if he was suggesting a hero-class being. The man with the beard admitted he wasn't qualified to say such a thing. The skeletal figure remained, his red eyes gleaming ominously. A cloaked figure declared that the hero-class being would be very valuable. The figure in the green cloak told the cloaked figure to wait and tell him. Meanwhile, the scene fades to white. The bustling market of Barkon territory, Kingdom of Gehent, came into view. Merchants hawked their wares as people milled through the stalls. The woman with blonde hair stood next to an armored figure, looking concerned. A foot clad in leather armor stepped forward. The woman with blonde hair looked shocked, muttering a confused. A hand clamps down, fingers digging into the other's arm. A voice cuts through the air, laced with a predatory amusement. "Ah, you should watch your step." The woman stumbles, but Ketel is there to catch her. "Are you all right?" he asks, concern etched on his face. Another woman's eyes widen in shock, her expression a mask of disbelief. Ketel's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. "Whoops," he mutters, sensing something amiss. The woman he caught bows slightly. She's likely to bolt from shock, she says, then offers a quiet, thank you. The woman walks away, leaving Keatle to ponder the strange encounter. Keatle's expression shifts to confusion. Wait, what? He thinks, his mind racing. He looks around, trying to make sense of the situation. What's going on? The woman he caught speaks to him, but Keatle is distracted. Why does this feel so off, he wonders. A disembodied voice echoes, filled with surprise and uncertainty. Keatle's image flickers, a loading symbol appearing around him, as if the world itself is buffering. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Why weren't people fleeing? Why weren't they reacting with the terror he expected? The man in the red coat leans in, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? He asks, his voice laced with worry. Keatle offers a curt reply. I'm fine, he states, though his expression betrays a deeper unease. He adds, to begin with, I'm not even sure what. The man in the red coat's brow furrows. Is that so? He asks, his eyes narrowing slightly as he considers Keatle's words. The man in the red coat continues, his voice thoughtful. I heard you were almost branded by a demon around here. Keatle leans back, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face. I'm talking about the people of the estate, he says, his tone firm. The man in the red coat pauses, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. That must be because of... He trails off, lost in thought. The rumors spread like wildfire. The guards and mercenaries who returned alive loudly spread the tale. After Aqua's defeat, everyone except one had fainted, succumbing to the demon's power. By the time they awoke again, divine power had gathered on Keatle's axe, a testament to his strength. Those who saw came to believe that Aqua's had lent him divine power, a power that could travel even through a living person. And so Keatle became known as the one who stood against the demon with Aqua's, a title whispered with awe and respect. He looked down at the armor in his hands, a puzzled expression on his face. Elsewhere, a man sat upon his throne, apologizing for the rumors that had spread. Keatle mused that perhaps the rumors were the reason people weren't afraid of him. The man on the throne agreed, stating it was likely because he was known as the demon's adversary. The Ashen Barbarian's expression remained unreadable. The man on the throne continued to think about the demon's adversary. Back in his shop, the attendant congratulated Keatle on his upgraded rank. The attendant informed him that he was now C rank, as Keatle looked on in surprise. He asked if this meant his rank went up by 3 levels. He had certainly earned it, the man with silver hair was told. A new mercenary plate would also be issued. The blonde-haired woman explained that it would be made exclusively for Lord Keatle, so it might take a little time. Keatle mused that his mercenary plate would be made just for him. From C rank on, he was now a real mercenary guaranteed by the Mercenary Guild. Of course, he deserved to be treated as such. Also, as a C rank, he could go to most places. The woman with blonde hair continued, saying he would be able to enter the capitals of most kingdoms and churches without much trouble. But the imperial capital would be out of the question. The woman chuckled, finding the situation amusing. She added that he must receive the recognition of a noble to enter the empire, which was quite strict. To be honest, nobody knows what's in the imperial capital. There are only ominous rumors. The blonde-haired woman explained that it's gotten to the point where you could say there's even less information about it than the demon realm. Keatle, listening intently, remarked that it was that serious. The woman cleared her throat and said that now that he was C rank, he could accept almost any request anyway. The blonde-haired woman explained that he could enter A-rank dungeons, as long as he formed a party. He considered the possibilities, realizing he could also take on various other requests. A smile played on someone's lips, unseen. The armored man sputtered, surprised by something he had just learned. The armored man asked if everything had been handled without any issues. Keatle confirmed the demon was defeated. The group around the table seemed relieved by the news. The Sun God's heretic inquisitor acknowledged that she was as strong as they say to defeat a demon, but something was not right. The heretic inquisitor recalled that she hadn't fainted that day, realizing just how powerful that barbarian was. The narrator stated that he undoubtedly toyed with a named demon with overwhelming ease. The heretic inquisitor realized that all she did was stick a fork in a meal that was already prepared. The man with dark hair asked what she planned to do now that she was C rank. He stated that nothing changes, and he would simply do his duty as a C rank mercenary. He listened to the man with dark hair, who seemed impressed by his ability to face a demon and remain humble. Elsewhere, the Sun God's heretic inquisitor was deep in thought, realizing that Keatle was not human. Meanwhile, the group sat around a table, the man with light hair asking what everyone planned to do now. The man with dark hair admitted that they were only F rank and couldn't do much yet, but Keatle listened intently. The man with dark hair was being honest about his feelings. The man with light hair confessed he was just planning to live out his days like a parasite and then die, but Keatle inspired him. The man with light hair declared that he had been inspired to live his life to the fullest, like Keatle, and asked what his plans were. The heretic inquisitor cleared her throat, drawing attention to herself. The man with light hair stated that he merely followed the will of Lady Calrosia, always. The man with light hair thought he had heard something from Aquas. The heretic inquisitor realized that was right. The heretic inquisitor stated that those who serve Calrosia are currently in a period of rest, and that only the high-ranking officials are active. She feigned innocence, claiming Lady Aquas must have been mistaken. The heretic inquisitor insisted she was just an ordinary priestess. The priestess maintained her facade, a nervous sweat beading on her brow as she tried to appear harmless. She conceded, stating that if that's what was said, she supposed it must be true. A chilling laugh escaped her lips as the heretic inquisitor wondered if he knew everything. Was he waiting for her to tell him herself? The priestess questioned if he was merely teasing her, a flicker of genuine fear crossing her face. Her eyes widened, sweat trickling down her face as the weight of the situation crashed down on her. The situation was becoming increasingly scary, the priestess realized. Late at night, the scene shifted to the mercenary guild, its stone walls illuminated by the soft glow of starlight. A document lay on a desk, waiting to be processed. The receptionist, Rosa, cheerfully announced it was quitting time, eagerly awaiting the end of her shift. The sound of something breaking echoed. Rosa's eyes widened in alarm. "Don't tell me," she exclaimed, her cheerful demeanor vanishing. She overheard the cloaked figure's request, delivered in a low voice. Rosa cursed under her breath, lamenting the overtime this would cause. With a sigh, Rosa inquired about the nature of the request, but something felt off. The cloaked figure clarified that they needed an escort for 2 people. The figure specified that the escort was for themselves and a young woman. Rosa typed, asking for the destination of the 2 people needing escort. Rosa's eyes widened slightly as she heard the destination. The cloaked figure stated that the destination was the capital of the Danyang Kingdom. Rosa turned away, her expression unreadable from behind. She wondered why an escort to the Danyang Kingdom was being requested from such a remote estate. Rosa observed that the figure's robe suggested they couldn't reveal their identity. The elegant way of speaking, yet shabby dress, made the cloaked figure highly suspicious. She seemed to understand the situation, at least for the moment. The pink-haired barkeep looked up from the ledger, inquiring if there was anything else. 3 days had passed since the ordeal, the weight of which still lingered. The older man lamented their arduous journey, noting they had barely eaten anything. He sat beside her bedside, thinking that this must be unbearable for someone who's only ever known warmth and affection. The blonde woman, Eileen, reassured Aaron that she was all right, despite her weakened state. Her eyes, though tired, held a glimmer of resilience, a silent promise to endure. She offered a weak smile, urging him not to apologize for their circumstances. Aaron questioned if she was doing okay, noting that she had been keeping watch even during his turns and must be tired. The old man dismissed his own fatigue, stating that old men like him don't sleep much anyway. A soft expression of gratitude escaped her lips, a simple thank you amidst the ethereal glow. The scene fades to black, a moment of quiet contemplation before the next trial. Eileen lay in bed, her breathing shallow, surrounded by an aura of magical energy, a poor soul indeed. Aaron, watching over her, vowed to protect her, his resolve etched on his face. Even if it cost him his life, he would see this through. The meat sizzled over the open flame, the smell of cooked fish filling the air. Keatle carefully turned the meat, ensuring it cooked evenly over the fire. 2 children watched the cooking process with anticipation, their eyes glued to the food. He looked on, his brow furrowed with worry. His expression shifted to shock, his eyes widening slightly. Eileen and Aaron sat together, enjoying a quiet drink by the fire. Suddenly, Eileen stood up, the sudden movement startling Aaron. Eileen excused herself, stating she needed to step out for a moment. As Eileen walked away, Aaron asked if she was going to the toilet, his tone laced with concern. She watches as Keatle offers his apologies, the words hanging in the air. Eileen stammers, assuring him that it is quite all right. Eileen wonders aloud if the barbarian just apologized to her. The blonde woman's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Aaron's hand clenches into a fist, his expression unreadable. The forest path stretches out before them, the air thick with unspoken tension. Keatle stands by the fire, tending to the meat with a focused gaze. Aaron's expression hardens as he admits that he knows Keatle doesn't trust him. The silver-haired man pauses, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Keatle continues to cook, reminding Aaron that he is still his escort and should have faith in him. Aaron's voice rises, declaring that he has feelings too. Aaron's words hang heavy in the air, leaving Keatle speechless. He looks down at Eileen, who seems to be struggling with something, as she mutters to herself. Keatle's eyes narrow, observing her closely, trying to discern the source of her distress. A plate of venison sits, glistening, an offering of sustenance, though its appeal is questionable. Keatle offers the plate, his expression unreadable as he asks if she would like some. The venison sits before an older man, who seems to be reacting negatively to the food. Eileen's eyes widen, a visible struggle playing out as she tries to choke down her revulsion. Elsewhere, Eileen sits by a stream, the sunlight dappling through the trees as she hiccups softly. The water flows gently, reflecting the lush greenery, a peaceful backdrop to her inner turmoil. Tears well up as Eileen admits to herself that she is so hungry. Her face contorts in a grimace, tears streaming down her face as she eats. She wipes her eyes, trying to maintain composure, telling herself that she can't cry. She steels herself, resolving to endure whatever hardships lie ahead. She walked along the path, the sunlight dappling through the trees. Eileen couldn't help but think, Aaron must be having an even harder time. Her expression was one of deep concern. A soft sound echoed through the air. Keatle devoured a large piece of meat. The group of people watched him, their expressions unreadable. The Ashen Barbarian continued to eat, seemingly unfazed. Eileen called out, "Aaron." Aaron's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. One of the people exclaimed, "Why, Your Highness?" He stammered, This is not what it looks like." Aaron's gaze narrowed, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. She is addressed with respect, but the blonde woman's expression is unreadable. Aaron is suddenly grabbed, his eyes widening in alarm as the fabric of his cloak bunches in a fist. Eileen is comforted by Aaron, but she looks distressed. Someone warned her to beware of the barbarian. The words echo, a plea for unity, protect one another. Eileen denies something, a purple aura flaring around her. Aaron looks down at her, his expression unreadable. Aaron's thoughts betray his outward calm. He doesn't seem that dangerous. Eileen demands an explanation, pleading for calm. Her eyes search for answers. Eileen gasps, her eyes wide with shock. Aaron stands behind her, a silent presence. Aaron's face is etched with regret. He admits his mistake, acknowledging the lack of trust. Aaron stammers, trying to walk back his words. He wonders what he is supposed to do now. The world despises barbarians, a voice declares. The speaker admits their ignorance of barbarian history. Barbarians outside the white snowfield have earned the hate, it is said. Even if one denied being a barbarian, no one would believe them. He murmured, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. A sinister smile slowly spread across Keatle's lips. The realization struck him with sudden clarity. Eileen spoke, trying to correct a misunderstanding. There's one thing you've misunderstood. Keatle stood before them, the forest clearing silent around them. The smug expression on Keatle's face deepened. The word hung in the air, a heavy accusation. Barbarian.